On this fateful day, the main character, a guy named Woo Bin, was spending time as usual in a computer club with his friend. He pressed the button to turn on the computer when his friend asked him what they would play today. Dota, or PUBG. The confident Woo Bin invited his friend to play Dota a couple of times and said that he could easily beat them, the newbies. Woo Bin's friend looked at his comrade with admiration and agreed to play together, preparing to put on his headphones. Suddenly, our hero's expression changed to one of bewilderment when he looked at the monitor screen. The guy felt like he was being sucked into the screen. The image of space on the desktop seemed strange to him, not like usual. Afterwards, some really scary things started happening. The icons on the desktop flew off the screen, just like the planets in the picture. Woo Bin was dumbfounded with shock. He felt as if he was being sucked into the depths of space. He saw stars and planets around him. The countdown began. The installation with the owner was completed. The program was ready to run in 5 seconds. Due to the low energy of the host, an error occurred, after which the brain backup began, and Woo Bin went into transformation. Before the transformation, Woo Bin's head was filled only with computer games. The guy looked at the screen as if enchanted. The program began the transformation of our young hero. Now his entire brain was filled with studying, and games were pushed out of his head. Woo Bin sat there dumbfounded. The transformation was complete. The program told the owner that it hoped that he would try for the sake of all mankind. Meanwhile, our hero's friend didn't suspect anything yet. The guy was carried away by a computer game. He laughed, destroying opponents. The boy smiled and suggested that Woo Bin play again, but then became wary when he saw that something was wrong with his friend. He tried to call his friend again, but he didn't respond to his voice. Woo Bin sat and stared at one point with a downcast face. The boy became worried and asked what was wrong with him. But Woo Bin didn't answer. He looked at the monitor and wondered why. In front of him on the monitor was the hero selection. Now he had to choose a character. This was Woo Bin's favorite game. But now everything was different. Woo Bin, looking at the characters, didn't understand why he was now sick of the game, while his friend urged him on because there was little time left. The protagonist stared at the face of one of the characters. Now in his eyes it looked so ugly that it made him sick. Our hero's friend was stunned when he saw Woo Bin sigh heavily and simply turn away from the monitor, not wanting to choose a character. The guy was shocked by his friend's behavior. He screamed, asking what was wrong with him, and Woo Bin began to get up from his chair. Woo Bin looked into his friend's eyes and declared that he no longer wanted to play computer games. He wanted to study. Our hero's friend was dumbfounded with horror when he heard this. He silently stared at Woo Bin with a puzzled, stunned look. The shocked boy thought his friend must have hit his head because this behavior was foreign to him. He thought that Woo Bin was the strongest player in shock, the king of games, invincible, and the best player he knew. Looking at the exhausted Woo Bin, the guy sincerely did not understand how it was possible that this person now did not want to play games. Hiding his face, Woo Bin confessed to his friend Wang Hao that he could no longer continue to live like this. Wang Hao still looked at his friend with fear, witnessing the biggest transformation in Woo Bin's life. The protagonist raised his head and showed his look full of determination. He frowned, preparing to say something else to his friend. The boy looked at Wang Hao's face and admitted that he really wanted to learn, so he would run to do the exercises now. Woo Bin stood up from his chair, but Wang Hao still sat motionless, staring at his friend with his mouth open, unable to say a word. The protagonist stood up and walked towards the exit. Wang Hao jumped up from his chair and shouted, trying to stop his friend. The following actions took place in an educational institution, where our hero went in a hurry, wanting to start studying. There were other students in the classroom studying and chatting with each other when suddenly Woo Bin abruptly and rudely opened the door and rushed in. Woo Bin quickly and decisively sat down at the table without saying a word to anyone, and his classmates looked at him in bewilderment. The guy asked Woo Bin why he came back since they went to play. Our hero replied that he had more important things to do. The main character immediately opened the textbook and began to delve into the material. He chuckled thoughtfully as he read the book. It was a geometry textbook. Woo Bin put the book on the table and began to turn the pages, studying the material. The guy looked at the book without taking his eyes off it. He was 100% immersed in studying mathematics. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, learning about power functions, triangular transformations, and analytic geometry. A classmate sitting behind Woo Bin told her that he had heard about a tactic that made it more effective to level up demon skills in the game through the forest. The guy started to shake Woo Bin's shoulder and ask why he was buried in a book when our hero didn't pay any attention to him. He carefully asked him again what he thought about the tactics. to which Wu Bin asked him to wait, since he was doing an exercise. The classmate was speechless and confused because Wu Bin was acting extremely strange, ignoring the conversations about games. Soon, Wang Hao also came into the office. He also returned to school, trying to catch up with his friend who ran away from the computer club. Wang Hao was in a hurry, so he held onto the door to steady his breathing, and after running, his entire face was covered in sweat. Walking up to Wu Bin, Wang Hao began to get indignant, trying to find out from his friend why he ran away from the computer club. The main character stunned his classmates when he asked them to be quiet because they were disturbing him while he was doing an exercise. The boys looked at each other, not understanding what had happened to Wu Bin. They were completely confused by the changes in their friend. Wang Hao asked his friend directly if he had hit his head, but Wu Bin did not answer. He was smiling, happily doing the geometry exercises. It was already dark outside, but the lights were still on in the school, and our hero remained there, continuing to study. The sheet of paper was covered in scribbles. Wu Bin was lying on the desk, covering his head with his hands. Studying was difficult for him. Now he was not so ambitious. Mathematics was too difficult for him. The guy did not understand anything. The protagonist sat up straight again because he had come to the conclusion that learning becomes meaningful with difficulty, and he was ready to continue working. The girl sitting behind him looked at him in surprise when Wu Bin said that he had to overcome his fear of mathematics. The classmate couldn't help but laugh and giggled, covering her mouth with her hand in embarrassment when she overheard what Wu Bin was saying. The protagonist turned around and looked at her with a pretension. The girl was frightened when she was caught in a mockery, and the smile disappeared from her face. The girl felt very awkward in front of her classmate. She sat there in a stupor and looked at the guy with wide eyes. Looking away, the pink-haired girl apologized and asked Wu Bin to be quieter because she was reviewing the material. Wu Bin also apologized to his classmate and agreed to be quieter, a slight blush appearing on his cheeks. The girl couldn't take her eyes off Wu Bin. She thought that her classmate seemed like an interesting guy. She knew that this guy played games and guessed that he was very smart, and hoped that Wu Bin would not give up on studying after a few days. Scratching his chin, the main character chuckled thoughtfully and continued to painstakingly work on mathematics. With determination, Wu Bin said that he had to prove to himself that he shouldn't underestimate himself. The guy sitting next to her advised Wu Bin to stop sitting like that for several hours, attracting attention because it looked stupid. Wu Bin looked at his classmate with displeasure, not understanding what he meant. Then the boy with black hair glanced back, raising one eyebrow, and looked at his classmate. He asked Wu Bin if he wanted to say that he wasn't trying to attract attention, and our hero responded by asking the guy not to talk nonsense. The protagonist explained that he was not that bored yet, denying his classmate's version that he was simply trying to get attention. The boy looked at Wu Bin with disbelief and said that it was already too late if he really intended to study. He looked at Wu Bin in shock as our hero looked up with a crazy expression on his face and said that he enjoyed solving math problems. The classmate, feeling disgusted, said that this was disgusting and wanted to see how long Wu Bin's fervor would last. When the bell rang, everyone went out into the corridor. Wu Bin's friend said that he thought he was serious, since he had been sitting all day studying. The classmate did not agree with Wang Hao, believing that Wu Bin would return to his previous state tomorrow, since they both knew him. The black-haired guy said that if Wu Bin really didn't give up, he was ready to eat 5 fans. Already in the dormitory, Wang Hao asked Gu Fan if he was talking about the fan that stood on their table, and the guy discontentedly told him to be quieter. The boys were getting ready for bed. Wang Hao was still out of bed and joking with his classmates. Wu Bin was also already in bed. He took off his glasses and asked the guys to turn off the light. Gu Fan was not yet asleep. The guy was sitting on the bed and slyly looking at his classmate, thinking of something. He wrote a message to Wang Hao and sent it. The short-haired guy was surprised when he received a notification on his phone. Gu Fan suggested that Wang Hao take a photo of Wu Bin playing games on his phone before going to bed as usual to prove that he was a bad student. A sly smile appeared on Wang Hao's face as he read the message from his classmate, and he liked Gu Fan's idea. In order not to give himself away, Wang Hao made a hand gesture to Gu Fan, and they looked at each other, silently agreeing to pull off this trick. However, Wu Bin had no intention of playing mobile games. When the lights went out, he put his glasses aside, hid under the blanket, and tried to sleep. The main character's expression was restless, which prevented him from sleeping. Obsessive thoughts were spinning in his head. The guy frowned even more. A drop of sweat was running down his face. In his thoughts, there was a desire that he could not overcome. Wu Bin abruptly threw off the blanket and stood up. A nagging thought was bothering him. He wanted to do something before going to bed. The protagonist could no longer fight his desire. He removed the blanket to take the phone that was lying on the bed. Woo Bin put his glasses back on and picked up the phone, staring intently at the display. Gu Fan, who was also awake, noticed that Woo Bin had stood up and, with his back to him, was doing something on his phone. The guy smirked. He thought he was right, and Woo Bin still couldn't resist and started playing on his phone in the middle of the night. Wang Hao, who was standing next to the bed and watching our hero, received a message from his classmate. Gu Fan was determined to expose his classmate, who had suddenly become a nerd, and began filming him. Wang Hao also turned on the camera on his phone, wanting to take video evidence that Woo Bin was still addicted to mobile games. The guy with black hair smirked and recorded our hero on video, intending to find out what game Woo Bin was playing. Wang Hao was also completely sure that Woo Bin was busy playing mobile games, so he filmed the guy on his phone. The main character had his back turned to his classmates, so it was not clear what exactly the guy was doing. It turned out that Woo Bin was not playing mobile games. He was simply using his phone as a backlight to do math. Gu Fan's mouth widened in shock, his hair standing on end when he saw that Woo Bin was not playing games at all. Wang Hao had a similar reaction. He froze in horror, holding the phone in his hand. The guy was perplexed. Unaware that he was being filmed, Woo Bin was doing exercises and wondered whether he needed to solve the problem using a Venn diagram. Woo Bin imagined himself as a knight in armor fighting with a sword against a dragon, which is an image of a difficult task. The guy raised the flaming sword up, realizing that the problem needed to be solved using the unification method and adding a diagram. When the protagonist came to this conclusion, a fantastic monster with wings prepared to pounce on him, Woo Bin was seconds away from solving the problem correctly. He protected himself with a steel shield and swung his sword to strike the dragon. The protagonist swung his sword charged with flame and attacked the dragon, deciding that the correct answer was C. The guy turned out to be right. He deprived the dragon of one wing with his blow because he solved the problem correctly. Woo Bin felt like a real winner, and in his mind the boy seemed to have risen to the next level. Gu Fan was even more stunned when the protagonist began shouting throughout the room how great he was and that he had solved the problem correctly. Our hero clenched his fists tightly and trembled from an excess of emotions. He was pleased with himself. He felt as if he had won the game. Having successfully completed the math problem, Woo Bin yawned widely and now felt like sleeping. The pleased guy lay down, covered with a blanket, with a peaceful smile on his face. Gu Fan and Wang Hao were still sitting on their beds, motionless, in shock, and still holding their phones in their hands. A dumbfounded Wang Hao asked his classmate if Woo Bin had really started to enjoy studying. Gu Fan still couldn't believe it. He told his friend that he didn't want to eat the fan as he promised. Meanwhile, the main character slept peacefully in his bed. Obsessive thoughts no longer bothered him. He smiled even in his sleep. The next morning, the boys reluctantly began to get out of bed, and his classmates began to shout at Woo Bin to get up. Wang Hao yelled at the sleepy Woo Bin, who had overslept, and suggested that the boy had not heard his alarm clock at all. Gu Fan laughed at Woo Bin and accused him of not even being able to wake up on time, but pretending to love studying. The main character opened his mouth wide, yawning, and admitted to his classmates that he slept so soundly that he didn't even hear the alarm clock. Barely opening one eye, he said that he needed to go to the office and ask about yesterday's math problem. Gu Fan and Wang Hao stared at their strange classmate with shocked eyes and did not answer him. Already at school, Wang Hao and Gu Fan continued to spy on our hero. They were peeking around the corner when Woo Bin knocked on the office door. Wang Hao was shocked when he saw that the protagonist actually went to the school office to ask a question. Gu Fan didn't want to eat the fan, so he said that he needed to observe Woo Bin a little longer because he didn't believe him. The main character entered the school administration office, where the teacher sitting at the table looked at him in surprise. Woo Bin walked up to the teacher with a smile and said that he had a couple of questions for him regarding his homework. The math teacher realized what the student wanted and asked him to come over to look at his homework. Our hero put a textbook on the teacher's desk and showed a page with an example about which he had questions. The man looked closely at the textbook. He was noticeably surprised to see which example the boy was interested in. The teacher asked the student if he wanted to study the material better. Woo Bin confirmed his suspicions. Taking the textbook in his hands, the teacher, without taking his eyes off the page, warned the student that it would be very difficult. The man's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the hero's recording of the solved problem, and asked if he had learned it himself. Woo Bin said that yesterday he tried to solve the problem in different ways, but he couldn't. So he decided to ask the teacher, The teacher carefully told Wu Bin that first she needed to know what she needed to find, the largest or smallest value of the function. Meanwhile, the main character listened very attentively to the explanations of his math teacher. The boy thought that the teacher would laugh at his question and was surprised when it turned out that he was so kind and helped him. While writing in Wu Bin's book, the teacher said that everything would work out if he found the highest value. Having explained everything in detail to the concentrated student, the teacher turned his head towards him and asked if he understood. At first, Wu Bin stared at the notebook for a long time and was silent. But then his eyes widened when it dawned on him, and he said that he understood everything. Teacher Lee continued to rest, sipping a drink from a glass, and Wu Bin leaned over and praised him, calling him smart, but adding a swear word. The student's words cut the teacher's ears hard, and the man suddenly opened his eyes, shocked by the compliment. The teacher choked and coughed, and Wu Bin became worried about him and asked if he needed a napkin. Blushing with embarrassment, the math teacher wiped his mouth with a napkin, looked menacingly at the student, and told him not to say such words again. But our hero did not calm down, but admitted that yesterday he had suffered so much with this example, and after Lee's explanation, he immediately understood everything. He once again called Teacher Lee very cool, and he looked at him with disbelief and asked if it was true that he couldn't solve such an easy problem. The teacher sitting at the next table praised Wu Bin and asked when he would try as hard in English. Then, the main character took another textbook out of his backpack and told the English teacher that he and she had a couple of questions. The teacher replied that she would wait for him here then, and laughter erupted in the school office. Wu Bin continued to study with Teacher Lee, and the man asked the student if he thought mathematics was difficult. A hint of sadness appeared on the teacher's face when Wu Bin admitted that he found mathematics a difficult subject. The teacher glanced at the student with interest when Wu Bin, without taking his eyes off his notebook, said that mathematics was also very interesting. The teacher laughed and replied that it was good that Wu Bin thought so, and hoped that the boy was not the type to lose interest in mathematics after a few days. The man told Wu Bin to know that if he really liked mathematics, the teacher was always willing to help. Looking at his watch, the teacher announced that the bell would ring in 10 minutes, so they needed to go to the office. The main character looked at the clock hanging on the wall behind him in fear. He was surprised that time had flown by so quickly. The boy screamed, asking the teacher to let him solve one more subject, but he asked him not to rush because he could do it later. The main character put his palms together and began to beg the teacher to let him solve one more problem. Smiling broadly at the student's enthusiasm, the math teacher nevertheless allowed him to solve one more problem. The teacher began to explain to Wu Bin how to solve the new problem, while Wang Hao and Gu Fan peeked out from behind the wall, watching them. Gu Fan looked at his classmate with disgust, complaining that he was going to vomit, and Wang Hao couldn't believe that Wu Bin was serious. After our hero finished working with the math teacher, he stood up and put his black backpack on his shoulders. The guy turned around one last time and waved his hand to the teacher, saying goodbye to Lee. The teacher told the main character to quickly return to the classroom, because another teacher's lesson had already begun. Lee turned his head to the side as the teacher sitting at the next table called out to him. The English teacher asked the man how many more days he thought Wu Bin could hold out with such enthusiasm. The math teacher hung his head and admitted that he thought the student was serious about his studies. The man grinned and said that he saw how interested the boy was when he was solving the problems. The worried teacher replied that it would be good because she had previously thought that Wu Bin would not last long. As he left the school office with a glass and a textbook, Lee said they would find out later. But now he had to go to class. Wu Bin went to class. He sat at his desk and worked diligently on solving new math problems. Having become completely immersed in the process, the guy's imagination ran wild again, and he imagined himself as a knight running through the forest. A goblin with a magic staff and a black robe appeared before him and told the guy a mathematical example. The protagonist swung his sword, ready to give the enemy an answer equal to the logarithm. Wu Bin solved the problem and swung his sword, leaving a streak of light in the air, and got rid of the magical goblin with one blow. But the battle did not end there. A horde of other monsters with green skin, growling, rushed towards our hero. These goblins symbolized new math problems that Wu Bin would have to solve. The green monsters, baring their teeth, surrounded our hero, but he stood proudly, thinking about solving the examples. He held out his sword in front of him, which turned into a glowing magic wand, and spoke the solution to the new problem. After the guy raised the sword above himself and shouted the answer to the question, the blade began to emit burning rays from itself. So the main character was able to get rid of all the goblins. The sword charged with power turned the green monsters into ashes. When Wu Bin finished, he lowered his head and sighed in relief. the air around him filled with acrid smoke. All this time, the guy was actually sitting in the classroom and diligently writing everything down, with a satisfied grin on his face. The protagonist grimaced when he noticed that there was a nuance in this example. He said it out loud. So the guy behind him looked at him in surprise. Woo Bin's eyes became frightened and he frowned when he realized that he was faced with a very difficult math problem. The guy again felt like a knight who found himself in a forest teeming with terrible monsters. Woo Bin was disturbed by a noise. It was a giant green monster, its bare foot loudly stomping on the ground. Before our hero appeared a huge goblin with red eyes and an inscription on his torso that read, "Quadratic function." The protagonist became tense when he saw a quadratic function in the example, because it was difficult for him. He stood in front of the goblin, protecting himself with a shield. Woo Bin was scared because he didn't yet know how to solve a quadratic function. Woo Bin scratched his head in confusion, but still couldn't find a solution to the example. He didn't want to suffer like he had last night. Our young hero looked warily to the side. He decided to find someone he could ask how to solve this problem. Next to him sat Gu Fan, who was staring blankly at his notebook, with drool dripping down his chin. Woo Bin immediately turned back, because he was not crazy enough to ask something like that to Gu Fan, whom he thought was stupid. The protagonist turned around and looked curiously at the pink-haired girl who was sitting at the desk behind him. He wondered if he should ask Peijimin. The guy was ready to spit on his pride for the sake of mathematics. A noticeable fear appeared on the protagonist's face when the voice in his head announced the improvement of the owner's skills and the start of the backup. The main character began to look around in fear, not understanding where he had just heard this voice from. He was still completely perplexed when he was told that he could now use the learning assistance feature once a day for 3 hours. The guy tried to stay calm. He asked about help with training, and the voice in his head clarified whether he really wanted to use the function. Still not understanding what was happening, the protagonist, having no idea who he was answering to, asked to turn on the function. The learning assistance function was turned on for 3 hours, and an octagon with space and constellations inside appeared before the hero. The guy looked at this mysterious figure in bewilderment, as if he found himself in another space, where there was only him at the desk and her. Staring at this incomprehensible cosmic circle with distrust, the main character asked it what it was. The figure apologized and replied that she didn't understand the guy, who, surprised, asked if she couldn't answer a simple question. The protagonist showed his assistant a math textbook, pointed to an example, and asked if she could explain it to him. The figure answered that the maximum value of a quadratic function can only be obtained from the value of the endpoint or axis of symmetry. It was a surprise to Woo Bin that this mysterious assistant would actually start explaining something to him now. The assistant asked him not to be distracted and to listen to him carefully. Woo Bin replied in fear that he was listening to him. The space ball told Woo Bin to tell him the formula for finding the vertex of a parabola. The main character gave the assistant the correct answer. He was already delighted with the study assistant, because he also asked him questions. The guy didn't know what was going on, but while he had the opportunity, he wanted to take advantage of it and learn mathematics from his assistant. Our hero, with a joyful smile on his face, wrote down everything that the mysterious spaceball explained to him in a notebook. The study assistant then announced that the time for using the feature had come to an end and began a countdown. The main character was stunned, because 3 hours passed very quickly for him in the company of this spaceball. Woo Bin jumped up from his chair and stretched out his hand, shouting to try to stop the assistant. But he disappeared and the space began to recover. Our hero found himself back in his classroom, shouting for his study assistant to tell him the answer one last time. The boy was dumbfounded when he saw that everyone around him was staring at him in confusion, because Woo Bin suddenly started talking to himself. In order not to appear crazy, Woo Bin tapped Gu Fan on the shoulder and demanded an answer, and Gu Fan asked him in confusion what to say. A dejected Woo Bin sat back down at his desk and asked Gu Fan to just go back to his game. The guy in front looked at our hero like he was crazy. Woo Bin continued to try to contact his study assistant, quietly asking what the answer was while looking up. But in response, the main character received only silence. He looked up in frustration, left without an assistant at the right moment. It was getting close to sunset, and Woo Bin still regretted that 3 hours had flown by so quickly, and he hadn't had time to ask his study assistant the question he needed. All the students left school. A friend asked our hero if he wanted to go with them to the computer club, because tomorrow was a day off. Woo Bin, with Gu Fan and Wang Hao walking behind him, told the boys that he still had a lot of things to learn, so he wouldn't go. The boy was surprised when he saw his teacher in the schoolyard, who was waving his hand, beckoning our hero to him. The man handed the student a stack of papers and said that it was a set of math tests that the boy had requested. Woo Bin took them and looked at the tests in shock. Teacher Lee warned him that they were difficult, but he should try to solve them. The main character thanked the teacher. He hoped that he would be able to cope with these exercises. Turning around one last time, Teacher Lee smiled, said please, and asked the student to try solving the examples over the weekend. Woo Bin stood there for a while longer and watched the math teacher as he walked away towards the setting sun. Gu Fan asked his friend in disbelief if Teacher Lee had actually personally brought him the exercises, and Wang Hao was shocked by how many there were. Our hero's friends were even more surprised when Woo Bin, as if spellbound, said how cool Teacher Lee was. Gu Fan reminded his friend that he remembered how Woo Bin did poorly on the previous math exam. The main character, adjusting his glasses, said that it was nothing to worry about, and he definitely wouldn't fail the next exam. The guys went to the computer club, and our hero was left standing alone at the bus stop. Soon, Pei Jimin, his classmate, who was also returning home from school, also arrived at the bus stop. As she approached, she looked at our hero. Woo Bin did not pay any attention to her. His gaze was fixed on the textbook. The girl's eyes widened when she recognized the guy at the bus stop as her classmate Woo Bin. What surprised Pei Jimin most was that even after school the boy was busy studying, because it was not like him. Blushing a little from embarrassment, the girl did not understand why she felt so calm when she looked at him. After standing silently at the bus stop for a while longer, Pei Jimin pursed her lips and decided to talk to the guy. When she called his name, the protagonist finally looked up from his textbook and looked questioningly at his classmate. She walked up to him with a smile, waved her hand and asked if he had just looked at the math examples. Woo Bin nodded his head, remaining indifferent. He didn't understand what Pei Jimin wanted from him. Pei Jimin was stunned. She looked at him speechless because Woo Bin answered her with one short word, regretting that she had even spoken to him. The girl turned around abruptly when she heard the sound of approaching traffic. Pei Jimin's bus arrived. She told Woo Bin about it and waved her hand, saying goodbye to the guy. As they were getting into the transport, the girl finally allowed our hero to contact her if he had any questions about mathematics. When the door had already closed, my classmate waved goodbye through the window once more and smiled sweetly. A man with a cigarette in his teeth, who was also standing at the bus stop, watched the youth with interest, and our hero was perplexed. He watched the bus leave for a long time, not understanding what had just come over his classmate. The main character grimaced and snorted. He was clearly not happy that the girl had offered to help him. The guy, on the contrary, was offended. He asked out loud whether Pei Jimin really thought that Woo Bin couldn't handle mathematics. When the stranger standing nearby with a cigarette in his mouth heard this, he looked at Woo Bin with wide, stunned eyes. The protagonist clenched his fist so hard in anger that his hand trembled and veins appeared on his skin. He was angry at Pei Jimin. Woo Bin gritted his teeth in anger. He was ready to show Pei Jimin what he was capable of, and he was absolutely unwilling to accept her help. After an exhausting day at school, the main character returned home in a bad mood and immediately took off his sneakers on the threshold. The young man's mood immediately improved when he smelled the pleasant smell coming from the kitchen. He rushed forward, concluding that his mother had cooked something tasty, and the woman looked out of the kitchen and quickly called him. Our hero ran into the kitchen in a hurry and stopped at the stove, on which stood a saucepan in which a fragrant dish was bubbling. The boy immediately took a spoon to try it, and his mother carefully watched her son's reaction to her trick. The woman asked if there was enough salt. The main character smiled and replied that the dish tasted great. Woo Bin's expression turned fearful as he took a good bite of the dish, and his mother asked again if it was salty. The boy turned his frightened gaze to his mother, his face already covered in sweat from the tension under the woman's gaze. The frowning, stern woman asked her son again whether the dish was salty or not, pointing her fingers at the pan. Without answering, the main character turned around, noticing his gloomy father, who decided to look into the kitchen. When the man saw his wife and son in the kitchen, he immediately turned back and coughed, without even saying hello. Woo Bin looked at his dad in confusion, not understanding why he hurriedly left the kitchen after seeing them. The main character admitted that he hadn't tasted it, brought the spoon to his mouth again and said that she had indeed oversalted the dish a little. When the boy finally got a good taste of the dish, he screamed that it was indeed too salty. Woo Bin's mother was furious and shouted that she had told his father not to put another 2 tablespoons of salt in there. Meanwhile, Woo Bin's father stood silently and listened to the piercing screams of his wife, who accused him of always arguing with her. The man yelled back at his wife, asking why she was yelling at him and not seeing any big deal in the fact that he had oversalted the dish. The angry woman walked out of the kitchen with a spatula in her hand, continuing to yell at her husband, believing that he wanted to say that it was all her fault. Trying to improve the situation in the house, our hero asked his mother to stop and promised that he would now talk to his father himself. He approached his offended father and said that he was wrong and that he should go and apologize to his wife. The man looked at his son and screamed, claiming that he was not guilty of anything. He wanted to explain everything, but then suddenly stopped, and all because he saw a hidden gesture from his son, who wanted to tell him something without words, so he decided to hold his horses. The main character, showing his father one finger, tried to tell him to apologize to his mother, and in return, he would buy them a drink today. Then the man scratched his chin and considered changing his mind, since his son was offering him a drink. Still showing resentment, our hero's father closed his eyes and chuckled. Shaking his head from side to side, Woo Bin looked sternly at his dad and told him to stop arguing with his mom. The father decided to bargain with his son and showed him 2 fingers, trying to say that then Woo Bin would owe him 2 bottles. The main character began to frantically nod his head in agreement, just to stop the argument between his parents. The man cleared his throat before swallowing his pride and asking his wife for forgiveness. Without even looking at his wife's face, he apologized and admitted his mistake, blushing, and Woo Bin asked his mother if she heard it. The woman turned away, offended, and said that the food was ready so they should start dinner. Returning to the kitchen, Woo Bin's mother smiled secretly, and our hero gave his father a thumbs up, approving of his actions. Soon the table was set. In addition to the main course for dinner, the family had a lot of appetizers and salads. The parents looked at their son, completely perplexed, because their child was behaving extremely strangely. Woo Bin, who should have been gorging on food after a hard day at school, even sat at the table and solved math problems. The mother mockingly asked her son if he had decided to pretend to study even at the table. Without taking his eyes off his math textbook, Woo Bin told his mother that he was not pretending, but was really studying. The father decided that his son had decided to pretend to the last and assumed that this was how he wanted to get more pocket money. The protagonist, continuing to solve the exercises, replied that this was not true. It was just that studying suddenly acquired meaning for him. The mother tried to snatch the notebook from her son's hands and told him to stop, saying that first he needed to eat properly. The man stopped his wife and said that let their son study while he had such a desire. The dissatisfied woman sat back and was indignant that before it was impossible to force Woo Bin to study even with a belt. But now he himself expressed such a desire. The main character just sat silently at the table and looked at his mother, who doubted him, with a smirk. He was a little upset with his parents because they allowed him to sit at the table with a book, but did not allow him to use a phone. It was already night in the city, but the windows in our hero's apartment were still lit, because Woo Bin had decided to study after dinner. The guy was sitting at his desk, working hard on math, and he came across a problem about building buildings in a city. The protagonist again imagined himself as a knight in armor who met his enemy one-on-one in the autumn forest. An ancient warrior in armor appeared before him. His face was gray. He grinned angrily, holding a sword in front of him. Woo Bin was thinking about solving a difficult math problem. He put his hand to his mouth, staring at his notebook. A solution began to come to mind, so the guy began to write it down in a notebook using a mathematical formula. He came up with 2 formulas, one for built housing, the other for houses that were suitable for city habitation. When the enemy had already swung his sword to attack, our hero substituted the obtained value for verification and received an answer. Woo Bin pulled out his weapon from its sheath and blocked the attack of the dead ancient warrior, finding the correct answer to the question in the puzzle. A smug smile appeared on the guy's face, and he said that the task was very easy for him. Woo Bin didn't plan to end it there. The boy was about to move on to the next math assignment. It was already 2 in the morning, and our hero's mother, yawning, came out of the bedroom, waking up from sleep in the middle of the night. As she walked down the hallway past her son's bedroom, she stopped and noticed that the light was still on. The woman was unhappy because she thought Woo Bin was spending his nights playing his computer games again. The main character was scared when his mother burst into his room and screamed, asking if he had seen the time. The enraged woman wanted to ask what he was doing here, but then she was stunned when she saw that Woo Bin was not playing at all. Woo Bin was still sitting at his desk, writing notes in his notebook, working on his math class, and the boy looked at his mother in bewilderment. Our hero's mother was so shocked that she lost the power of speech. She stared at her son with wide eyes and froze. Afterwards, the woman smiled softly and did not scold her child for finally expressing a desire to study. She decided to leave him alone and, without saying another word, walked out of Woo Bin's bedroom, closing the door behind her. The main character took a pen with red ink from the cup on the table to highlight the mistakes he made. The guy decided to check how many answers to the questions he had given correctly, took a pen, and got ready. Woo Bin checked the box after checking the correct answer to the first problem, and he got it right. There was a smile on our hero's face because the answers in the textbook matched those he had written in his notebook. The main character was amazed when he finished the test. The guy was clearly pleased with the results. He did absolutely all the math exercises correctly today. The guy didn't make a single mistake. Woo Bin felt like a hero from a computer game whose strength was increasing, and he began to emit yellow lightning. The protagonist felt as if he had moved to a new level. He stared ahead with wide eyes. He was surprised that he managed to do correctly even those tasks that seemed very difficult to him. He had no more questions on this topic in mathematics. He wanted to find a teacher on Monday and ask him to explain mathematical functions to him. The boy was stunned when a voice in his head announced that he had received a reward for the completed task and could now draw a card. Woo Bin tried to ask what card and what completed task he was talking about, but the voice replied that the question was incorrect. Since he couldn't find out anything from the system, the guy agreed to pull out the card without much enthusiasm. The system was in process. He was asked to wait. Woo Bin adjusted his glasses, wondering what kind of reward awaited him. The main character received 9 points, and the reward was an increase in the speed of learning physics by 10. Woo Bin was unhappy with receiving such a reward. He looked at the ceiling and asked the system what this gave him. He said that the ability to study subjects sounded like a consolation prize and reached into his backpack to find a physics textbook. The protagonist picked up a physics textbook to check how the increased speed of learning affected him. Not expecting anything supernatural from this reward, Woo Bin began to open the school textbook without much enthusiasm. The guy opened one of the pages and started reading the topic to see if physics would become easier for him. Our hero felt something unusual because when he started reading a physics textbook, his eyes widened, the room disappeared. Now Woo Bin was surrounded by endless cosmic spaces. The textbook was talking about the force of friction and the law of conservation of energy. Woo Bin felt like he was being sucked into a black hole in space, surrounded only by stars and physics formulas. The bright purple glow that was leaving the boy's room was visible, even from the night street. The stunned boy felt as if Newton himself had placed his hand on his head, the image of which stood behind him with an apple in his hand. The next day, Woo Bin came to the school office again and greeted the teacher, with dark bags under his eyes from lack of sleep. Teacher Lee, who taught mathematics at the school, was sitting at his desk and turned around to see Woo Bin coming. The man asked the student to come to him tomorrow if he had any questions, because he was very busy now. The main character replied that he understood everything and stated that he had come not to see the math teacher, but to see Teacher Tsa. Teacher Lee looked at the boy in shock, because he was sure that the student had come to him again. Teacher Tsa, who taught physics at the school, was standing at the window at that time. He turned around and sighed heavily. The man looked at the student and assumed that our hero had finally remembered that he had done poorly in physics the day before. Woo Bin promised the teacher that he would definitely prepare next time. But he felt awkward because Tsa still remembered that the boy had turned in an incomplete test. Teacher Tisa also asked the student to come to him tomorrow because he did not have time now, and said that he would be glad if Woo Bin prepared for the next test. The main character said that he had no questions for the teacher. He would like to ask him for the papers with the tests, and he asked why he needed them. Woo Bin confessed to his physics teacher that he just wanted to do his physics homework, and there was genuine interest on his face. The physics teacher was speechless when he heard this. This was not like Woo Bin at all. He stared at the student in shock. The teacher adjusted his glasses with his palm and looked at Woo Bin in bewilderment, demanding some kind of explanation from him. The physicist grinned and said it was interesting, and Lee wondered how old the teacher was that he was still bullying children. Teacher Tisa was outraged that Woo Bin had a lot of questions for the math teacher, but he immediately demanded tests for physics. The man in glasses suggested that the student ask him a couple of questions, and if our hero answered correctly, he would receive his notebooks with problems. Woo Bin asked the teacher to ask questions that weren't too difficult. He was confused because he had only asked for tests. The main character imagined that he was fighting against the teacher in a computer game, where T's was level 10, and he was only level 2. The boy felt uneasy because the atmosphere in the room was tense, and the teacher agreed to ask basic questions. Teacher Tisa asked whether it was true that in order for an electromagnet to stop attracting iron, the current strength must be reduced. The main character thought that the question was very simple. He was ready to give one of the answer options, whether the statement was true or false. Woo Bin confidently answered his physics teacher's question by shouting that the statement was incorrect. But the man was not satisfied with such a simple answer. He asked the student why exactly the statement was incorrect. Adjusting his glasses, Wu Bin answered the teacher in detail that to do this, the electrical circuit had to be broken. The battle between Wu Bin's knowledge and teacher Tisa's didn't end there. The teacher who was watching this sighed heavily. It was the physics teacher's turn to ask a question again. He asked our hero what current strength is. The main character answered that current strength is the ratio of the electric charge that has passed through the cross-section of a conductor to the time it takes to pass. The teacher again adjusted his glasses with an awkward gesture and said that Wu Bin had answered correctly, but it was too early to be happy about it. The teacher lost health points, and our hero, having answered the question correctly, received experience points, which brought him closer to leveling up. Afterwards, Teacher Tisa asked whether it was true that the magnetic action of a coil with current would not change when the current strength was reduced. The protagonist crossed his arms in front of him and replied that the statement was incorrect. The magnetic effect of the coil would decrease. Teacher Tisa praised him, saying that he had done well and was ready to ask Wu Bin one more additional question. Wu Bin shouted indignantly because he had already answered a bunch of questions from the teacher. But the man in glasses didn't listen to him. He took out a pen and dripped ink on the paper, preparing to give the student an additional task. Wu Bin tensed up because he couldn't answer the question of how many molecules were contained in 5 kilograms of oxygen just by calculating in his head. The student was in the process of solving a problem and asked the teacher for a pen so that he could solve the problem on paper. Teacher Tisa was not against helping his student and extended his pen so that the boy could find out how many molecules there were in a given volume of oxygen. A bright light filled the surroundings. The hero's movement slowed down, and Wu Bin finally grabbed the pen that the teacher handed him. In the main character's head, the pen was like a valuable artifact that emitted a bright yellow light. In the student's imagination, this light was so bright that it filled the space even around his teacher. Wu Bin immediately began to solve the problem using the correct formula and eventually came up with the exact answer. The physics teacher was noticeably surprised when he saw that his student had successfully completed such a difficult task. Looking at the boy's solution, he asked why. If Wu Bin knew everything, he had passed the physics exam without completing the test. The main character explained that he had only recently started to take an interest in studying. The word "take an interest" caused even more surprise and tease. The man in glasses asked the student which physics topics he had already reviewed and which ones he needed to explain. The main character answered the teacher that he had already managed to review all the physics material for the 10th grade. The teacher was shocked when he heard this. Because this is a huge amount of knowledge, he looked at the guy in shock. Afterwards, the man laughed madly, mocking our hero, and adjusted his glasses with his palm, propping up his side with his other hand. Without removing his hand from his face, the physicist looked sternly and intently at Wu Bin, ordering him to sit here in the office and not attend the next lesson. The protagonist was shocked when he heard this, and due to the tense atmosphere, Wu Bin's entire face was already covered in sweat. The man proudly folded his arms across his chest, looked down at the student, and declared that he would see how well Wu Bin had learned the material. The interrogation began in the school office. Even from the corridor, the loud voices of the teacher and Wu Bin could be heard. Sa bombarded him with questions. Half an hour later, the main character wiped the sweat from his face with his hand. The guy was already regretting that he had told the teacher that he had repeated all the material. Teacher Tisa told the student that he answered all the questions, even the difficult ones, correctly, and asked how long he had been studying. Wu Bin replied that he had been studying for about a week, and when Tisa said that he thought the guy was only interested in mathematics, he said that he was also very interested in physics. The man said he was very glad that he liked physics and handed him the long-awaited test notes. Teacher Tisa gave the boy a thumbs up and said that he believed in him, and asked him not to let him down and not to give up physics halfway. Our young hero's eyes lit up with happiness when he was given the notes with the assignments, and he promised the teacher that he would try his best. The physics teacher asked the student if he had already covered the topic on electricity. Wu Bin admitted that he had not. Looking at the student with a smile, Teacher Tisa advised him to quickly go and study, because the topic was very interesting. The main character replied that he himself couldn't wait to start studying the topic of electricity. The teacher said that it was lunchtime, so he needed to go to the cafeteria. The main character looked with delight at the physics assignments in his hands. He replied that he was going to start them. Wanting to start studying as soon as possible, Wu Bin ran towards the exit of the school office, waving his hand to the teacher as he left. Wu Bin disappeared. Teacher Tisa, looking after him, said that he was a wonderful boy. The math teacher agreed with him. Teacher Lee said that Wu Bin had changed a lot recently. He was different from the other students. The math teacher was at a loss for words, so Teacher Tissa finished the sentence for him by saying that Wu Bin was eager to learn. Teacher Lee raised his index finger and smiled because the physics teacher had chosen the right words. The math teacher looked down thoughtfully. He mentioned Wu Bin's look when he solves math problems. The man remembered the face of his student when he was doing mathematics. His eyes were full of love for the subject. Teacher Lee said that the student's gaze resembled the gaze of a princess when she saw her prince who would save her from being imprisoned in a castle. The physics teacher laughed out loud when the math teacher came up with this comparison. Teacher Tisa admitted that he was curious as to why our protagonist had changed so drastically. Night had fallen. Our hero's classmates were already resting on their beds, but Wu Bin was still sitting at the table, buried in his physics textbook. The guy found physics very interesting and not at all difficult. He assumed that it was because of his new abilities. Bin was very interested in studying physics. He was eager to fully master the subject. The guy stared at the book. The main character frantically turned the pages, studying the material. The book began to emit bright yellow lightning. The guy literally absorbed new knowledge and gained experience points, and soon he had enough of them to fill the scale. The main character froze in amazement when he gained enough experience points to move to a new level. Wu Bin looked up in shock as a voice in his head said that new functions were available to him at the new level. Our hero looked ahead, fascinated, waiting to see what new abilities the system would give him. The system's voice announced that the boy now had access to additional functions in subjects such as physics and mathematics. Wu Bin smiled widely. He was delighted. The space around him turned into a boundless blue expanse. He slammed the book shut and exclaimed how wonderful life was. Gu Fan, who was passing by, looked at his friend in bewilderment. Gu Fan felt disgusted by his classmates' behavior and commented with displeasure that it was disgusting. Soon, Teacher Tiza, who was sitting in the school office, announced that Wu Bin's knowledge of mathematics and physics had improved significantly during this month. The man found it strange that the boy had suddenly become interested in studying. Teacher Lee heard all of this. The math teacher, holding a glass of coffee in his hand, said that he heard that yesterday Tsa gave Wu Bin a test for the entire 10th grade. The physics teacher confirmed this and said with a smile on his face that Wu Bin was learning the material very quickly. Tsa asked Lee how the boy was doing in mathematics, and whether the student had also managed to repeat all the material in a year. Looking thoughtfully out the window, the math teacher replied that his student was already covering the 11th grade material. The physics teacher praised Wu Bin, but Lee frowned, thinking that the student had not yet fully grasped the topic of cubic functions. The math teacher sat down at his desk and roughly placed his drink on the table. Teacher Lee thought about it. It seemed to him that Wu Bin's knowledge in physics was much better than in mathematics, and this made him slightly jealous. The man knew that our hero spent most of his time on physics classes, happily studying the material. The math teacher scratched his chin with his finger and wondered why his student spent more time on physics. The man opened his eyes abruptly. Fear appeared on his face. He assumed that the reason was that he was a bad teacher. Teacher Lee concluded that he, too, needed to review all the material to become a better teacher. Soon the footsteps of a student were heard near the school office. It was the main character, who ran there in a hurry. At the threshold, Wu Bin greeted the teacher and announced that he had already completed all the assignments. He had a whole stack of papers in his hands. The physics teacher asked the student to come to him so that he could check the completed assignments. After checking our hero's notes, the man in glasses declared that the guy had done everything correctly. But then something caught the teacher's attention. He looked at the student's notes in bewilderment. The teacher saw the blank page and asked the student why he had not done these exercises. The main character felt awkward, scratched his nose and mumbled, unable to immediately explain why he didn't do it. Looking at Wu Bin, the man demanded an explanation from him, because he was sure that he had not completed the task not because of a lack of time. Wu Bin admitted that there were many tasks of this kind, so he decided that there was no point in wasting time on them. The boy said cautiously that he hoped the teacher wouldn't think he was being irresponsible about physics because of this. But Teacher Tisa did not get angry at the student because of this. He looked at him with a smile and exclaimed that the boy did an excellent job. The physics teacher said that if Wu Bin noticed such things, it meant that he had reached a new level in his study of physics. The math teacher, who was sitting nearby and heard his colleague's conversation with Wu Bin, looked at them with an offended expression. While reviewing the material, Teacher Lee wondered why the physicist was yelling so loudly. Assuming it was so that everyone could hear what a wonderful teacher he was, Teacher Tiza asked the student to promise him that if he encountered a problem that he could not solve, He would have to try to get to the truth until the pen ran out of ink. The main character took the teacher's pen, grinned, and promised Saw that he would try until he filled it up. The man in glasses asked the student to now come to the math teacher because he had run out of questions. Woo Bin sat nearby, watching intently as his math teacher checked his homework. The protagonist knew that his acquired abilities in physics gave him an advantage, and his knowledge of physics was much better than his knowledge of mathematics. Teacher Lee sighed heavily after checking the assignments. He was clearly not thrilled with the student's level of math. Woo Bin was surprised when Teacher Lee, instead of saying anything, looked at his colleague with a disapproving expression. To avoid the physics teacher hearing, the math teacher quietly asked Woo Bin if he thought physics was easier. The main character did not lie, and honestly admitted to Teacher Lee that this was indeed the case. The math teacher's face twisted when he heard this shocking truth about his subject. While leafing through the math material, the man said he found it strange because he had a completely different opinion. He told Woo Bin that in one of the problems using the theorem was not the best solution, and then the student understood why he was not able to do it. The teacher said that it was okay, because it was a difficult task. And also, Woo Bin needed to explain cubic functions again. The protagonist pursed his lips in displeasure, because cubic functions were a topic in mathematics that he did not like. The day before, our young hero was sweating over his math class and said out loud how much he hated cubic functions. The guy perked up when he suddenly heard advice. He was told that he needed to convert cosine to sine. Peijimin stood next to him and smiled, and the protagonist looked at the girl who gave him advice in bewilderment. He gritted his teeth in disdain and looked at her with hatred, not understanding why Peijimin was helping him. Woo Bin guessed that Peijimin saw that he couldn't solve even such a simple problem, so she couldn't resist and decided to say something. The main character was angry not only at her, but also at himself. He clenched his fist tightly, thinking how pathetic he was. The boy turned his head sharply and looked angrily at his classmate, thinking that he would repeat everything and then they would see who was smarter. A frightened Peijimin looked at her classmate with confusion, not understanding why he was so angry. The girl was caught by the intense gaze of her classmate. Woo Bin looked at her sternly, raising his eyebrows. Peijimin turned away because she couldn't look him in the eye, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Recalling this incident with Peijimin, Woo Bin, who was sitting next to his teacher Lee, was very angry. The math teacher had to clear his throat to get Woo Bin to stop daydreaming and come back to reality. The man told the disciple to stop daydreaming and listen to him, and Woo Bin agreed. The protagonist leaned over the table to listen to the teacher's explanations. Lee began to tell Woo Bin about square functions. The teacher continued to explain something to his student for a long time, holding a red pen in his hand, and our hero listened to him, fascinated. Soon, Woo Bin rose to a new level. He shouted enthusiastically, calling Teacher Lee a genius, because he was now confident that he could solve any equation. Lee realized that his work had not been in vain, and as he was about to take a sip, he said that what he had shown the boy was a slightly improved method. The delighted protagonist gave the teacher a thumbs up and shouted that he was the best teacher. Teacher Lee replied that the main thing was that he helped him understand the topic, and now Woo Bin needed to go back, because it was already late, and there was a test tomorrow. The main character stood up, bowed deeply before the teacher and thanked him, who looked at him with a smile. In the evening, Woo Bin continued studying in the dormitory. Gufan saw this and asked if he really wanted to prove to everyone what he was capable of tomorrow. Woo Bin adjusted his glasses and asked what exactly he needed to prove, since it was obvious that he would write better than Gufan, since he was stupid. Gufan laughed at the comparison and hoped that Woo Bin would at least make it into the top 50 since he had been trying so hard for a whole month. Wang Hao walked up to them, hugged Gufan, and asked Woo Bin if he really wanted to be among the top 50 students. Another classmate hugged our hero and said that they would be proud of the whole dorm for him if he got to the top. The protagonist adjusted his glasses and replied that he first needed to pass the test, and then they would find out. Woo Bin narrowed his eyes as he remembered his classmate Peijimin. He wanted to settle scores with the girl. Looking angrily at the ceiling, the boy clenched his fist and mentally addressed Peijimin, saying that tomorrow she would know the taste of defeat. The day of the test has arrived. The students have gathered in the examination room where the test will take place. The test started. All the students diligently completed the tasks. Among them was our main character. The tasks were not easy, so Woo Bin sighed heavily when he began to study the math problems. The guy closed his eyes to concentrate, and it felt like he was being transported to another dimension. The main character found himself in a rocky area. The sky was covered with dark clouds. At the top of the highest cliff, there was a round platform that hung over the cliff. It was decorated with columns. This area was not empty. There was a silhouette of a man standing there alone. It turned out that it was Paige Yaman. She was dressed in a yellow long dress, and in her hands was a magical weapon in the form of sparkling lightning. An animal fear appeared on the protagonist's face when he saw his worst enemy in front of him. The boy, who was wearing a red torn skirt, shouted the girl's name with all his might and grabbed his two magic blades. The main character returned to reality again, where he was still sitting at his school desk and trying to solve math problems. Woo Bin chuckled thoughtfully when he came across one question on the test that he found difficult. In his imagination, enemies appeared that were examples of cubic equations and stereometry. The guy gave himself the command not to panic and quickly dealt with one of the opponents. It was a question with several possible answers. A moment later, the protagonist got rid of several more scary skeletons using his magic sword. Woo Bin rushed across the battlefield, instantly destroying all enemies. A skeleton appeared in front of him, which was a task where he needed to insert the missing numbers into brackets. Afterwards, the guy, using giant magic chains, easily dealt with the large green monster, the image of a quadratic function. The main character was extremely focused on his work. All he did was write down the solutions to all the problems on paper. The teacher who was administering the exam stood at the board and watched everything. The woman turned her attention to our hero. The girl's face showed interest when she saw how diligently the student completed the assignments. She asked if the student in front of her was not the one who had previously been the worst student in the class. Teacher Lee explained that he had terrible results before, but Woo Bin had prepared diligently over the past month, and his knowledge had increased. The teacher laughed and said that a student's interest in a subject depends on how the teacher teaches it, and the girl agreed. The teacher thought about it and wondered if the young man had really changed so dramatically, since his grades had been bad before. With her hands behind her back, she carefully approached his desk. She was curious, because only ignoramuses were gathered in this office now. The girl leaned over our hero's desk to check how he was doing, and saw that he was doing well. The teacher looked at the rest of the students and saw that everyone else was already asleep, with their faces buried in their desks. Smiling, the school employee decided to watch who was really trying and stood behind our hero. The girl looked at Woo Bin's notes. She knew that the first problems were not so difficult, but the equations in the middle part were more difficult. The teacher's eyes widened in surprise when she saw how the main character had completed the assignments. It turned out that Woo Bin answered all the questions correctly, and the school employee couldn't believe it. She thought it was simply impossible because the questions, although not particularly difficult, were impossible to complete in such a short time. The teacher was amazed by Woo Bin's abilities, and she was convinced that Teacher Lee was right and that the student really tried. The main character noticed that the teacher was watching him closely. He looked at her with bewilderment and pretension. However, the girl continued to watch, which irritated Woo Bin, and he didn't understand why the teacher was standing over him. He concluded that she thought the guy was going to cheat, but he wasn't going to, so he let her watch as long as she wanted. Half an hour passed. The main character already felt the tension. He silently glanced to the side. The teacher was still standing next to him and looking at him with a smile. This really irritated Woo Bin. He didn't understand why she was pestering him in particular. The protagonist's patience snapped. He was about to turn his head and look into the eyes of this annoying teacher. He pursed his lips and looked straight into her face, trying to ask her with his eyes to stop standing over his soul. At first, the girl stared at our hero in fear and confusion, not understanding what he was trying to tell her. When the school employee realized why the student was looking at her like that, a wide smile appeared on her face. The girl wished Woo Bin good luck and smiled sweetly at him, but still had no intention of leaving. The main character was speechless because of the teacher's strange behavior. He stared at her in bewilderment. He turned away and silently screamed in anger, thinking that this woman who was not letting him concentrate was simply sick. When the time was up, the teacher stood in front of the class and announced it, and then asked them to hand in their papers. Woo Bin was finally able to get up and hand in his work. He was already tired from waiting for so long and was bored, because he had completed the tasks a long time ago. When the main character went to the board to hand in his work, he hoped that he would never see this teacher again in his life. The teacher, seeing Woo Bin walking to hand in his work, looked at the student and winked at him. Our hero's wish did not come true. In all subsequent exams, he met exactly such teachers as Teacher Yun. The next day, the action took place again at school. The kids gathered to find out the results of the exam. One of the school children, wearing glasses and with freckles, was very worried about doing poorly on the test because the questions were too difficult. The classmates who were standing nearby were irritated because the boy started whining again that the exam was difficult. The guy with glasses was very worried about the results of the test. He was lamenting, mentally repeating that he was finished. The three classmates stared at him, gritting their teeth in anger because they knew that this guy would be in the top 3 again. Woo Bin's ears perked up when he heard his classmate being asked how he did with cubic equations. The boy in round glasses wanted to answer his classmate, but he was interrupted by a slap on the shoulder and a loud question about how he wrote the test. He looked at the student who did it with fear. It was a guy whose face was covered in pimples. He asked him if he was sure about question 20. The bully laughed sarcastically and declared that he was sure that the guy had missed the parallel condition and his points for the solution would not be counted. When the guy in the round glasses heard this, he turned pale, and the bully started laughing loudly at him. The schoolboy, clenching his teeth in anger, looked with contempt at the nerdy bully and called him an idiot. He replied that he was sure that the guy had done the 19th task incorrectly, because he didn't know how to do tasks of this kind, even though he had explained it to him many times. The guy with glasses came up with an answer and said that this problem was exactly the same as problem number 18 on the Hubie test. 3 students immediately became upset because they did not understand the question at all or did not get to it, and the third did not even know that there were problems on the back of the sheet. Woo Bin found the boys' conversation boring, and the girl said that this was the first exam this year, and the teacher's questions weren't that difficult. When the girl said that only the last couple of questions were a little more difficult, the school children in glasses looked at her angrily. She said that she was sure that teacher Joe had come up with the questions and told Meng Zewa that Shi Menghai had written them better than him anyway. Shi Menghai looked at the dumbfounded Zewa with an arrogant expression and asked if he had heard that she thought he was smarter than him. Zewa adjusted his glasses in irritation, clenched his teeth in anger, and said that they would find out when the exam results came. Shi Menghai walked up to the girl and asked Jeming to explain the 20th task to him while Zewa stood on the sidelines fuming. When the boys returned to the office, Woo Bin was sitting with his textbook. His friend Gu Fan was sleeping, and Zehua was still angry and pacing around the room. Jeming explained to her classmate how to do the 20th task, and he was happy when he understood everything. The girl with pink hair was distracted and looked at our hero, who was sitting nearby at a desk. Jeming was curious about how Woo Bin had done on the exam, and she looked at him for a long time while standing to the side. The girl's face turned red because she felt embarrassed to approach Woo Bin to ask him personally, but she still found the courage to approach the guy and ask. She started to speak, but did not have time. And all because the physics teacher burst into the room, he shouted, ordering everyone to sit down, because the lesson was about to begin. Jiaming was scared when the teacher unexpectedly entered the classroom, so she didn't bother our hero with questions. Teacher Tisa took out a stack of papers and, standing at the board, announced that he was ready to begin by announcing the results of the past exam. The school children, who had settled down at their desks, became quiet because the important moment for them had arrived. The physics teacher looked at them with a sly look and a smirk on his face before announcing the results. The main character, who had been reading the textbook with great interest until now, finally tore his gaze away from it and looked at the teacher. Returning to reality, Woo Bin looked around in confusion because he had imagined something. The guy wasn't sure, but it seemed to him that someone had just been talking to him, because he hadn't paid any attention to Jiaming. The physics teacher was still smiling ambiguously and standing silently at the board. He was in no hurry to announce the results of the exam. One of the students noticed this, and his friend was happy, thinking that this meant that they wrote well. The 2 classmates began to look at their teacher with satisfied smiles, thinking that their results were good. When teacher Tisa noticed this, he looked at the boys with a displeased and stern gaze. He shouted, slamming his hand on the table, asking why they were smiling when they had written badly and now they dared to have fun. The 2 boys, who had been smiling until then, looked down guiltily after hearing the teacher scold them. Teacher Tisa awkwardly adjusted his glasses and calmed down, realizing that there was no other result to expect from these children. He shouted again, asking if the questions were really that difficult, since he had explained these topics to them 100 times, and everyone said they understood the topic. The students looked down guiltily, ashamed, when the teacher shouted that their class had done the worst on the exam. Woo Bin looked at the textbook and ignored the teacher's shouts that there were 9th grade questions in there, but the kids still made a bunch of mistakes. Leaning his hands on the table, the physics teacher took a deep breath and calmed down. The man gathered all the papers together and coughed. The students sat quietly and silently, waiting for the results to be announced. The first thing the teacher did was call our main character's name and call him to the board. looking at the students' completed assignments. When the class heard this, everyone stared at the teacher in shock, not believing their ears. The kids were shocked. The boy in the green sweater told his classmate that he knew that the teacher usually calls to the board the one who wrote the best. The second student suggested that the teacher simply decided to change the order because it looked very strange. The schoolgirls concluded that Teacher Tasa, in his anger, completely forgot about the order of announcement and decided to start with the worst students. Jaeming sat silently at her desk, dumbfounded, her gaze directed only forward. The girl's eyes reflected our hero, and she only watched as Woo Bin walked to the board. Looking at Woo Bin, who was sparkling in her eyes, she thought that the guy had been studying diligently for the entire month, but she still refused to believe it. When the teacher gave him his results, the girl concluded that the guy had indeed written the exam better than everyone else. The teacher did not announce the results of our hero's test out loud. He just looked at the guy with a grin. It was time for the next student. The physics teacher called out the name of Zhang Chu for the student to come to the board. This name also surprised the children. They looked at the teacher in bewilderment because they expected to hear a different name. Then the students all started and screamed in shock because Zhang Chu was also a poor student. They started laughing loudly and mocking Woo Bin, shouting that the teacher definitely decided to start from the bottom, which meant the boy did the worst on the test. Zhang Chu was shocked when he received his exam results because the guy scored 96 points. Then the guy looked at our hero to check how much Woo Bin had written since he was announced first. He was shocked and confused when he looked at the piece of paper and saw that Woo Bin had written a perfect score. Zhang Chu gritted his teeth in anger and envy. He couldn't believe that the protagonist wrote the test even better than him. Gu Fan, seeing his deskmate's results, asked Woo Bin when he had managed to cheat on the exam. None of the guys believed that Woo Bin had written 100 points honestly, because they thought he was stupid, and even if he had studied, he had only done so for a month. Teacher Tisa shouted for silence in the class, and that there was nothing left to discuss since they had already written the exam. The pink-haired girl, Jaming, who was sitting behind our hero, couldn't take her eyes off her classmate. She was extremely shocked that Woo Bin scored 100 points. The teacher called her name several times, but she didn't pay attention. The physics teacher got angry and shouted the girl's name again, asking who he was talking to. After that, Pei Jimin finally returned to reality and looked at her teacher with fear. The girl looked down at the floor in shame and stood up from her chair, her cheeks flushed with guilt. She went to the board. Teacher Tisa told her to do some work on her mistakes when he gave her the results of her exam. Pei Jimin nodded her head and returned to her desk. The girl was still blushing deeply from shame. When she sat back down in her chair, she looked at Woo Bin again with a hurt expression and thought that this was all because of him. Jiaming felt resentful towards our hero. She still glanced at him and snorted. Meanwhile, Woo Bin didn't pay any attention to her. But when he heard the girl's results, his mood improved. He looked at his classmate with an evil smile and began to rejoice, thinking that she was a loser whom he had managed to beat. A shocked Gu Fan tried to get an explanation from his friend, since he had only been preparing for a month. And Woo Bin replied that nothing was impossible. The guy asked his deskmate to stop talking nonsense and demanded that he tell him seriously how he did it. A pacified Woo Bin replied that desire was the most important thing, that one should study with pleasure and that would lead to progress. Gu Fan stared at his classmate in shock, whose behavior he found very strange. The boy turned away, covering his face with his hand, and apologized to Woo Bin, saying that he really couldn't control his emotions. The main character told his friend that it was all true, and that this was indeed his secret. Gu Fan refused to believe this nonsense. He thought it was impossible that such results could be achieved in such a short period of time. Finally, it was Gu Fan's turn to find out his results, and Teacher Tisa called out his name for him to come to the board. The black-haired boy looked at the teacher in fear when he suddenly heard his name. He received his results and returned to his seat. It turned out that Gu Fan only scored 62 points, 60 points last time, but it had allowed him to surpass Woo Bin. The teacher finished announcing the results. Now he suggested that the children work on their mistakes. The students looked at their teacher in fear. One of them sighed heavily, not wanting to learn. The teacher wrote all over the board with chalk, and he began to explain everything to the students again, working on their mistakes. Soon the bell rang. The lesson was over, the break began, which meant the students could leave their workplaces. The first thing one of the school children did was run up to our hero and shout, asking if he really had scored 100 points. All the students crowded around Woo Bin, asking him to explain some things to them, calling him cool and asking what motivates him. The main character was confused when he received so much attention. The guys asked to look at his work and did not stop pestering him. The three students who were previously considered the smartest looked at Woo Bin in shock as they all crowded around him. They refused to believe that he had scored 100 points honestly, and one of them suggested that the boy had stolen the assignments before the test. The guys came to the conclusion that it doesn't matter what our hero did. But the point is that the guy definitely didn't write the work on his own. The break ended quickly. The next teacher entered the classroom and shouted that the next lesson was starting. The boys who had crowded around our hero looked at the teacher in fear when they heard his scream. An elderly teacher with a thick mustache and a bald head, holding papers in his hand, asked the students to sit down in their seats. The teacher also sat down at the teacher's desk, found a comfortable position, and placed the materials for today's lesson in front of him. The elderly man was visibly surprised when he turned his attention to the class, and specifically to one of the students. He looked at Woo Bin. Unlike the other guys, the guy was looking at his textbook and didn't pay any attention to anything else. The teacher decided to approach him to find out what he was doing in class and said his name. Hearing his name, the main character perked up and looked at the teacher in fear because he was immersed in a textbook. The old man realized that Woo Bin was concentrating on his studies and remained silent, not reproaching him for it. The teacher closed his eyes and sighed heavily and was ready to begin announcing the results of the test. The main character suddenly jumped up from his seat when this teacher asked him to pick up his test paper first. 100 points on the chemistry test, and they were angry, thinking that this was too much. When Woo Bin picked up his results from his chemistry test, the boy looked very upset. It was clear from our hero's face that he was not at all prepared for the results of the test he had written. The dejected guy, his shoulders drooping, silently returned to his desk and pushed back his chair to sit back down in his place. Peijimin became worried when she saw that the object of her affection, Woo Bin, seemed upset for some reason. She moved forward cautiously to watch the protagonist pass his chemistry exam. The pink-haired girl was unable to do this because Woo Bin turned his gaze in her direction, suspecting something. Seeing Woo Bin looking at her, Peijimin was dumbfounded and couldn't take her eyes off him. The main character also turned his gaze to the girl. He, remaining silent, looked at her for some time. There was complete disgust towards his classmate on his face. The girl irritated him. He looked at her sullenly. Woo Bin crumpled his chemistry results in anger, thinking that Jemming was trying to make fun of him by asking how many points he got. The girl blushed again and lowered her eyes to the floor. She once again noticed that same Woo Bin's gaze on her. Meanwhile, the main character, without wasting time, again concentrated on his studies, wanting to become the best student in all subjects. The teacher got angry and ordered our hero to raise his head, asked what he was doing there, and ordered him to listen to him. The main character was very scared. He looked up from the book and wanted to start making excuses to the teacher. The students started gossiping because this teacher usually never pays attention to Woo Bin, and this might mean that he wrote well. The protagonist felt angry. He quietly clenched his fists and pursed his lips. His whole face was covered in sweat from the tension. The boy was upset that he could no longer solve math problems because his chemistry teacher had noticed him. It turned out that when Woo Bin went to the board that day, he was upset because he only scored 34 points on his chemistry test. The protagonist silently looked at his results. He was clearly dissatisfied with them. Even Gu Fan was surprised by them. Gu Fan asked his friend what was wrong, and Woo Bin was thinking that he hadn't prepared for his chemistry exam at all this month. He knew he hadn't repeated the oxidation-reduction reactions. It was too difficult for him. The guy decided to keep his math textbook under his desk now. He wanted to solve the subjects for now, and then study chemistry in the evening. The protagonist was startled when his plans were disrupted again. He felt that someone was staring at him. Woo Bin looked up and saw that the chemistry teacher was watching him closely, so solving math problems would be impossible. The boy shuddered in fear and was distracted from his math textbook. He again began to look only at the teacher. Realizing that the teacher would continue to keep a close eye on him, our hero put his math textbook under his desk. The main character sincerely did not understand the point of listening to the chemistry teacher, because he would not understand anything anyway. The teacher, dissatisfied with the student's behavior, sighed heavily again. Glancing sideways at Woo Bin once more, the chemistry teacher continued teaching the lesson, explaining the topic while everyone else sat quietly and listened to him. When the bell rang, an elderly man announced to the students that the lesson was over. The entire board was covered in chalk. As expected, the main character did not understand a word of the teacher's explanation and said that he would take up mathematics again. The protagonist perked up again and looked at the teacher in fear when he heard his name. The man asked the student to come into the office because he needed to tell our hero something. Woo Bin stood up and, obeying, slowly and hunched over, walked towards the exit of the classroom without saying a word in response. The boys were surprised because in the previous lesson, Woo Bin was a role model, but in chemistry he became the worst. They concluded that he was only preparing for physics, and the teacher called him to find out whether the boy had cheated on the exam. When the teachers in the office were asked if they knew who Woo Bin was, they were surprised because they really didn't know him. Everyone was shocked when the happy physics teacher announced that this student had written the best physics exam. They had never heard of this student. One of the teachers reminded them that Sa had made up the questions himself, which meant the test was very difficult. One of the school employees sat down at the computer and decided to look in the student database to see who this Woo Bin was. The man was stunned when he saw who the student was. He stared at the monitor with wide eyes. He shouted, asking if it was really the same student from the 11th grade, and teacher T-Sa had a grin on his face. The teachers looked at the physicist with displeasure and envy, deciding that he had come to brag. Some still did not understand who Woo Bin was. Meanwhile, the protagonist meekly followed his chemistry teacher down the school corridor to talk in the office. They both stopped abruptly and looked in shock at the man who had interrupted them and called our hero. It was the teacher, an elderly woman with white hair, who told Woo Bin that she had been looking for him. The protagonist recognized the woman as Teacher Jiang and felt awkward because of the abundance of attention from the teachers. Teacher Jiang noticed Teacher Yu and asked the man if Woo Bin had done poorly on the chemistry test, and the teacher denied it. He jerked his thumb at the guy standing quietly behind him and explained that he just wanted to tell him something in the office. The woman sighed heavily and admitted that she also wanted to talk to the student. She was angry that Teacher Yu had beaten her to it, but she didn't show it. The main character smiled broadly and even blushed from how pleased he was that the teachers noticed him. All three of them perked up when our hero's name was heard again in the school corridor. Another teacher had arrived. Teacher Tiso walked up to Woo Bin, put his hand on his shoulder and said that all the teachers were looking for him. But he wanted to talk to him for a minute. The physics teacher pierced the other teachers with his cold gaze when they addressed him. The chemistry teacher and Teacher Jiang were clearly unhappy with the appearance of the physics teacher. The chemist admitted that he wanted to talk to Woo Bin about chemistry, because the boy could become one of the best in school if he tried. Teacher Tisa replied that our hero had spent the entire last month preparing for physics and mathematics, so there was no point in burdening him. He needed to rest. Yu asked, "What about the other subjects?" Jiang nodded and stated that they wanted Woo Bin to be the best student in the other subjects as well. The physics teacher patted Woo Bin on the shoulder and apologized, saying that he and Woo Bin had things to do, so they had to go. The man knew that he couldn't just hand the boy over to these teachers because, thanks to the main character, he had gained authority. Yu asked the physicist what other sudden plans they had, and thought what a nasty person this teacher Tsa was. The chemistry teacher told our hero that he just wanted to explain to him a topic he didn't understand. And Woo Bin didn't mind, but he decided not to burden the student anymore and allowed our hero to leave, saying that he would wait for him in the office after lunch. The teacher explained to Woo Bin that the chemistry teacher just wanted to help him and he should understand that. The woman silently waved her hand goodbye and also left, leaving the main character and the physics teacher standing in the corridor together. The biology teacher understood that the boy had great potential, and they could not let such a student go. Woo Bin was dissatisfied with himself because he only scored 20 points in biology. His theory with answer choice C failed. Teacher Tsa decided to cheer up Woo Bin. He said that it was okay that he didn't know everything at once, and it was good that he had passed physics with flying colors. Our hero asked the teacher to come to the office a little later because he really wants to solve the assignments, since he has already lost an hour in class. But the teacher was against it. He grabbed our hero with his arm and dragged him along, promising that it would be very interesting. The physics teacher brought the main character to the school office, and the boy silently followed him. Inside, Woo Bin met someone who made him startle. The boy looked at this person with fear. The frightened boy, sweating from the tension, sharply turned his head to the side, noticing the teacher. It turned out that Woo Bin was frightened by an unexpected meeting with the English teacher, and their eyes met. The English teacher's gaze pierced Woo Bin. It was very strict, cold, and merciless. This made the main character feel very uneasy, and he realized that answering all the questions on the English test with the same answer was a bad idea. While the main character, dumbfounded, looked at his teacher in fear, Teacher Tisa again patted his favorite student on the shoulder. The teacher handed the student a new collection of assignments, and in Woo Bin's eyes, Teacher Tsa became salvation, as if descended from heaven. The boy, illuminated by the bright light, broke into a happy smile and said that he was very pleased to hold the collection of tests in his hands. He read a physics problem about a stone sliding across a horizontal surface of ice, and it looked divine in his eyes. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in amazement. He exclaimed how wonderful it was when he read the conditions of the first task. In his imagination, Wu Bin transformed into a fantastic, powerful warrior dressed in a light robe. The guy seemed to take a pen in his hand and touch it to the golden surface of the water, starting to solve this problem. The first problem was easy, and the second was from the dynamics section. He told himself to collect his thoughts and not panic. A smug smile appeared on Wu Bin's face when he realized that his body would stop, and after a while, its speed would become zero. Afterwards, the guy read a divine physics problem about two students on roller skates holding onto a rope. Having made an effort, he decided to apply Newton's second law for each body and write down the resulting expressions in projections onto the chosen coordinate axis. The physics teacher watched Wu Bin closely as he solved the problems, and our hero began to sigh heavily. The guy was extremely focused on solving the problem. He wrote everything down, trying to find the right formula. Eventually, Wu Bin took into account the relationship of body masses in the problem statement and began to arrive at the correct solution. By equating the right sides of the formula, the protagonist was just a few steps away from solving this difficult problem. Finally, the problem was solved. Wu Bin determined that the acceleration of the second student was 1.5 times greater than the acceleration of the first. Meanwhile, the physics teacher continued to watch Wu Bin attentively and intently as he solved the problem. The protagonist felt as if he was in heaven, surrounded by angels pouring water on him from a jug. The guy himself felt like an angel with wings, admired by everyone around him. He stood with his eyes closed and smiled broadly. Wu Bin felt divine pleasure from having solved the problem correctly and having completed the difficult task himself. Afterwards, the young man returned to reality and sighed heavily from fatigue. His face was red from overexertion. The physics teacher carefully checked our hero's work and said that everything was correct, making Wu Bin happy. The main character told the teacher that in that case he would continue solving the problems, but he was told that there was no need to do that. Wu Bin's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at the physics teacher in fear, not understanding why he was forbidden to do this. Teacher Tisa explained that if Wu Bin could solve these problems with such ease, he thought the boy would take first place at the Olympiad. The main character was stunned when he heard from the teacher that he could succeed at the Olympiad. The teacher once again confirmed his eyes, stood up, put his arm around the student's shoulders and clarified that he was talking about the State Physics Olympiad. He raised his voice and looked at the student with crazy eyes, saying that he was sure that if Wu Bin tried hard, he would be able to take first place. Wu Bin asked if he had misheard, and if the teacher was really talking about the National Physics Olympiad. Teacher Tisa stated that participation in this Olympiad will give the student a huge advantage in the university entrance exams. Looking at our hero, the man in glasses added that the guy would also have the opportunity to win the main prize. He further stunned the guy by declaring that the main prize was a chance to study for free at the best university in the country. Hearing this, Wu Bin was dumbfounded and stared at the teacher with shocked eyes, not believing his ears. The teacher, who really wanted to have an Olympiad winner as his student, asked Wu Bin if he agreed, but in response he received silence. Wu Bin could not give the teacher an answer right away. The guy thought about whether he should agree. Our hero's head was filled with thoughts that he could become the best of the best and enter the most prestigious university. A mischievous smile appeared on the boy's face, because the teacher's proposal seemed very interesting to him. The protagonist looked at the stack of 8 thick books in surprise when Teacher Tisa placed them on the table in front of him with a bang. The man said that it was time for them to start preparing, because many of the kids had been preparing since the 8th grade, and even that preparation was not enough. The teacher explained that he wanted Wu Bin to participate in this Olympiad because he grasps the material very quickly. Our hero wanted to object to him, but the teacher interrupted him and said that there was no but, because he believed in him. Wu Bin felt pleased that they believed in him when Teacher Tisa put his hand on his shoulder and said that he knew the formulas well and knew how to apply them. But this is not enough. According to the teacher, Wu Bin needs to repeat all the material, starting from the 8th grade, and this frightened our hero. Our hero understood that this would take a lot of time, namely solving all sorts of problems on this material. The teacher explained that the maximum score at the Olympiad was 200 points, and he needed to solve all possible problems. Wu Bin was scared when the teacher said that even if he did half of it, the protagonist would only get 50 points. The teacher looked down at him and told him that the problems would only get more difficult from the middle onwards, The main character was stunned by the teacher's words. His stories frightened the guy because of the difficulty of the upcoming Olympiad. The physics teacher also told the student that about 500,000 students take part in the Olympiad every year. Woo Bin was at a loss. He felt like he was in a huge crowd and realized that out of 500,000 students, only a few would be able to master this level. Teacher Tisa warned that there was little time left, only 1 month until the Olympiad, and they had a lot to do. The main character felt small in front of a pile of books. The teacher said that they needed to review mechanics, electromagnetism, and much more. The teacher warned the student again that there was very little time left and asked Woo Bin if he was ready. Woo Bin tried to comprehend all the words that the teacher had told him about how there was little time left, the tasks were difficult, and there was a lot of material. When the main character realized all this, his eyes sparkled with happiness. He thought that it was simply wonderful. The teacher perked up and looked at the student when Woo Bin finally spoke after a long silence. Trembling with excitement and delight, Woo Bin clenched his fist and shouted that he couldn't wait to start practicing, and asked the teacher to start quickly. Teacher Tisa laughed and said that he liked Woo Bin's zeal, and added that this was why he believed in this student. According to Tisa, if they review all the material in a short period of time, Woo Bin will advance to the finals of the regional Olympiad and represent them at the national one. With his eyes flashing, Woo Bin shouted that he promised teacher Tisa that he would try his best and proposed to break everyone up. The English teacher, who had witnessed this conversation, cleared her throat, and Woo Bin and Sa turned to look at her. The woman said that participating in the Olympiad was great, but she hoped that it would not affect her performance in other subjects. The physics teacher and the main character looked at the teacher silently, at first not answering her. Teacher Tsa asked the woman not to worry because Woo Bin would handle everything, and our hero began to nod in agreement. Teacher Chen asked if Woo Bin could really handle it, since his main goal now was to pass the exams and enter university. The main character began to nod to his class teacher, claiming that he could handle everything. The woman sighed heavily when she saw how much her student wanted to participate in the physics Olympiad. She asked the boy if he understood that he was not allowed to participate unless he raised his grades in other subjects, and he nodded again. The teacher decided not to bother him anymore and left, waving her hand at the end, and teacher Tia also said goodbye to her in the same way. Sa asked him not to worry because Qian Chongshu entered the university with 15 points in mathematics, and Woo Bin's were excellent. The teacher asked Woo Bin to try to excel in everything, because this does not mean that he cannot prepare for other subjects. The physics teacher looked at someone with a displeased expression on his face. Our hero looked questioningly at the teacher. Sa looked at his favorite student's class teacher, who was still standing nearby and disturbing them. The teacher whispered in Woo Bin's ear that he would help him with his preparations, and he was told to wait in the office after class. The main character was about to leave, but the physics teacher stopped him and asked him to take these books. Woo Bin took the books and left with a satisfied smile on his face, and teacher Tasa shouted at him at the end not to forget to study for other subjects. Our hero's class teacher looked at the physicist with a gloomy face, and he stood there, smiling broadly. Returning to the office, Woo Bin began to study. The guy was simply furious because he did not understand anything while reading the textbook. He shouted that everything he had studied before was in vain, because he did not understand what was written there, studying gamma radiation and beta decay. The main character seemed to find himself in some other world, where the laws of physics operate completely differently. His body seemed to be distorted and sucked into a black hole. He was outraged, not understanding how one could study physics from head to toe. Woo Bin's whole face was covered in sweat. He looked at the textbook and thought that all scientists were just crazy. Now all the school textbooks on physics seemed like nothing to him compared to the guide to preparation for the Olympiad. Our hero was also outraged by the collection of physics problems. The methods of solving the problems caused a storm of negative emotions in him. The main character opened a collection of physics problems and took, for example, one of the tasks that made him extremely angry. The first task was simple. You had to determine how many rabbits you had if you initially had one and were given another one. But Woo Bin knew that on the next page a completely different task awaited him, one that would be incomparably more difficult. The next task was about a body that falls freely from a height without initial velocity, and you need to find this height. The main character grimaced in indignation and thought that they were just making fun of him by giving him such incomprehensible tasks. He knew that the Olympiad was difficult, but not to that extent. He was angry that he did not understand anything, and continued to look at the book. No matter how well Woo Bin knew physics, he couldn't understand these problems. They seemed too difficult, and he thought he was worse than a bald old man. Wu Bin was frightened when everything around him changed. And after the signal, the process of analyzing the owner's knowledge was launched. The voice announced that the knowledge base had been updated. And then the system started up, and Wu Bin asked if she was still alive. The irritated protagonist asked why the system suddenly decided to talk, since it had not appeared for a very long time. The system announced that the transformation was complete and launched the talent tree. Wu Bin exclaimed in amazement and guessed that he had reached a level where he could see the knowledge cultivation tree with his own eyes. The guy extended his hand forward because he decided to see what abilities and talents he had in physics. On the talent tree, the young man saw that in the physics section, he had 3 abilities: mechanics, electricity, and hairstyle. So far, the main character has only paid attention to 2 talents that he has in the physics section. The system explained that the first talent increases knowledge of mechanics and improves the ability to apply various formulas related to it. According to the system, the second talent increases knowledge of electricity and improves the ability to apply the laws associated with it. Wu Bin guessed that if he chose both talents, his knowledge of these areas of physics would immediately improve. The protagonist stopped himself and noticed another branch on the skill tree that interested him. He was interested in the inscription hairstyle. He was congratulated on choosing this talent. Now his hair became like that of a mad scientist. The system explained to the stunned boy that this talent gives him the ability to grow thick hair as his level of knowledge in physics increases. The protagonist relaxed when it was announced that the function does not consume talent points, but gives an additional point for choosing a talent. The guy was happy when he saw that he already had 3 free talent points and decided to choose electricity and mechanics. Our hero wanted to reach out and choose a talent, but then stopped himself when a new thought crept into his head. He wondered whether his knowledge of other subjects would become even worse if he spent all his points on physics now. Now Wu Bin didn't want to act hastily. He stopped and thought, looking at the skill tree to distribute the points correctly. The main character was outraged that there were so many talents on the tree, but he only needed to choose 3, and that was very little. The guy asked the system out loud how he could unlock the rest of the talents because he wanted to see the others. Wu Bin was dumbfounded when the system explained that in order to obtain new talent points, he needed to complete quests and deepen his knowledge. The guy realized that it was similar to mobile games. He felt like a character in the game because he received experience points for learning. He began to listen carefully to the system again when he was told that in order to speed up the process of gaining experience points, he needed to complete tasks. Wu Bin was delighted when he saw the tasks in front of him. This was a victory in the state Olympiad, or getting into the top of the best students. He realized that he would get closer to the next level if he completed both tasks. But they were extremely difficult. The guy chuckled thoughtfully. He only had a month left before the exam in the Olympiad, and he had a lot of work ahead of him. The main character realized that this month he had to manage not only to prepare for the Olympiad, but also for school tests. The expression on our young hero's face became serious. He immediately remembered his class teacher, namely, her warning that the guy would not be allowed to participate in the Olympiad if he had bad grades in other subjects. The main character realized that he would not see any Olympiad or award if he did not improve his grades in other subjects. He spent a whole month preparing for physics and mathematics, and now he needs to prepare for all subjects. But this did not upset the young man, but only encouraged him. He clenched his fist and said that it was gorgeous. He had very little time and a lot of material, as well as a paltry amount of talent points. But he believed that he could cope. The main character stated that he would not only complete these goals, but also knock out all sorts of bonuses from this system and increase his level. He asked the system if there were additional bonuses for exceeding the tasks, and was told that he would find out when he completed them. Wu Bin didn't question the system any further, and clenched his fist, smiled, and replied that it was good. Adjusting his glasses, the guy said that the system was very talkative today and tried to find out who she was. The system apologized and stated that it did not have a suitable answer to his question. Wu Bin became upset but stopped interrogating. Turning away, the guy glanced sideways and warned the mysterious system that he would still find out what it was. The boy saw that the tree had talents for all school subjects: chemistry, biology, physics, English, Chinese, and others. The main character thought that it would be worthwhile to pump up his skills in physics as much as possible in order to compete with geniuses at the Olympics. But thanks to his talents, he would be able to understand the material faster and save time on subjects he doesn't understand. On the other hand, by pumping talents in the sciences he already understands, he would have reached the 4th level faster. so he made a different choice. The protagonist spread his arms wide, laughed loudly, and declared that the game would begin. Adjusting his glasses, he pointed to the skills he had chosen. He wanted to gain talents in his favorite subjects. He knew he was pretty good at physics and math, and he wondered how advanced he would be if he got the talents. The protagonist stated that he was confirming his choice, and the first thing he chose was mathematics, after which the space turned black. The system stated that he had gained skills such as abstract thinking, analyzing drawings and blueprints, and improved knowledge of geometry. By investing the second talent into the mathematics branch, Wu Bin gained mastery in trigonometric functions. Now all problems with functions will be easy. The main character felt omnipotent. He spread his arms to the sides, and bright flashes of light began to emanate from his body. The boy felt great. Having gained new abilities in mathematics, his expression was blissful. Wu Bin thought that these were some kind of rewards when the system delighted him by offering to draw 2 random cards. The system asked if he wanted to draw a card now. Wu Bin confirmed it, and the system asked him to wait. The boy was unhappy when he was given a reward, plus 5 points to his ability to learn languages. But then Wu Bin realized that this was the ability to learn any language, and he thought it was cool, because his Chinese was also poor. The protagonist drew the next card. The reward was plus 3 points to the ability to think abstractly. The guy was confused. He asked about abstract thinking skills, and the system decided to explain everything to him in detail. The system explained using Wu Bin as an example, telling about his brittle hair, tired red eyes, brilliant brain, and favorite clothes. And then the system asked him whether it was really worth remembering everything about a person within the framework of abstract thinking. The system explained that the sports jersey, in the context of abstract thinking, indicates that its owner is male. Plus, she determined that the owner is lazy, since he wears such clothes to school. And many more conclusions can be made without remembering a lot of data about the person. Wu Bin was delighted when the system opened his eyes to the idea of simplifying, finding patterns, and explaining this abstract thinking. The main character had a feeling that the whole world was beneath him, and abstract thinking would help him in all subjects. The system asked if he wanted a guide on how to use new talents. Wu Bin refused, saying that perhaps a little later. He immediately grabbed all the textbooks. He was happy that he chose such good talents. And now he would understand everything easier and faster. The boy's expression changed dramatically when someone tried to bring him back to reality by saying his name. Someone kept trying to call him, and only after several attempts did the guy begin to come to his senses and hear someone else's voice. Reality began to return. Wu Bin saw his math teacher in front of him, who handed him his test paper. The main character again found himself in the middle of a lesson. He suddenly rose from his chair. It turned out that he was in a math lesson. When Wu Bin approached the math teacher at the board, Li announced to the boy, stunning the entire class, that he had scored 130 points. The classmates grimaced in indignation and shouted that they thought Wu Bin had only prepared well for the physics test. One of the students explained that this was because physics and mathematics were related, and his deskmate asked him why he had scored 90 points less in physics. When the main character approached the math teacher, the man silently looked down at his student. Teacher Li's face showed disappointment. He remained silent, closed his eyes, and sighed heavily. Then the teacher smiled and said that he believed in our hero and that next time he would write the test even better. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he looked at his teacher when he heard that he believed in him. The boy turned to his teacher Li, who looked at his student in surprise, waiting for what he would answer. Having acquired a bunch of new talents, the confident Wu Bin grinned, clenched his fist, and declared that he would definitely write the next test better. Having acquired new talents, the main character soon began to solve new problems in mathematics. The problem was about sines and cosines. The guy quickly determined that to solve the example he needed to take out the minus. He continued writing down the solution using a table of trigonometric function values and quickly got the result. When Wu Bin figured out the correct answer, he raised his hand up, holding a pen in it, to write down the solution to the problem. For a moment, the main character closed his eyes and felt true pleasure from studying mathematics. The guy clenched his fists and exclaimed that it was fire. He was very pleased with the talents he received. The protagonist decided to first thank Teacher Li for the knowledge he had imparted, believing that even talents would not have helped him solve this problem. It turned out that the guy was saying all this out loud, and his classmates stared at him like he was crazy. Bin felt awkward and blushed when he came to his senses and saw everyone around him staring at him. Gu Fan asked the smart guy if he ate anything at all, because every time he saw him, the guy was just studying. The main character, continuing to solve problems, answered his friend that it was more important for him to feed his brain with new knowledge. Woo Bin became alert when he heard a strange, incessant rustling sound nearby. The slightly irritated boy asked what that sound was that had distracted him from his math work. It turned out that the rustling sound was caused by a pack of cookies that Pei Jamin, his classmate, was holding in her hand. The main character perked up when the girl with pink hair approached his desk and brought this pack of cookies. The girl heard that our hero was not eating at all, so, hiding her face, which was flushed with embarrassment, she decided to help him. Woo Bin looked at the pack of crackers that his classmate silently placed on his desk in shock. Gu Fan and the guy sitting behind them were shocked to see the girl's attention and the fact that she had even dressed up. The puzzled protagonist looked at the pack of cookies with wide eyes and asked the girl if they were for him. Looking away, an embarrassed Jimming confirmed his suspicions and explained that it was so that they would shut up and stop disturbing her while she studied. She left and told him to eat and bring her the same pack of cookies tomorrow, and Woo Bin continued to stare at the gift in bewilderment. The guy decided that the girl was challenging him, because she probably gave him cookies so that his growling stomach would not interfere with her studies. The protagonist thought that the cunning Pei Jamin was quite a worthy opponent, but he still opened the pack of cookies. He bit into the cookie with a sly grin and thanked the girl, thinking that he was ready to answer her at any moment. After having a snack, the boy continued to work hard on mathematics, writing down solutions to problems on paper. Woo Bin noticed that he had become better and faster at understanding the terms of problems, suggesting that this was due to the acquisition of abstract thinking. The guy frowned when he read another math problem, and it made him think. For some reason, when faced with general problems, he still found it difficult to grasp their essence immediately, even though his abilities had improved. With the cookie in his mouth, Woo Bin was not upset, encouraging himself that there was no easy way out in studying. He understood that talents in the system are needed to think smarter and faster, so it is necessary to solve more complex problems. Soon, the entire large pack of cookies that classmate Pei Jamin gave to our hero was completely empty. The main character himself was surprised when he wanted to take another cookie, but then he saw that he had already managed to eat everything. Feeling tired, the boy stretched after spending a lot of time at his desk. He felt exhausted and admitted that he was overtired today, and he wondered how many problems he had already solved today. The tired Woo Bin was startled when Wang Hao approached him and spoke to his smart friend while the rest of his classmates also stood nearby. The guy looked at his friend with a smile and carefully asked if he could explain something to them. An indifferent Woo Bin replied to his friend that he knew that our hero had not been interested in computer games for a long time. Wang Hao laughed awkwardly and explained to our hero that he was not asking him about new features in the games. All of Woo Bin's classmates crowded around him with textbooks in their hands and asked him for help with their studies. The main character clearly did not expect this. He looked in surprise at his classmates, who so politely asked for help. The guys admitted that they are delighted with his results, and Woo Bin is a very cool guy who inspires them. The confused protagonist looked to the right when another classmate placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke to him. It was Gu Fan who also acknowledged how cool Woo Bin was, and our hero saw the crumbs around his mouth and realized who had eaten all the cookies. Wang Hao admitted that his family is rich and can push him into any university, so he neglected his studies and played games. The protagonist looked at his friend in amazement when he said that he thought Woo Bin was playing games just to kill time. However, this was not the case. One day, Wang Hao noticed how organized Woo Bin was during his leisure time in the computer club. Wang Hao said that Woo Bin did not just play, but tried to do it better, and he succeeded thanks to his goal and motivation. He admitted that he had always envied his friend, but reassured himself that computer skills would not allow Woo Bin to enter university. The guy said, trembling, that he had recently realized that he would remain a loser if he continued to sit around doing nothing. Wang Hao said that he recently decided that he needed to get his act together, because he had been negligent about everything his whole life. He was always irresponsible about his studies, exchanging them for games in the club, and even treated the games themselves and other areas of life in the same way. The guy confessed to the main character that he really admired him, and Woo Bin continued to silently listen to his comrade. Clenching his trembling fist, our hero's classmate called Woo Bin a very determined person. He beat his chest and loudly declared that he wanted to become the same person and direct all his efforts to his studies. The second classmate supported Wang Hao, hugged him with his arm, and shouted that they also wanted to be like our hero. He asked our hero to look at his physics notes to find motivation in them, and said that they really wanted it. The exhausted protagonist was so surprised by the behavior of his classmates that he looked at them in silence. Having understood everything, he smiled and stated that the guy had not yet taken any notes on physics. In return, he offered the guys to look at his math notebooks, handed them over to the guys, and they thanked him. Wang Hao and his classmate were very happy to read Wu Bin's notes. They called him a real master of learning and praised his handwriting. The protagonist looked away when someone else from the class approached him and cautiously addressed him. They were modest classmates who asked Wu Bin's permission to also look at his math notes. The guy didn't mind. He knew that these two students always tried very hard, but they didn't have the best test scores. The happy girls thanked him. Wu Bin remembered how just recently their test scores were better than his. The guys wanted to leave, but the main character asked them to stop because he wanted to share something else with them. Wu Bin advised his classmates not to overdo their studies and not to sit for a long time over incomprehensible problems, but rather to ask the teacher for help. The guys took our hero's advice into account and agreed to follow it, looking at our hero with a smile. Propping his tired face with his hand, the main character looked with a kind smile at his friends, who also expressed a desire to study. Soon the bell rang. The physics lesson began, and Teacher Chi entered the classroom and stood in front of the children at the blackboard. The main character felt very tired during this lesson. He kept telling himself that he shouldn't fall asleep, but he couldn't help himself. The guy yawned and lowered his head down, propping it up with his hand because he really wanted to sleep. Wu Bin was so sleepy that his eyes were already starting to water, and he hung his head down. The boy understood that in a little while he would definitely fall asleep. He looked at his teacher, and everything around began to darken. Suddenly, the physics teacher started shouting, asking the class how many times he had told them that this was not the formula used in problems like this. Then the teacher noticed one of the students who stood out from the crowd of school children. It was our hero who couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep right at his desk, surrounded by his frightened classmates. The physics teacher was confused. This was the first time he saw Wu Bin fall asleep in class. The man decided to approach our hero's desk to bring him to his senses, but Wu Bin was fast asleep, not reacting to him. Teacher Tisa tried to wake the protagonist by touching his shoulder, but Wu Bin was still sleeping, without raising his head. There was no reaction from the young man, despite the fact that the teacher tried to wake him up. The guy was still sleeping. The teacher was visibly upset when he saw that Wu Bin was not responding to his attempts to wake him up. Then our hero was tried to be woken up by his deskmate Gu Fan, who told him to wake up, clapping him on the shoulder. The guy managed to wake up Wu Bin. The exhausted young man opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening and where he was. Having finally woken up, the main character looked in fear at his physics teacher, whose dark figure was hanging over him. Wu Bin immediately tried to apologize and justify himself to the physics teacher, saying that he didn't want to fall asleep in class. But the physics teacher, without responding to his apologies, glanced sideways at the student, beckoned with his finger, and ordered him to follow him. Gu Fan was afraid for his deskmate. He realized that Wu Bin was in big trouble. Wu Bin was ashamed that he fell asleep in class, and his classmates were glad that the teacher would punish the boy who thought he could do anything because he scored 100 points. The physics teacher silently left the office and walked down the corridor. Our hero, bashfully looking down at the floor, obediently followed him. The main character wanted to apologize to the teacher again for falling asleep in class, but the teacher interrupted him. Wu Bin was confused when the physicist, instead of scolding him, smiled and said that the office was not the best place to relax. Teacher Tisa asked the student how much of a burden he could bear and asked him to admit it honestly, because there was nothing wrong with it. The main character looked at his teacher in surprise, because he was sure that he would now start scolding him. The physics teacher reminded our hero that he needed to prepare not only for the Olympiad, but also for school subjects. Wu Bin smiled when the teacher asked if he was sure he wanted to continue and suggested that he take part in the Olympiad next year. The main character lowered his head and answered the physics teacher that everything was fine and that he would not refuse the Olympiad. Once again feeling happy and invigorated, Wu Bin explained to the teacher that he had been a little overtired the previous day, which was why he had fallen asleep. Teacher Tiza looked at his student in bewilderment and asked what it meant that he was overtired. The boy looked at the teacher with a crazy smile and explained that yesterday he had solved all the problems from the books that Sa had given him. The man with glasses looked at his student as if he was crazy, thinking that this was going too far. Our hero's expression was crazy. He looked at the teacher and said that he had a lot of fun solving the problems. The physics teacher sighed heavily and asked Wu Bin not to overdo it too much. He noticed the black bags under the guy's eyes, put his hand on his shoulder, and allowed him to sleep in the office if he wanted. At this point, the conversation between the physics teacher and our hero ended. The man in glasses waved his hand to the student one last time. When teacher Tia returned to the office, he immediately started yelling at the class for making noise and asked if they had already done everything since they were so smart. The protagonist stopped abruptly and perked up when teacher Tessa looked out of the office again and called him. Smiling, the teacher asked the boy to come to him after the lesson because the man wanted to show him something. After class, teacher Tessa asked his student to be more patient when Woo Bin began asking him what he wanted to show him. The main character obediently followed his teacher. They began to climb to the top floor of the school when it was already getting dark inside. They walked down a dark corridor. The physics teacher stopped in front of one of the offices and said that it was here. The teacher reached for the door handle to unlock it and show the student what he had promised the day before. The main character felt a little uneasy. He thought that this place was creepy because it looked gloomy and abandoned. When teacher Tisa entered the mysterious office, he turned to someone and said that he had brought him, meaning our hero. Woo Bin looked scared when he saw Professor B in front of him. The man was sitting at a table, surrounded by boxes of papers. When the main character looked at the office more closely, he realized that all these cardboard works contained collections of tasks. The professor, a man with gray hair and a bald spot, did not turn around. He continued to sit with his back to the guests. The man put his pen on the table and began to help himself up from his chair, asking teacher Tsa to look at this student. The thin, exhausted grandfather stood up from his chair and was about to take a personal look at the student the whole school was talking about. The main character was scared. He didn't understand what kind of place he had ended up in, and it was news to him that everyone was talking about him. Woo Bin froze as Professor B turned around and looked at him. The boy looked shocked. The elderly professor looked at our hero with a slight grin and said nothing, but only mumbled something. He came closer to take a closer look and said that he saw a fire in the boy's eyes, and that it was beautiful. The student, sweating from the tension, greeted his teacher, but he still looked at the old professor with fear. Teacher Tisa told the professor that he would leave the boy with him and go to the office for now because he had things to do. The elderly man did not mind. He allowed his colleague to leave them alone, and teacher Tisa thanked him. The physics teacher put his hand on Woo Bin's shoulder and wished him good luck, saying that the professor would prepare him for the Olympiad. The main character didn't mind. He promised his physics teacher that he would try hard and clenched his fist. In response, teacher Tisa closed his eyes and smiled back before returning to the school office and leaving them alone. The professor first asked the student if it was true that Woo Bin would be participating in the Olympiad for the first time, and the boy confirmed it. The old man said that he thought that teacher Tsa had told the boy the most important thing, and now he would share with the student a couple of tricks that would definitely come in handy. The main character was very pleased with this. He sat down at the chair when the professor allowed him to sit where he felt comfortable. Woo Bin began to watch with his mouth open in amazement as he watched what the mysterious school professor was doing. The first thing Professor B did was take a black marker and write on the board that physics is math plus English. Our young hero was perplexed. He could understand that mathematics and physics were related, but he did not understand what English had to do with it. Smiling, the elderly teacher asked the student if it was true that he was just thinking about what English had to do with it. The main character began to shake his head, confirming the professor's guess because that was exactly what interested him. Grandfather said that if Woo Bin wants to win the Olympics, he will need not only mathematics but also English. He explained that all they had covered up until the 11th grade was electricity and current, and that they didn't need much time to review the material. The professor added that preparing for the Olympiad requires a lot of effort, since there is much more material to study. According to the man, there are many sections in physics, and those who understand condensed matter do not understand ions. Professor B also believes that those who understand space physics cannot even fix a radio, because there are so many sections, and those physicists who are able to fix a radio, as teacher B said, know nothing about space satellites. But all of them, according to the man, are physicists, and our hero has already imagined himself in the role of an astronaut who conquered the moon. The elderly school employee closed his eyes and thought for a moment as he was about to explain something else about the Olympiad to the student. He warned our hero that the participants of the Physics Olympiad were required to know a little bit of all the sections. The professor reassured the boy, saying that one does not need to be a genius in everything. A superficial knowledge of all sections of physics is enough. The main character was a little confused when the elderly professor asked why the guy decided to participate in the Olympiad. Afterwards, the young man smiled confidently and replied that he simply found the idea very interesting. The elderly Professor B looked at the ambitious student with a slight, kind smile and said that his answer was interesting. The old man said that most people participate in the Olympiad to get into university, and in his opinion, this is not the most important thing in life. According to the teacher, the main reason for the Olympiad is the desire for discipline and perseverance. The protagonist listened with his mouth open as the teacher said that in the finale, Wu Bin would encounter many research articles. He warned that all these articles would be written in English, pointed to the board and returned to the young man's first question. Professor B, with a kind smile on his face, asked our hero how he was doing with English. The main character was scared when he heard this question. It seemed to pierce his head because English is his weak point. The boy trembled with excitement. His face was covered in sweat. He hesitantly answered the teacher that his English was more or less good. The elderly teacher nodded understandingly, because he could tell from the student's reaction that he didn't know English very well. The professor repeated that all scientific articles, knowledge bases, etc. were written in English, so without this, Wu Bin would be denied access to most information. B said that the articles that are translated are far from the original because the translators are not physicists, but linguists. The old man decided to get to the point. He asked the main character if he remembered what the teacher had said about the chips the day before. The teacher said that to win the Olympiad, the guy needs to sift through a lot of research papers, and for this he needs English. According to my grandfather, knowledge of all sections of physics at a basic level and an understanding of English is the cheat code for the Olympiad. The main character began to get angry with himself. If he had known this earlier, he would have studied English, which is the key to victory. Wu Bin realized that he urgently needed to study English because he trusted the elderly professor. Professor B took a step closer to the student and said that he was glad the boy understood his words. He praised the guy for improving his knowledge of physics and mathematics in a month, so he will definitely cope with English. Grandfather said that he knew from teacher Tasa that the boy was practicing 20 hours a day and asked Wu Bin if he knew how the old man reacted to this. Wu Bin answered honestly that he didn't, and thought that Professor B probably thought that our hero was some kind of abnormal. However, our young hero turned out to be wrong. The grandfather shared that he remembered something when he heard how much Wu Bin had been practicing. The main character listened, fascinated, to the old professor as he told him what his old days were like. Walking back to the board, the elderly man said that he remembered that in the past, most students sat with their textbooks for 24 hours. According to him, the generation of such school children bore fruit. From 2000 to 2015, many Chinese won World Mathematics Olympiads. The protagonist told his grandfather that he had never been interested in how many Chinese had won such competitions. The elderly professor, without turning around, told Wu Bin that the Chinese had won 12 times out of 15 possible. When Wu Bin heard this, he froze in surprise. He looked at Teacher B with tired, surprised eyes. Professor B said that in 15 years the Chinese won 12 first places, at which time the whole world called them school children born with a calculator in their head. The teacher's story inspired the young hero very much. He was very impressed and admired these school children. The old man became sadder. Standing with his back to Wu Bin, he admitted that from 2015 to 2019, the Chinese did not win a single medal. Wu Bin almost jumped out of his chair in shock when he heard this, and the puzzled guy asked the professor why this happened. Professor B asked Wu Bin if he had heard that everyone was asking for the school curriculum to be simplified and the workload for children to be reduced. According to the teacher, it is impossible to reveal young talents if you do not allow children to study complex things and do not allow them to participate in Olympiads. The main character listened excitedly to the professor's words about how there was nothing to do at the Olympiad without the hardest cramming. The man said that students from other countries are now winning medals at the Olympics, while Chinese school children are wasting their time. The teacher said that last year the Olympiad was won by a student from Korea, although people from there are not born knowing English either. Looking at the board, B asked Wu Bin if he realized how offensive it was, since the Chinese student had only scored 11 points less. Listening attentively to the elderly professor, the main character realized that this was all a competition between countries. The guy clenched his fist tightly and finally realized that the upcoming Olympics was not just some kind of game. Our young hero realized that winning this Olympics could influence the future of his country. Wu Bin frowned, thinking that the school Olympiad was a real war between geniuses for medals. The old man realized that they had strayed from the topic, and, standing at the board with a marker, suggested that they talk directly about what would happen at the Olympics. The main character concentrated. He did not take his eyes off the wise professor and was ready to listen to him attentively. Professor B tried to explain to our hero that, simply put, the Olympics is just a competition. The man clarified, saying that this was not even a competition, but a brutal massacre between the smartest school children from all schools from all corners of the country. Teacher Bai warned the student that simply being smart was not enough, and it was no guarantee that he would take first place. The older man nodded and looked at the protagonist silently before giving him his next piece of advice. The professor scratched his chin and said that he remembered there were some students who were confident that they would take first place. Then, our young hero pricked up his ears and began to listen to the elderly teacher more attentively, because he was also such a student. The guy already knew what the teacher would say now. It seemed like there really were a lot of overly self-confident kids at the Olympiad. Teacher B said that he had one useful book, but there was no time to read it, because they had taken on the student late. Wu Bin was excited, he shouted, asking what kind of book it was and asked to look at it, promising that he reads very quickly. The professor laughed and agreed to bring the book tomorrow. But first he told the boy to read the books that teacher Tisa had given him. The man picked up the black marker again and announced that it was time to surprise the student and tell him something really hot. He wrote on the board about the methods of solution and said that it was not for nothing that he was called a professor of physics, because he knew non-standard ways of solving problems. Our young hero's eyes lit up with delight. He stared at the board with admiration and was ready to absorb knowledge. The professor advised the boy not to use Kirchhoff's law in problems on finding an equivalent source, because it is a big mistake. The teacher told the fascinated student that there would be many such traps at the Olympiad, and now he would tell about them. The main character listened to his physics professor with fascination. He looked at him with admiration. At this moment, Wu Bin felt like he was a newbie in a computer game sitting in front of a high-ranking player. The guy began to float as if in the golden sky. He was happy that the professor would tell him a couple of tricks for solving problems. He imagined himself as a graceful ballerina, dreaming of Professor B turning him into a problem-solving robot. Wu Bin understood that every movement, every step he took had to be perfect and precise. Like art, having written many formulas on the board, the elderly professor looked at his listener and laughed. He saw the student's eyes light up and told the boy that teacher Tisa was indeed right about our hero. Smiling, Professor B told the boy that when it came to studying, Wu Bin was really a complete maniac. He told the boy that, unlike the other students, Wu Bin listened to him very carefully when he explained these methods. The main character blushed due to the abundance of praise directed at him, closed his eyes and nodded, agreeing with the professor. Wu Bin told the professor that it was all because the man explained everything really well, like a real experienced player. The professor replied that he didn't understand anything about these newfangled words of theirs, but he understood that Wu Bin was now praising him. The main character showed the old man 2 fingers up and shouted in admiration that he was the best teacher in the world. When the physics professor heard this flattery from his student, he laughed good-naturedly in response. Looking at his phone, the grandfather became worried when he saw that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, because he thought that only an hour had passed. Professor B announced the end of the lesson and told the student to return home. Wu Bin understood that the old man wanted to go home, since he was the only reason he was late, but he asked if they would have any more classes. Before answering the student, the elderly man began to erase the notes from the whiteboard with a marker, smiling on his face. Afterwards, he walked up to the guy, put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would be happy to. But he heard that he had bad grades in other subjects. Our young hero was noticeably upset when he heard this, and the old man asked the boy if he understood what he meant. He explained to the student that if they focused on the Olympiad, his grades in other subjects would become even worse, and his main goal was to pass his final exams. Wu Bin began to get indignant. He promised the professor that he would be able to prepare for both the Olympiad and school subjects. The old man laughed and replied that this sounded self-confident, since he had heard that Wu Bin had scored 10 points in the other subjects. The main character, sweating from excitement, adjusted his glasses and admitted that he was very ashamed in front of the professor for this. Continuing to wipe the notes from the board with a sponge, the elderly teacher was about to offer our hero a deal. The old man suggested that Wu Bin take both rounds and prove within that month that she could improve her grades in other subjects. He looked at his student with a grin and said that in that case he would help him prepare for the Olympiad. Our hero's mood improved when he heard this because he really wanted to get a chance to study with the professor. The boy screamed excitedly, promising the professor that he would definitely cope with this. Finally, the elderly man wished his ambitious student good luck, sincerely wishing that he would succeed in everything. They said their final goodbyes on the street near the school. It was already dark in the yard. Our hero went home. Meanwhile, our young hero's mother spent time in the kitchen, preparing dinner for her little family. She didn't pay any attention when her son came in and said that he had scored 100 points in physics and 130 points in mathematics. But the woman's expression changed dramatically when she realized what her child had just said. The shocked woman ran out of the kitchen and screamed, asking the protagonist what he just said. The guy repeated once again that he scored 100 points in physics and 130 in mathematics. She was shocked that he got the maximum score in physics. The father, who came to the living room, said that this is how it turns out because 100 is the maximum score in physics. The father asked his son how many other students were able to write the test with the maximum score. Adjusting his glasses, the awkward protagonist answered his dad that there were about 10 more people because there was an easy test. An excited and happy mother, Woo Bin, screamed, demanding that her son show her his work. She covered her mouth with her hand and began to tremble, unable to contain her emotions when she saw her son's result with her own eyes. Woo Bin tried to calm her down because it was just a physics test, and if he came in first in the class, she would probably go crazy. The woman, who had already started to cry, screamed, asking if her son was serious when he said he could be the best in his class. The main character wanted to end this conversation and said that there was no need to make predictions, and that he would rather go wash his hands. Papa Woo Bin hugged his wife and reminded her that his son had good grades in elementary school. But then he just became lazy. The expressions on the faces of our hero's parents changed to fear when they smelled the burning smell in the apartment. The main character also panicked, pointing his hand towards the kitchen, from where thick black smoke was pouring out. Panic broke out in the apartment. Everyone was shouting, ordering each other to turn off the stove, open the window, and cover the frying pan with a lid. When they had dealt with this unpleasantness, our young hero turned to his mother and said that he would like to talk to her. The woman, who was beaming with joy and love for her son, told the little one that she was listening to him attentively. The boy asked if his mother loved him again, since he hadn't received such a huge portion of food since elementary school. Woo Bin's mother laughed and told him to eat, and promised that she would cook him some pig brain tomorrow. Our hero's father, who was also sitting at the table, told his wife that today was a very good day, so they should have a drink. The woman looked at her husband with contempt and displeasure and called him an alcoholic who just wanted to have a drink. The man's nose almost started to steam with joy when his wife finally allowed him to bring the vodka she had hidden from the cupboard. Woo Bin's father rushed out, and the woman admitted that she wanted to keep the bottle until his birthday and asked him not to get drunk. The main character sat at the table in front of his giant portion of rice and smiled, seeing that his parents were happy with his success at school. Taking up chopsticks to begin his meal, the young man wondered what would happen if he also won the Olympics. He decided not to make any plans for now, but rather to prepare. And when he gets the result, then he will make his parents happy. A couple of days later, the action again took place in Professor B's office. Our hero was sitting at the table. An old man approached him and called out to him. The boy looked fearfully at the elderly professor who suddenly crept up to him. It turned out that a physics teacher entered the office, showed a receipt, and said that he had paid 12 yuan for registration for the Olympiad. The teacher told the boy to be there the day after tomorrow morning, because a bus would come for him. And Woo Bin decided to return the registration money to T's. The physics teacher didn't let him do it. He grabbed Woo Bin's hand before he could take the money out of his pocket. The protagonist was surprised when teacher Tisa asked him to keep the money for himself and consider it a man's contribution to the boy's education. Woo Bin stood there, not saying a word, looking in fascination at his physics teacher, who had acted so nobly. Finally, the teacher turned around and reminded the student that he believed in him and wished him to get the maximum score there. The main character smiled happily and promised the teacher that he would get the maximum score at the Olympiad. As he left the office, the teacher waved goodbye and told the boy to listen carefully to what the professor was telling him. Professor B, watching the conversation between the student and the physics teacher, stood to the side and smiled sweetly. The elderly teacher asked Woo Bin not to forget to thank teacher Tsa well after the first round, because he had to bother to register the boy for the Olympiad. The protagonist was perplexed and asked if it was really not enough to pay only 12 yuan to register. The old man laughed and replied that there were a lot of people who wanted to try their luck at the Olympics. So teacher Tisa definitely stood in line for 3 or 4 hours. Our young hero was visibly shocked when he heard what his physics teacher had gone through to get him to participate in the Olympiad. The moment when the teacher entered the office and told the student at the threshold that he had paid for registration came to mind. Remembering this, Woo Bin was overcome with emotion. He stood silently with his lips pursed, because he was impressed by his teacher's action. He remembered the teacher's words about how he believed in him, and how the boy was holding a pass to the state Olympiad. The protagonist became serious. He turned to his teacher, although he was not there, and promised that he would not let him down. It was late evening, but Woo Bin was still studying, sitting at his desk in the school office. The office was completely empty and dim. Only the curtains moved because of the wind, and Woo Bin was diligently working on preparing for the Olympics. The guy looked intently at his notebook. He sighed heavily, working hard on physics. However, Woo Bin was glad that thanks to Professor B's explanations, he could easily solve all the problems from the preparatory material. He said that if Magneto from X-Men had even known high school physics, he would have clearly been more inventive in his methods of fighting. Remembering this comic book hero, Woo Bin knew that Magneto controlled magnetic fields, and magnetic fields were capable of generating electric fields. By closely linking these fields, Magneto could create high-energy lasers that are more effective than throwing iron. Moreover, according to the guy, if Magneto creates a powerful electric field, it is capable of completely disrupting the balance of substances in the atmosphere. Thus, the hero is able to create around himself something like an impenetrable shield with a gigantic temperature. The main character imagined himself as Magneto, who became stronger, laughed evilly, and shouted that he would evaporate his enemies in a matter of seconds. Woo Bin was so immersed in his fantasy that he didn't notice how he began to laugh loudly and angrily in reality. He grimaced when he suddenly heard the teacher shout that since the students were so smart they didn't need a teacher. Frightened and confused, Woo Bin didn't understand what was going on when he heard someone slam the door loudly. He knew that it was quite common for a teacher to try to get students to do well, but they would push him to the limit. The main character decided to forget about this situation, because it does not concern him. He picked up a functional calculator, a convenient scientific calculator. He used it to solve the problem and wondered what the guy would do if he didn't have this thing. Woo Bin continued to sit at the teacher's desk in the school office, stubbornly solving physics problems with a calculator and pen. The main character felt uneasy when the wind increased, and he noticed that something was blowing very strongly from the window. It turned out that our hero was not sitting alone in the office. The terrible voice of a monster was heard. When the boy heard someone trying to scare him with an ominous voice, Woo Bin became noticeably scared. But he decided not to focus on it and continued studying. But the wind in the school office only grew stronger. Then the main character could no longer ignore the devilry that was happening in this office in the middle of the night. The mysterious creature in the form of a man with gray skin and an evil grin appeared again, water running down his face. When our hero again heard frightening sounds of unknown origin, he felt completely uneasy. Bin now had no time for studying. He began to look around the office and wonder where these strange sounds were coming from. The boy's imagination went wild. He imagined that he was being watched by a monster that was making terrifying sounds, similar to howling. Woo Bin had no face. His whole body trembled with fear. He turned to St. Newton, although he did not believe in ghosts. The protagonist pulled himself together and rushed forward, shouting for the man to stop fooling around, because it was no longer funny. The guy was stunned when he came across the dark silhouette of the man he suspected. An enraged Woo Bin shouted that the bully had been caught, but it turned out to be his teacher, who was eating chocolate. The girl's entire face was smeared with chocolate, and our hero noticed that she was holding a bitten-off bar in her hand. It turned out that the frightened teacher had been hiding under the table and eating all this time. Woo Bin was in a stupor when he saw her. The teacher continued to look at the student with fear, and the boy silently stood up and left without saying anything to the woman. The boy was very irritated. He felt awkward about this situation. The teacher crawled out from under the table and called him. Sweating from embarrassment, the protagonist turned around, pretended not to see Teacher Sue, and was surprised to meet her. Teacher Sue asked the protagonist not to tell anyone about what just happened. Woo Bin pretended not to understand anything and suggested that he would have to insist that he had not seen anyone or anything there. The woman looked at her student tenderly and called him a fool for his behavior. She came up to him and asked if he had been calculating math problems here. Woo Bin replied that he was preparing for the physics Olympiad. He said that he was taking part in the Olympiad tomorrow, and the professor told him to practice on this calculator. The main character decided that he needed to get out of here quickly because this teacher loved to chat, so he told her that he was leaving. But the guy couldn't get rid of the annoying teacher so easily because she grabbed his hand and told him to stop. Woo Bin was very annoyed when she did this. The teacher said that she wanted the guy to help her with something. Our young hero smiled, trying to appear polite, and told her that he was listening to her. But he himself regretted that he had not managed to escape. The woman asked him to sit down next to her, and the student obediently sat down on the chair that stood to the left of her. The first thing Teacher Sue did was ask our hero what motivated him to study. The main character thought before answering her. He looked intently at the woman. He knew that the teacher had just been angered by the students, and she was probably now thinking that she wasn't a good enough teacher. Scratching his head, Woo Bin admitted to the teacher that he didn't really have much motivation. He said he simply enjoys training his brain, such as eating with his left hand while solving problems with his right. After listening to the student, the girl looked at him slyly and asked if he could tell her about Teacher Lee's teaching methods. A dumbfounded Woo Bin asked if she wanted to know how Teacher Lee taught them lessons, or what the students really wanted. Teacher Sue blushed with shame, closed her eyes, and asked our hero to tell her about the students' wishes. The guy said that students like it when the teacher explains specific points from the tests that they might come across on the exam. According to Woo Bin, experienced teachers don't stand on ceremony. They give you time to prepare and learn certain material. He added that young teachers try to establish contact with students by explaining irrelevant things and lecturing them. The guy said that they already had one young teacher who filled their brains with all sorts of nonsense during lessons. He smiled a little and said that this method of teaching was not suitable for seniors because it was more important to graduate with good grades. Teacher Lee felt sad because she knew that everything Woo Bin had just said was about her. The saddened girl thanked our hero for daring to tell her the truth. But she didn't leave Woo Bin alone. The teacher asked if she could ask him one more question. Propping her head up with her hands, she smiled shyly and asked what had changed that Woo Bin had suddenly decided to become a model student. The main character thought for a moment, then smiled broadly and declared that studying suddenly began to seem very interesting to him. Sue's math teacher looked at our hero in surprise, not expecting such an answer from him. She stood up and thanked him for the conversation, said that she believed in him, wished him luck at the Olympics and in entering the university. The girl waved goodbye to the guy, winked at him, and told him to continue preparing for the Olympics. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief when Teacher Sue finally left him alone, and he waved back. The guy stretched his arms before continuing to train in physics, because tomorrow he is going to the Olympics. He extended his hands towards the calculator and said that they were finally alone. The bell rang at school, the lesson was over. The students went out into the corridors as the working day was over. Wang Hao peeked into the school office and asked Woo Bin if he was going to the dorm, and was stunned when he saw his friend. The main character was still sitting at his desk and not paying attention to his friend. Only the sound of typing on the calculator keys could be heard. Woo Bin was extremely focused on his studies, typing on his calculator with one hand and writing down his solution with the other. Now our hero handled the scientific calculator like a master. He pressed the buttons very quickly, entering formulas into them. When Wang Hao saw his friend, he couldn't hold back his emotions. Tears appeared in his eyes. He wiped them away with the sleeve of his shirt. That night in the dorm, the boy continued to cry, and he explained to his neighbors that he was very touched by Woo Bin's persistence. In the morning, Wang Hao was furious. He shouted at Woo Bin that he was a complete psychopath because today was the day of the Olympiad, and he had been solving problems all night. Wang Hao was angry, asking if Woo Bin was going to kick the bucket before the Olympics even started. Our hero was exhausted. Another roommate of the young hero wished him good luck at the Olympics and said that they were all rooting for him. The guy asked where our hero got so much gunpowder. The guys came up with a new name for him, Robot U, and started teasing him. The main character first jokingly asked for payment for a taxi and cola in exchange for help, and then admitted that he was joking and would help as much as he could. At first, Woo Bin was smiling, joking with his friends, but then his expression instantly changed to one of fear. It turned out that his 6 roommates had lifted him out of his chair and started carrying him in their arms to cheer up their robot. The main character screamed in fear and indignation, asking what the hell they were doing, and the guys grinned. Wang Hao told his friend that they were going to energize the boy so that he could win the Olympics. They started throwing him into the air, carrying him down the dorm corridor, and kept shouting for him to win. The other guys noticed something was going on in the hallway and decided to join the support team. The lesson had already started at school. The 11th grade students sat down in their seats. They were wondering where Woo Bin and Zhang Qiu were. Gu Fan sat at his desk with a proud look on his friend's face when the kids, having learned that Woo Bin was going to the Olympics, began to loudly discuss it. Peijimin also heard that the object of her affection, Woo Bin, was going to the Olympics. Although he only wrote the test once and got the maximum score, the pink-haired girl was surprised that Woo Bin decided to participate in the Olympics, because he didn't say a word to her. A little upset, Peijimin propped her head up with her hand and looked out the window thoughtfully. She understood that Woo Bin shouldn't share something like this with her because they didn't even communicate. Soon the bus with smart school children who were going to participate in the Olympiad was already racing along the highway. The vehicle was only half full, and the participants included both boys and girls. A group of guys were discussing how they almost made it to the semi-finals last time, but the test was too difficult. A friend asked Xiaolang why she was so worried, and the girl replied that she simply didn't want to disappoint the teacher. The guy asked his friend if he thought they had a chance to get to the semi-finals, and he replied that it was possible if the questions were easier. The main character was also on the bus, but did not participate in the discussion. He sat alone by the window and read physics. The boy perked up when someone turned to him and asked if he was worried about the Olympics. It turned out that it was Professor B, the man who also went with the guys to accompany them to the Olympics. The main character smiled. He was clearly glad to see the teacher. He answered the man that he was not very worried. Closing the textbook, Wu Bin said that after all, he had been taught by two of the best teachers, so he had no reason to worry. The professor agreed with him and asked if the boy had already thought about how to improve his grades in other subjects. Our young hero nodded and said that he would improve all his grades within a week and asked the professor not to worry. The older man told the student that his self-confidence reminded him of himself when he was young. Wu Bin smiled broadly, giggled, and replied that he was still a long way from being a teacher. Professor B called our hero a little sycophant, and the bus continued on its way to the place where the Olympics would take place. Soon the bus arrived at its destination. This time the National Physics Olympiad was being held at Shanghai High School. The main character had already sat down in his seat. It was an individual desk, on which his name and number were written in advance. He looked to the side warily when someone called him. The boy turned around and saw his classmate Jiang Chu in front of him. Our hero's classmate smiled and sincerely wished Wu Bin good luck at the Olympiad. The main character nodded, looked at his classmate with a smile and wished the guy good luck in return. When the bell rang, the formidable teacher loudly announced that the exam had begun, and the countdown had already begun. The participants of the State Olympiad, without wasting time, immediately began to complete the physics assignments. Everyone was focused, including one of the girls in a blue shirt who was sitting near Wu Bin. When the main character picked up the form, he smiled madly. He couldn't wait to get acquainted with the difficult questions. Wu Bin once again imagined himself as a powerful hero. He coped with the first question easily, because they often appeared in the problem book. The second question was from the thermodynamics section. It was also easy for the guy. He took two machetes and solved it as if he were cutting a watermelon. With a beaming smile on his face, Wu Bin, in the guise of a ninja, easily cut open the pear that symbolized the next question. Afterwards, a whole bunch of fruit started flying at our hero. There was not only a watermelon, but also a coconut, pineapple, and others. Then the smile on Wu Bin's face disappeared, and he became thoughtful as he needed to find the answer to the third question. But a moment later, our hero shouted that it was too easy, and in a jump he dealt with a whole bunch of fruit. The fourth question was about the power of light. This task already exceeded the level of school knowledge, so it was impossible to touch the bomb. Luckily, the difficulty was only for those who were unprepared. So Wu Bin easily cut all the fruits without hitting the bomb. While completing the tasks, the guy even became interested in why everyone was saying that the test was difficult, because it seemed very simple to him. He continued to silently complete the tasks. The guy sat quietly at his desk and wrote something down on paper. But in his imagination, our young hero continued to be a dexterous ninja who wields a machete. The half of the cut orange fell to the floor, which meant that Wu Bin had completed another physics problem. But then the guy became wary. He dropped his hands down, and a giant durian appeared in front of him, signifying a difficult question. The guy grinned, even encouraged by the fact that he was faced with a difficult task, which was the last one on the list. After reading the conditions, he began to consider external forces, gravity, the reaction force of the bottom of the glass, and to look for formulas for a solution. He put the ninja headband back on and got closer to solving the problem, and also said thank you to abstract thinking. The guy knew that the mass of the contents after the ice melts is preserved, but the level of water in the glass changes, and therefore the pressure of the water near its bottom. Having determined the correct solution, the hero, standing in front of the giant durian, declared that it was time to finish this task. Quickly writing down the solution in his notebook, in his head, the ninja Wu Bin declared a new condition for the equilibrium of the contents of the glass. The guy took out both of his machetes and wrote down a detailed formula for solving the problem, taking into account the height of the water level in the initial state. The protagonist pushed off the ground to fly into the air and cut open a huge durian while the rest of the fruit was already lying on the ground. He approached the giant fruit, swinging his weapon. He had already written out the problem and selected the formulas. There was only one thing left. The boy plunged his weapon into a huge durian, and at first the fruit remained whole and unharmed. But then the durian began to shake, and soon one piece of the fruit flew out of it, and Wu Bin managed to defeat it. Rejoicing, the protagonist decided that the water level in the glass would rise, and thus he successfully solved the problem. After Wu Bin finished everything, the boy tore his gaze away from the table and looked ahead, sighing heavily. He stretched and thought that this test wasn't difficult. You just had to be prepared for it. When the main character turned his attention to the office, the smile disappeared from his face. Now he was not so confident in himself. He was upset because many of the students had already finished and left, which meant that the test really was very easy. The young man looked to the side and saw that his classmate Zhang Chu was still there. The tasks were clearly not easy for him. Wu Bin mentally encouraged the guy and wished him luck when he saw how difficult it was for him to solve the last problem. The protagonist wondered whether he should go and hand in the work or stay, so that Zhang Chu wouldn't feel even more stupid. The guy decided to double-check his work and stay until the end, and soon the last students began to leave the room. When the bell rang, the teacher shouted that time was up and told the remaining participants to hand in their forms. The main character and his classmate, Zhang Chu, walked down the corridor in silence. It was clear from the guy in the red sweater that he was depressed. Zhang Chu looked very upset. He walked looking at the floor and did not talk to our hero. Wu Bin concluded that the test was too difficult for his classmate, and he was upset, so he needed to cheer him up. The main character was perplexed when his classmate got ahead of him and told the guy not to be upset. Zhang Chu said that the test was quite difficult, so it was no surprise that Wu Bin failed since it was his first time participating. Smiling, the guy suggested that they quickly go to the others, and Wu Bin was perplexed because he clearly wrote better than Zhang Chu. When Zhang Qiu and our hero walked out of school, Professor B, who was standing by the bus, greeted the last two. Smiling, the old man asked the boys how they were doing and suggested going back. All the school children looked very depressed. Our hero noticed this and concluded that they also wrote the test poorly, since they looked so upset. Soon, the bus carrying Wu Bin and the rest of the kids headed back from high school to their school. The atmosphere on the bus was different from the last time. All the school children sat and were silent, looking sadly at the floor. The two girls who were sitting next to me were also silent and sad, because they thought that they had done a poor job of completing the task. Even after the Olympiad, our hero did not stop studying. He sat alone and again read a book on physics. One of the students decided to break the silence. He quietly turned to the children and asked how they answered the last question. However, there was dead silence on the bus. No one could answer the guy's question because they had not completed the task. The protagonist glanced sideways and wondered if none of his competitors had managed to complete the last task. Only one person dared to speak up. The guy hesitantly said that the correct answer was either B or C. He explained that if you subtract the first equation from the second, the result will be negative, and the water level in the glass will decrease. The guy who asked this question was amazed at the coolness of the guys who coped with the task, because he didn't even understand its essence. The bespectacled boy was taken aback when Wu Bin decided to intervene, and said that it looked like the boy had written the equation incorrectly. Wu Bin glanced back and explained that using the equations, they had obtained a positive value, which meant the water level in the glass would rise. Professor B, who had been silently eavesdropping on his subordinate's conversation, smiled and began to nod after hearing Wu Bin's argument. The guy with glasses was shocked. He screamed, "Could it really be that the correct answer was D?" And everyone began to realize why they had failed. The student who asked how each person solved the problem concluded that Wu Bin was the one who was really cool. The stunned Zhang Qiu asked our hero not to tell them now that he had completed all the tasks. But our hero, not wanting to lie or pretend, nevertheless admitted that he had coped with all the questions at the Olympiad. Then, Zhang Qiu and the others jumped up and ran towards the guy. Zhang Qiu asked Wu Bin if he had even made a block on the power of light. Zhang Qiu asked him not to continue and went off to cry when Wu Bin replied that this set of questions was the easiest. A guy with glasses approached our hero and asked if he was really that same Wu Bin from the 11th grade. He was delighted and said that the teacher always used Wu Bin as an example, and asked if he had inserted the 6th word in the assignment with the missing words. The protagonist replied that he had inserted 3 because the text was talking about the fact that the exchange of charges between two charged points had stopped. After Wu Bin explained everything, the guy with glasses left, asking him not to continue, and also decided to cry alone. The other participants of the Olympiad also wanted to ask him something, but they didn't because they were afraid of feeling inferior. Woo Bin was surprised when two girls sat down next to him. One of them called him handsome and asked if she could ask him a question. One of the schoolboys got really angry when he heard Woo Bin being called handsome because their girlfriends don't call them that. The main character politely allowed them to ask him questions, and at the same time the guy wanted to repeat some topics. Professor B said that it seemed that their school finally had someone who could get past the first round and turn up the heat at the regional Olympiad. The girl thanked Woo Bin and asked if she could ask one more question. Our hero didn't mind. She blushed with embarrassment, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and said that she would like to follow the guy on Instagram. But that was not all she wanted to say. The girl looked away shyly and wanted to ask for something. Another guy who heard this winced in rage because the girl asked Woo Bin for his Instagram. All the guys were angry because of envy, and Woo Bin looked at the girl who asked him for Instagram in bewilderment. He told her that it was inconvenient to explain the tasks on Instagram, so she should just come to his class, and he would help her there. The pretty girl looked at the main character with fear when she received his refusal. All the guys sitting on the bus fell silent, carefully watching the conversation between our hero and the girl. Professor B was also eavesdropping on the boys' conversation, and he smirked when Woo Bin politely turned the girl down. The girl felt so embarrassed that her face turned red like a tomato, and she stared at Woo Bin in fear. Xiaolan, covering her face with her hands, thanked Woo Bin and rushed away. Her friend tried to stop her. Woo Bin grinned and thought that it was no wonder that they were so happy to help, since not everyone had the strength to explain how to solve problems. The bus returned from the Olympics. The school children, who were gray with sadness, got out of it and walked down the street with a dejected look. When our hero got off the bus, Professor B followed him and asked the guy to stop for a while. An elderly man stopped the main character to offer the guy something to eat with a smile on his face. Woo Bin, without hesitation, immediately agreed to eat with his teacher after the grueling test. The two of them went to the school cafeteria. There were people near the entrance, and a banner on top said that cultured people don't steal spoons. When the main character entered the dining room in the company of the professor, he saw that there were a lot of people inside. When Professor B and his student entered the dining room, they immediately met someone there who spoke to them. It was the teacher who told the professor that it was the first time he had seen B bring a student to the cafeteria with him. He asked the guy if he was the same Woo Bin, who was one of the last to be included in the list of participants for the Olympics, and our hero began to be modest. Teacher Tiza laughed when his colleague asked Woo Bin if he was the guy who scored the highest on the test. The physics teacher coughed smugly, and his colleague became angry and thought that he was at it again. The man asked Professor B what he thought about how well the student had written today's test at the Olympiad. The old man smiled and told his colleague that he thought Woo Bin had done well on the test. The protagonist froze in surprise when Professor B added that there was a possibility that the guy even made it to the semi-finals. Teacher Tisa and the other teacher were stunned when they heard this. The man asked the professor if he was serious about this. The teacher didn't bother them with any more questions and suggested that they go to lunch together. At the table, the physics teacher began to interrogate our hero. He ordered him to admit whether the test was difficult. While chewing his food, Woo Bin told the teacher that it was not difficult because he had managed to review all the topics. The second teacher called Woo Bin a self-confident young man and compared him to Tsa, who also likes to show off. Professor B interjected and stated that he had no doubts about Woo Bin. He was only concerned about the difficult questions at the end of the test. The other teachers also noticed that Woo Bin was discussing the last question on the test with the professor and the teachers. They became curious about the boy sitting there, and one of them replied that it was the one who took part in the physics Olympiad. One of the teachers got angry, slammed his fist on the table and shouted that they were crazy because it was a trap problem when Woo Bin told it. He was furious, shouting, "Where has it ever been seen that such questions exist? Because you have to be a genius to cope with such a task." While chewing his food, Woo Bin realized that this teacher was no slouch, because he immediately realized that the task was not an easy one. Teacher Tsa said that it seemed that this year's Olympiad questions were the most difficult, and asked Woo Bin how he answered them. The main character looked up at the ceiling, chuckled, and thought for a moment before answering the teacher's question. Woo Bin confessed to his teachers that at first he did not know how to find a solution to this problem. Everyone began to listen to our hero in amazement as he explained how he had composed two equilibrium equations to solve the problem. He explained everything to the teachers and said that he did not know whether he had done the problem correctly or not, while the teachers crowded around him. The teacher started trying to solve the problem on his smartphone, and he asked Woo Bin what answer he got. The man slammed his fist loudly on the table again when Woo Bin said that he had chosen answer options B and C. The protagonist tensed up, assuming that he had miscalculated since the teacher had such a strange reaction. But he turned out to be wrong. The teacher laughed jubilantly and gave him a thumbs up, saying that he had calculated everything correctly. The teacher praised our young hero, saying that he was a good boy, because every step he took in solving the problem was correct. Bin felt awkward, scratched the back of his head and thanked the man. The guy was already scared because he thought that he had done the task incorrectly. The school staff who had crowded around our hero shouted, assuming that Wu Bin had scored the maximum score. The boy was surprised when he looked up and saw all the teachers standing around him in a crowd, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Wu Bin felt a bit uneasy and didn't understand why everyone was standing around him and staring. The teachers, happy for our hero, decided that if he hadn't made any mistakes, then he had definitely scored the maximum score. Sa rose from his chair, put his hand on Wu Bin's shoulder and said that the guy was a good guy, and that it was not for nothing that he believed in him. With eyes shining with joy, our hero replied that it was all thanks to the teachers, namely Professor B and Sa. The school staff crowded around teacher Tisa and began to praise him because he had prepared the student flawlessly. The happy teacher said that the teacher Tsa was a handsome man and the best in the school, and the man continued to be flattered. But the physics teacher was not embarrassed by this. He showed a thumbs up and proudly declared that he was the best teacher in the world. There was an awkward silence in the cafeteria when teacher Tisa made such a loud statement. Everyone stared at him. The teacher felt awkward. He admitted that he had exaggerated a little, and then everyone started laughing again. After lunch in the cafeteria, the protagonist and his two teachers stopped near the exit to chat some more. Teacher Tsa said that it seemed that Wu Bin had indeed made it to the semifinals, and asked him to remember to correct his grades in other subjects. The main character promised to get the maximum score in the remaining subjects. At this moment, Wu Bin looked serious. Tsa was outraged. He replied that it was not necessary because Wu Bin would torture himself like that, and he still had to prepare for the semifinals. Wu Bin asked him not to worry and said that he could handle it, but Tsa disagreed because the guy was too optimistic. Professor B did not scold his student, but advised teacher Tsa to let Wu Bin do her own thing. The elderly man smiled good-naturedly and said that he believed that our young hero would definitely cope. Wu Bin lit up when Professor B declared that our hero could truly be called a genius student. The boy thanked the professor, and then suddenly his eyes widened when he noticed something. The old man smiled at his student again and wished him luck, promising that the boy would cope with everything. The guy turned pale, trembled, and grabbed his head. He did not answer because he felt extremely awkward. Teacher Tsa, adjusting his glasses, decided to no longer try to dissuade his student from achieving the maximum score in everything. The protagonist froze, looking at the physics teacher, when teacher Tisa took into account Professor B's opinion. The man allowed him to do everything his way and expressed hope that the guy would surprise him with his results. Clenching his fists and overjoyed, Wu Bin promised the teacher when he told him to use his genius brain to the maximum. The boy's classmates were delighted when he returned to class after the Olympics. They said that everyone was rooting for him. Wu Bin sat down at his desk in a good mood, and Gu Fan immediately asked the robot how he was doing. Gu Fan asked how he wrote the test, and whether it was difficult because he saw Zhang Chu upset the day before. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious expression, scratched his chin and chuckled before answering his friend. The guy secretly told his deskmate that it was a bit difficult for him, but he thought he got the maximum score. Gu Fan didn't believe his friend. He snorted and replied to the smart guy with a grin that there was no harm in dreaming. In response, the protagonist simply opened the textbook and allowed his friend to continue not believing in him, because after the results were announced, it would turn out that Gu Fan was wrong. The guy realized that his friend was serious and asked if he really got the maximum score. Wu Bin replied that this was most likely the case, but that he needed to wait for the results, and told him to be quiet and not to disturb him while he studied now. Gu Fan looked at his friend with annoyance, who immediately buried his face in his textbook because Wu Bin had started doing his thing again. Our hero imagined himself as an old alchemist, reading the book. He admitted that chemistry is very interesting, much better than biology. He was surprised when he read the problem about nitric acid, potassium nitrate, and sulfuric acid. It seemed very easy to him, like for junior grades. The young man's imagination was again inflamed when he read a problem about treating mixtures of esters with an alkali solution. Then Wu Bin panicked. He didn't understand what to do because he knew all the terms, but he didn't even have a rough idea of how to solve the problem. Gu Fan looked at his friend when he suddenly stood up from his seat. Wu Bin decided that this would not work anymore. The angry boy took the sheet of paper with the problems and decided that he needed to urgently contact the teacher. The main character gave his chemistry teacher his notes, and the teacher began to read them silently. Teacher Yu, opposite whom the boy was sitting, asked him if he had already come to this topic himself. Wu Bin admitted that no, and in fact he did not understand anything, so he came to the teacher to have him explain everything to him. Trying to control himself, Teacher Yu asked the boy if he understood that he needed to learn the basics of chemistry first. With a blissful face, Wu Bin laughed, imagining himself as a white flower, and replied that he was just curious about how difficult chemistry problems could be. The teacher could no longer contain his anger, and with steam coming out of his nostrils, he asked Wu Bin if chemistry was a toy for him. The main character perked up when he saw that the teacher was so angry with him that he jumped out of his chair. Running away from the old man, Wu Bin shouted to the teacher that he had simply misunderstood him, and the old man tried to catch up with him to show him the full power of chemistry. After the squabble, Wu Bin sat and wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Teacher Yu, having calmed down, said that all that was needed here was to write out the formulas. But the boy had not studied them yet. The main character looked at the chemistry teacher with his mouth open in surprise when he explained everything to him. Teacher Yu said that in order to solve such problems, you need to study chemistry from the 7th grade, especially in this one, where you need to reveal connections. As far as Wu Bin remembered, last time only Zheng Chu had managed to complete this task. He began to admire his classmate. The chemistry teacher smiled and said that he heard that the boy did well at the Olympiad and congratulated him. Wu Bin was surprised that the teacher knew about this, and the chemist replied that it was impossible not to know, because Teacher Tia talks about it all day long. The chemistry teacher asked the boy if he wanted to improve his grades, and when Wu Bin answered yes, he asked what topic he had already reached. The teacher praised Wu Bin for doing well when he heard that he had already reached chemical compounds. When the teacher began to question him, Wu Bin backed down and said that he did not understand very well, rather superficially. The chemistry teacher turned away and became angry again. Thinking that Wu Bin thought his subject was easy and just some kind of toy, Wu Bin hoped that the man would not test his knowledge of terms, because he would definitely fail here. The protagonist sat in a chair, clearly tense, sweat running down his face. He was afraid that the chemist would bombard him with questions. The chemistry teacher asked the boy not to strain himself too much because he needed to improve in other subjects and allowed him to contact him again if he had any questions. Our hero sighed with relief, smiled, and asked the teacher if he could come over tomorrow after lunch. The old man, tidying up a stack of his papers, smiled and allowed the boy to come to him the next day after lunch. The man suggested that Wu Bin go back to the office and advised him to solve these problems in class so that he could test his knowledge. When the bell rang, Teacher Yu stood at the board and announced that today he and his class would try to solve tests from Haibei University. Everyone immediately became upset and indignant because they already had a whole bunch of tests this week. Seeing his students' discontent, the chemistry teacher cleared his throat before answering them. Then a light bulb went on in the old man's head, and he had an idea of how to get out of this situation. The main character looked at the chemistry teacher in surprise when the man said his name. The teacher warned Wu Bin that if he did poorly on this test, he would have to write out all the terms, formulas, and equations 20 times. Our young hero grimaced when he heard this. He did not understand why he had to do this. The boy was confused and remained silent as all his classmates turned around and stared at him. Classmates began to whisper, thinking that our hero had gotten into trouble and that Teacher Yu was very angry with him. They were discussing how many points Wu Bin had scored in chemistry the previous time, and someone said that it seemed like only 15. One of his classmates was called a maniac when he said that Wu Bin scored 34 points because he memorized all his results. They decided that Wu Bin simply didn't have time to prepare for chemistry, and now Teacher Yu is angry with him. Hearing the chatter, the teacher became angry at the whole class and shouted, demanding their full attention. The boys grimaced and began to listen to him. The chemist declared that if Wu Bin got a passing score, then those who did not would have to do the same task, but 30 times. One of the students raised her hand, apologized, and asked the teacher how many formulas they had learned so far. The teacher looked at the girl indignantly and asked whether he should give her a 2, since it was they who were learning the formulas, not him. The girl blushed with shame and justified herself to the chemistry teacher, saying that she simply forgot. Trying to contain his anger, the chemist paused for a moment and replied that the girl needed to review all the topics and formulas she had covered. The schoolgirl turned pale and stared at the teacher with fear in her eyes when he ordered her to write out all the formulas 20 times. Bin didn't really like the chemistry teacher's methods. He regretted that he had the misfortune to answer that everything was clear to him, and now he would have to waste a lot of time. The chemistry test began. The guy in the orange sweater handed back the forms to the guy sitting behind him. Now Wu Bin wasn't so confident in himself. He looked at the questions on the test and realized that he didn't know any of it. He was alone in front of the gigantic world of chemistry, not understanding what these chemical properties of alcohols and proteins were, because he had not yet studied such things. The guy felt so much tension that sweat began to drip down his face. Gu Fan, who was sitting next to him, nudged his friend and asked Wu Bin how he was doing and whether he was passing the test. With a slight hesitation, Wu Bin admitted that he was in trouble, but in any case, he would write better than Gu Fan. Gu Fan laughed and replied that they would see about that, since he had been diligently studying chemistry formulas for the past 2 days. The main character realized that he would have to try very hard. He began to encourage himself, repeating mentally that he could do anything. He decided to start with what he knew in order to try to score more points on the easy questions and get a passing score. The guy was tormented by doubts. He seemed to have read about iron chloride, but he was not sure, and he could not find a clear answer to his questions. The protagonist frowned and became angry with himself again because he couldn't cope with even basic tasks. Wu Bin turned pale and was confused, not understanding why he was now thinking like a poor student. The young man was overcome with horror when he realized that without a system he was nothing. The chemistry teacher was surprised when he noticed that our hero, unlike the others, was not writing the test, but was looking at the ceiling. The teacher's face became very pleased when he saw that Wu Bin was having a hard time handling the test he had to write. The protagonist was outraged when he looked at his teacher and saw that he looked very pleased. Wu Bin was very angry with his chemistry teacher. He thought that this old man was a very annoying person. Clutching his head, the boy began to try to solve chemistry problems. Pei Jiming paid attention to him. The girl saw that the guy was having a hard time coping with the test, so she moved her papers closer to the edge so that he could copy them. Pei Jiamin quietly gave her lover the opportunity to cheat, but our hero did not pay any attention to it yet. She knew that the teacher told her to sit in this seat because she had poor eyesight, and she was glad that she could help Wu Bin. However, Wu Bin didn't pay any attention to the girl. He only looked at his notebook and sweated over completing the assignments. The chemistry problems seemed so difficult to him that the boy began to chew on his pen, but he didn't notice the completed test on the next desk. Our hero's head was boiling. He could not stand it and lay down on the desk, covering his face with his hands. And Pei Jiamin was still waiting for him to look at her. She got angry and thought that Wu Bin was stupid because he didn't want to look at her work and copy the correct answers. Then an idea appeared in the girl's head. She came up with a way to make Wu Bin finally pay attention to her. Our hero's classmate grabbed an eraser and threw it on the floor towards Wu Bin so that he could hear the sound. But it was useless. The guy was still looking only at his notebook. Then Pei Jimin began to quietly call out to him. The boy finally glanced to the side when he heard his classmate calling him for the 3rd time. He turned around and rudely asked Pei Jimin what she wanted from him, and wondered since when had this girl been sitting so close to him. Blushing with embarrassment, Jiming said that her eraser had rolled under the chair and asked if the guy could pick it up. The girl with pink hair was surprised when our hero, without saying a word, quickly grabbed the eraser and put it on her desk. The guy waved his hand at her, told her not to distract him anymore, and stared back at his test while Pei Jimin looked at him silently. The girl couldn't hold back her anger. Her whole body was shaking. Wu Bin was really annoying her because she just wanted to help him. Pei Jimin decided that she needed to try to get his attention again and began to quickly and loudly turn the pages. It worked. Our young hero was distracted when he heard someone making noise nearby. He looked at the pink-haired girl in confusion and wondered what this woman was doing. The girl showed Wu Bin her papers and mentally addressed him so that the young man would quickly look at her answers. The main character silently stared at his classmate, completely not understanding what she was trying to get from him. He turned away and clenched his teeth in anger, deciding that this woman was sick, since she was bragging that she had completed the task and wanted to humiliate him. The next day, Wang Hao and Gu Fan were by our hero's side to see how he did on his chemistry test. The protagonist held his test results with a trembling hand and saw that he had only scored 49 points. Then Wu Bin realized that without preparation he was still a nobody, and Gu Fan looked at him with a grin. The teacher did not ignore our hero's results. He told Wu Bin that they should go to the office together now. Wu Bin looked very upset. His mind was all in a turmoil over how badly he had done on the test. In the office, the protagonist looked at his teacher in shock when he, sitting opposite him, told the boy to relax. The old man said that he was joking when he spoke about the punishment, and his test overall was not bad. because progress was visible. When asked when he had time to prepare, Wu Bin replied that he simply listened carefully to the teacher in class and studied every day in the dorm. The teacher was shocked that this was all because he thought the guy studied every day for several hours. Wu Bin was confused when the chemist asked why he was more interested in physics, since otherwise he would have enrolled the boy in the Olympiad. One of the teachers looked out from behind her desk and asked the teacher why he was putting so much pressure on the child. The chemistry teacher got angry and shouted that he was not pressuring him. He just saw potential in Wu Bin and thought the boy could handle it. Another teacher who was in the office laughed and noted that teacher Tisa had said the same words. The teacher admitted that lately all she heard was about Tisa and how smart Wu Bin was, and asked him to tell her why he was better. The chemist explained that Wu Bin had learned most of the topics they had covered in 2 weeks, so he was very capable. The teacher asked Wu Bin what he had done in previous years, since they could have already won several awards and brought glory to the school. The second teacher agreed with him and said that it was strange that they had not discovered this talent before. The teacher smiled and said that she understood why teacher Tisa was bragging so much, because Wu Bin really was their star. Wu Bin felt awkward about his teacher Tsa and asked teacher Yu if he could go back to class already. Teacher Yu asked where he was running off to since they were praising him here, and the woman called him cute when she saw that he was shy. The teacher allowed the student to go and prepare because, even though he was a genius, it was still worth reviewing the material. Wu Bin smiled and said that it was time for him to prepare for his lessons, and the chemistry teacher allowed the boy to come over if he had any more questions. The main character bowed and thanked the teacher when he asked him not to bother with the assignments and to ask him if something was unclear. When the boy returned to the school office, surprise appeared on his face when he discovered that there was someone else there. The young hero saw that his classmate in a green sweater, who was also working on chemistry, was already sitting at the table. The girl diligently wrote out all the formulas. She cried because she was offended, because she did this as part of the punishment. The protagonist was confused when he saw her, because teacher Yu said that his words about punishments were just a joke. Wu Bin decided that he didn't care and didn't want to interfere in other people's business, leaving his classmate alone and decided to leave. The guy froze when he unexpectedly received a message from the system. He was awarded 200 points for completing the task. He was amazed when he reached the next level. He got a new talent point and the divergent thinking ability. Staggering, the main character returned to his class. He concluded that the results of the Olympiad had already come out. Sitting down at his desk, the guy thought that he had reached level 4 quite quickly, and most likely chemistry had also added a couple hundred experience points to him. After activating the system, Wu Bin was glad that he could finally see what talents he could acquire in chemistry. The first talent was Flame Master. This skill would give our hero the ability to analyze burning elements by the color of the flame. The system also offered a talent called Alchemist Maniac, which increased the chance of success in laboratory work. Suddenly, Wu Bin opened his eyes wide and then imagined himself as an angel standing with his eyes closed and holding 2 chickens in his palms. But on the other hand, our hero felt like a demon with long horns and a terrifying body. The boy's eyes widened in amazement, because these 2 images represented talents in chemistry. The first talent was called Organic Master. It improves the understanding of organic compound reactions and their properties. The second talent is Master of Inorganic Substances, which improves the understanding of inorganic compounds and their properties. The main character was amazed by these talents. He exclaimed that it was really cool. The guy decided to think carefully. He scratched his chin, because he had to choose one of 4 talents. Wu Bin considered the Flame Lord talent to be quite good, but it was only aimed at analyzing burning elements, and he had no use for it now. He thought that the Alchemist Maniac would be useful to him in various laboratory work, but he would be able to handle schoolwork without this talent. There were 2 talents left, and both of them, in Wu Bin's opinion, were very good. He believed that they would allow him to better understand chemistry. The main character was tormented by doubts. He could not yet decide what to choose. To become a master of organic or inorganic compounds, he decided to choose Inorganic Master for now, because he would still get another talent point after the exams. When Wu Bin chose the talent, he once again found himself in the middle of an abyss, free-falling straight into the mouth of an erupting volcano. Gu Fan was at a loss when he noticed that his deskmate had turned red and was trembling while reading a book. Wu Bin felt genuine pleasure, and even blushed upon receiving a new talent, and said that it was time to start studying. Gu Fan was confused. He silently looked at his friend, not understanding why he was acting so strangely. The boy pulled out a piece of paper with a chemistry problem. looked at them, and started studying. The main character, not paying attention to anything else, was studying chemistry, leafing through a collection of problems on this subject. His classmate was amazed that even in the cafeteria, Woo Bin did not get distracted from his studies, while simultaneously chewing his portion of rice. After the canteen, our young hero continued studying again, this time in the company of his class teacher. Even while sitting on the toilet, Woo Bin did not take his eyes off his textbook, while others complained and knocked on the door because the boy was taking so long to use the toilet. When it was time for active recreation at school, all the kids were playing basketball, but Woo Bin was still busy studying. When evening came and everyone had already returned to the hostel to rest, our hero was sitting at the table and reading a textbook. When everyone had already gone to bed and Woo Bin had also gone to bed, he continued reading the textbook using his headlamp. The main character spent countless hours studying. He did not lose concentration and did not get tired of studying. On another rainy night, when everyone was in the dorm, Gu Fan was unable to sleep. The guy was lying in bed with his eyes open. The guy decided to get out of his bed to go to the toilet and then come back and go to bed. As Gu Fan was climbing down the stairs, he noticed his roommate. He was angry when he saw that Woo Bin was still awake and still studying, and he thought that his friend had gone completely crazy. Without saying a word to his roommate, Gu Fan went to the communal toilet to relieve himself. Returning to the room, the guy with black hair began to yawn loudly because he was already very sleepy. But then the fatigue seemed to disappear when he again turned his attention to our hero, who was still not sleeping. Woo Bin looked absolutely mad, shining a flashlight on his face, which made Gu Fan very scared. Our hero asked his friend why he was still awake, and his friend got angry, asking why he was smiling and suggesting that he was crazy. The main character asked permission to ask his friend one question and immediately asked what sound people make when they rustle a bag of chips. The puzzled Gu Fan guessed that it was chic, 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 and stared at his friend with one eyebrow raised. The boy smiled good-naturedly and giggled, praising his roommate for how smart he was. Gu Fan looked at our hero with an even more puzzled expression on his face and froze, not answering. Then he got angry and attacked Woo Bin, who started complaining that he was in pain and said that he was just joking. Woo Bin asked his friend to calm down and asked if he really wanted to know the reason why the guy was not sleeping. But the guy with black hair was still angry. He warned his friend that one more joke like that and he was dead. The main character told his friend that he had just smiled because he had seen the equation of state of an ideal gas. When Gu Fan asked what it was, Woo Bin scolded his friend for not really knowing what it was. The black-haired boy got angry when Woo Bin told him to leave, since they had nothing to talk about if he didn't know. Gu Fan turned around and left, offended by his friend, and said that he didn't need it. The young man wanted to climb back onto his bed, but then he stopped, thought, and turned to his friend, nicknamed Robot W. The main character looked at the guy and asked his roommate what he wanted from him. He felt awkward, but Gu Fan found the courage to ask if studying could really be that interesting. Without a second's hesitation, our hero answered his friend that this was indeed the case. The guy with black hair pretended not to believe his friend, which he said, and began to climb back into his bed. Gu Fan immediately crawled under his blanket and turned his face to the wall, without saying another word to his roommate. Woo Bin looked at his friend with a grin, because he knew that his interest in studying now was genuine. The guy with black hair couldn't sleep. He lay with his eyes open. It was obvious that he was sad. The schoolboy thought that he too would like to become the best student, so that his classmates would envy him and his parents would be proud. He felt depressed because he knew he was still far from Woo Bin, and he couldn't proudly show the test to his parents. The guy remembered ordinary moments from his life. When he eats, sleeps in a subway car, or during lessons. Gu Fan also recalled moments when he often played basketball, bragging about his skills, or sat on Instagram. The young man knew that while he was lazy or doing mundane things, his friend Woo Bin was diligently studying all the time. He thought about how the teachers were giving Woo Bin the opportunity to explain to the entire class problems that her classmates didn't understand. Woo Bin also reads his essays out loud to the entire class, and the teachers set him up as an example to everyone as the best student. Gu Fan remembered that even the English teacher always praised Woo Bin for his pronunciation. The guy was sincerely amazed by the fact that his friend had changed dramatically in just a month, turning from a poor student into an ideal student. Gu Fan thought about the fact that Woo Bin had been by his side all this time, which meant that the guy had no secret to his success. The young man still couldn't fall asleep. He turned his head to look at Woo Bin, who was still awake but studying. He glanced at his roommate's face, which was illuminated by the flashlight from his phone. At that moment, the guy with black hair realized something. He opened his eyes wide, looking at his comrade. The protagonist perked up when his friend called him again, because he thought that he had already gone to bed a long time ago. Gufan stood up and asked Wu Bin if the boy could explain some physics problems to him tomorrow after lunch. Our young hero was dumbfounded when he heard this, because such requests were completely unlike his friend. He immediately happily agreed to help Gufan with physics. But he couldn't believe that he hadn't just misheard. Gufan was delighted and thanked him. But Wu Bin warned him that he didn't have much time, so he would only explain the solution methods. The protagonist said that it was time to sleep since it was already late and wished his roommate good night. Gufan did the same in return. The next day at school, the math teachers were standing near the entrance to the school office and talking about something. They perked up when our hero suddenly came in and, looking at his textbook from the doorway, told teacher Yu that he had a question for him. The math teacher told the boy that the chemistry teacher had not shown up for school today. The main character looked at his teacher in fear when he heard that his chemistry teacher had not come. Teacher Lee looked sternly at the boy and said that he had not been studying mathematics at all lately, and asked if he really thought of himself as a genius of algebra and geometry. Wu Bin began to make excuses, saying that he simply needed to improve his grades in other subjects. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to participate in the Olympiad. Teacher Lee stopped being angry and asked the boy to come to his office when he finished correcting his grades so that he could show him something. The main character was delighted and agreed to come to the math teacher to learn something new. Wu Bin left, waving goodbye to the teachers, who also said goodbye to the boy, remaining in the school office. Teacher Su became thoughtful, and the math teacher became sad, because Wu Bin used to really like his subject. The woman told Teacher Lee that she also needed to go now, and he nodded with a smile and agreed to let her go. Wu Bin stopped abruptly and looked away when someone ran up to him and started calling out. It was Teacher Lee. She approached the boy and asked him to stop, saying that she needed to tell him something. The protagonist looked at her questioningly and asked Teacher Su if she wanted something from him. The young man gasped even before the teacher said anything to him, realizing why she had run up to him. The boy screamed that he had not told anyone anything about what happened that night in the office and swore to the teacher. Embarrassed, the woman began to turn around and then covered his mouth with her hand, telling him not to scream, otherwise someone would hear. When Wu Bin asked what she wanted from him then, the teacher grabbed his hand and led him away. Both our hero and the one who witnessed this were stunned when Teacher Su dragged him along. The woman brought Wu Bin into an empty room where chemistry lab work is usually conducted to talk. She admitted that she would like to talk to him about the 11th grade class she teaches. The teacher said that she did everything as Wu Bin advised her, and now most of the students are happy with her teaching method. Wu Bin was happy for her, and the woman said that she wanted the guy to teach her more about these teaching methods. Our hero felt awkward. He laughed and asked, in the end, whether he was the teacher or she was the teacher. The woman was dumbfounded by this remark, her cheeks turning noticeably red as Wu Bin pricked her. Teacher Su tucked her hair behind her ear and began to sweetly ask our hero to help her, because his methods really work. She admitted that she even tried to have a heart-to-heart talk with the students, but they didn't want to tell her anything. The teacher yelled at Wu Bin, asking what was wrong with his expression and whether he thought she was a bad teacher. The guy smirked and asked her to be careful if she didn't like something, because he could just turn around and leave. The woman realized her mistake, cleared her throat and apologized to the student, justifying herself by saying that she was just joking. She looked at him with a charming smile and asked if he was willing to help her. Wu Bin replied that he could not refuse a teacher with such a great sense of humor. Teacher Su was noticeably pleased and asked our hero to listen to what she was about to tell him. She recalled what Wu Bin had said the last time she asked him why he loved studying, and asked him the same question again. The protagonist felt irritated, not understanding why she pestered him with this question, and chuckled thoughtfully. After thinking about it, the guy asked his math teacher if she had ever played computer games. The woman looked at Wu Bin with hope in her eyes and asked if the student meant games like Super Mario. The guy didn't like this example at first, but he agreed with it and was ready to explain everything to her further. Wu Bin said that games are the same as studying, because as the character is leveled up, it becomes stronger, revealing new abilities and talents. Teacher Su became thoughtful when Wu Bin said that the student, by studying one topic after another, also becomes stronger. The guy asked her if she ever wondered why people love playing games so much, and some do it for days until they lose their pulse. She nodded when Wu Bin explained that it was all because of the excitement, because players wanted to make their character a little bit stronger and couldn't stop. According to Wu Bin, if you imagine that studying is a game, it becomes more interesting because here you can also improve your skills, and bosses are difficult to understand topics. The guy said that defeating such bosses in school is even more difficult than in the game, because you need to learn a lot of things, and then the excitement awakens in the student. The teacher seemed hypnotized as she listened to Woo Bin's words about what needed to be done to defeat the boss. The main character stated that defeating a serious boss is a whole science, just like defeating a boss and studying in one subject or another. Woo Bin noticed that something was wrong with his teacher. He grabbed her shoulders in fear and shouted, asking what was wrong with her. Teacher Sue said that she felt a little dizzy from his stories and asked him to be simpler. The guy tried to explain it all more simply, saying that you need to imagine that studying is a game in which you can pump up your brain, learning something new. The woman looked at the student with resentment and said that it was much clearer this way, since she didn't have a computer and didn't know about any bosses. Woo Bin scratched his head and suggested that the teacher was still finding it too difficult, and suggested giving a simpler example. As an example, the main character took the topic of a polynomial in mathematics and presented it as a fairy with long blonde hair. He suggested to his teacher that they think about why they were studying this topic. For example, that without understanding it, it would not be possible to solve the equation. The guy said that he deliberately took such a simple example, so that she would understand exactly, because having mastered the topic of a polynomial, a player or student gains a skill and can move on. Teacher Sue finally began to listen to the student with interest because she began to understand everything and asked him to continue. Now Woo Bin proposed to introduce the complex topic of trigonometric functions, which cannot be solved without knowledge of basic concepts. According to the guy, in order to approach such serious bosses, you first need to pump up your character to a certain level. Having gained a certain amount of knowledge on a particular subject, the student, as Woo Bin said, will easily begin to defeat bosses equal in strength. Introducing the scary boss, Woo Bin explained to the teacher that this is how, topic by topic, the student becomes so strong that he himself becomes a pumped-up character. But he didn't finish there. The main character said that after defeating the regular bosses, he would get closer to the derivative theme boss. The main character demonstrated to Teacher Sue his knowledge of the topics of differential and derivative. The teacher listened attentively to Woo Bin, who said that first they had to pass all the tests, complete the quests, read the paragraph, and solve the problems. The protagonist stated that all this must be done before he meets one-on-one with the most incredibly powerful boss. In the boy's imagination, it was a giant with thick, long brown hair, holding a huge sword. Looking at the ceiling and fantasizing, Woo Bin said that this was just another boss that he was prepared for, because he had done a hell of a job before, just like in the game. He asked the teacher if she understood that in order to confront the boss, you need to level up your character for a very long time. Imagining how he defeated the boss, the guy told the woman that he liked this kind of game because it was very interesting. The teacher nodded when Woo Bin asked her if she wanted to instill a love of learning in her students. He suggested that she explain to them that studying is also a fun game, and a student is the same character, only even cooler, because this is the real world. The guy promised the teacher that then the students would have such passion and such a fire in their eyes that it would be impossible to extinguish. The young man warned that there is one important thing, but in order to be interesting, you need to start small, because difficult bosses will be invincible. The teacher agreed, because without all that knowledge, there was no point in even fighting the new boss. And there was a lot to learn before that. The woman asked the student if she understood him correctly, and he immediately agreed until she began asking more questions. Sue said there are many students in her class who don't understand even basic high school topics, so she's not surprised that they don't want to listen to her anymore. Adjusting his glasses, Woo Bin said that you can't go against a high-level boss with a low-level character without a normal weapon. The teacher started looking at him with bewilderment again when Woo Bin got carried away and started talking about different players. Woo Bin suggested that the teacher go home and study the game terms and then talk to her again. The woman promised that she would try to put into practice all the valuable information that the guy shared with her. The teacher thanked Woo Bin for listening to her and suggested that next time he eat at her expense. As she left the office, she waved her hand to our hero one last time and said that it was time for her to return to the office. The protagonist also waved to her and said goodbye to Teacher Sue, remaining in the chemistry room. The next action took place in the school office, where our hero came and addressed the physics teacher. He brought Gu Fan, who was trembling with excitement, there and said that he also wanted to study physics, and the boy greeted Teacher Tsa. The physics teacher didn't mind. He smiled and said that it was great, and pointed his finger at Gu Fan to sit down. Gu Fan sat down shyly and thanked the teacher when he told him that he would explain everything to him little by little from the beginning. The boy was scared when the teacher casually threw the papers on the table in front of him and told him to give them back to him when he finished solving all the problems. Teacher Tisa asked Wu Bin how he was doing with his grades in other subjects, and he said that he was having difficulty with chemistry. Our hero and his teacher looked at the English teacher in shock when she told Wu Bin that he was confident. The class teacher warned him that she would not allow him to participate in the Olympiad if Wu Bin scored less than 120 points in English. And the biology teacher said the same thing. Sweating with excitement, the protagonist asked the women to calm down and promised that he would try not to disappoint them. The teachers looked closely at our hero and wished him luck, stopping scolding him. The physics teacher grinned and reached under the table to get something out. Our young hero was at a loss when teacher Tisa handed him an unknown book. The man with glasses glanced at the boy and said that he really liked the book, so he wanted Wu Bin to read it too. The main character was shocked when he read what was written on the cover of this book and realized what was in front of him. It turned out that teacher Tisa gave the boy a book about Isaac Newton, namely Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. When it was already dark outside, the action took place in the hostel where our main character lives. As usual, Wu Bin did not sleep at night. He put on a headlamp and turned it on to study. Our hero really liked the gift from teacher T's, so even at night he sat on his bed and read a book about Newton. Wu Bin, while reading a book, learned about Isaac Newton's contribution to science, and he imagined a young scientist standing by the window. The guy believed that if the Nobel Prize had existed in the 17th century, Isaac Newton would have received at least 4. After all, the scientist was the first to formulate the concept of gravity as a universal force, published Newton's principles, and discovered the binomial theorem, and much more. It also became known from Wu Bin's book that Isaac Newton invented the first reflecting telescope, and the boy concluded that the man was a great scientist. The guy was simply amazed when he read the book. He could not stand the emotions and began to shout out loud that Newton was simply a god. As he leafed through the pages, our hero became interested in whether it was possible that the same system as his had appeared back in Newton's time. Afterwards, the young man began to read about Robert Hooke, the scientist who discovered the law of universal gravitation back in the 1660s. Wu Bin learned that Hooke had a poor understanding of mathematics and did not recognize that the forces that govern the movement of celestial bodies actually operate equally throughout the universe. The boy also learned from the book about Tycho Brahe and other contemporaries who eclipsed Hooke with their success. Our hero learned that due to serious gaps in mathematics, Hooke suffered a number of failures in science, and his contribution was not recognized by other scientists. But then, as described in the book, Isaac Newton took up a number of Hooke's theories and research, making many discoveries. Wu Bin read that Newton's 3 laws of mechanics changed the old idea of the world that Aristotle had once described. The protagonist learned that at one time this had made Hooke very angry, and he accused Newton of plagiarizing his research. One day Hooke attacked Newton and asked how he, a scoundrel and a vile thief, dared to steal his works. Then, Newton went up to Hooke and said that he would be angry too if he were him, because Hooke sees the world at the waste level of other people. Isaac looked down at the furious scientist and advised him to study mathematics first, which angered him even more. The main character, reading about this episode from the life of Isaac Newton, giggled because he liked how the scientist put his competitor in his place. Wu Bin felt a little sorry for Hooke, who lacked the knowledge and ability to explain his research. The guy clenched his fist and promised himself that he wouldn't let something like that happen to him. He turned the page and began to read about how, after the age of 30, Newton took up alchemy, a real obsession of the scientist. At that time, there was no concept of an element, and oxygen was called phlogiston, and Newton did not contribute to alchemy due to the incorrect theories at that time. The boy thought that if Newton had been born in their time, when the periodic table of elements already existed, he could have made a huge contribution. Wu Bin read that in his later years, Newton was not considered an outstanding scientist, and he had many ill-wishers. At one of the evenings, the young scientist even began to insult the elderly Isaac Newton when they met him. They asked him what was the use of him, an old man, if in 10 years they had not achieved any success in alchemy. Then, the elderly Isaac Newton silently listened to the insults of the young scientists, without showing any emotion. But then the man grinned and admitted that his offenders were right. He agreed with the words that he was pathetic. Scientists were surprised when Isaac Newton agreed with them and compared himself to a boy playing on the seashore. Isaac Newton said that he rejoiced at every smooth pebble and beautiful shell that he found on the shore. The man imagined himself as a child who was sincerely happy about such finds. In the end, He told the scientist that he, like a child, was happy with the pebbles and shells, despite the fact that there was a whole sea in front of him. The three scientists looked at the elderly man with raised eyebrows, not understanding the meaning of his words. They frowned as Isaac Newton was about to say something about men in response. The man with long gray hair looked at them with a grin and said that they were not even able to find a beautiful shell on the shore. And they still dared to laugh at him. The three scholars were sweating with shame and angry at the old man when he managed to find wise words to answer them. The protagonist's words lit up with delight when he read this story. He exclaimed that Isaac Newton was a handsome man. The boy smiled widely and lay down on the pillow, holding the book in front of his face. He liked the way Newton put them in place. Wu Bin suggested that perhaps with such a character, Isaac Newton did not have friends or a wife. But then he didn't think about it and said that it was normal, because scientists don't have time for love. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when the system told him that he really had a chance to become a great scientist. He brushed the flashlight off his head, stood up and asked since when the system had been in existence, indignant that it had frightened him. The system told the guy that when it scanned his brain, it found that he had no interest in the opposite sex. She added that this was an important criterion for a great scientist, and Wu Bin asked if there would be rewards for this praise. The protagonist was upset when the system asked for forgiveness and said that he would not receive any rewards for this. A new day had come. Our young hero went to school again. He slammed his textbook shut when he finished reading it. Gu Fan stared at his friend in confusion as he beamed with pleasure after reading the book. The guy was very happy that he had finally managed to complete his preparation in biology. He mentally thanked his teachers and the system. Wu Bin felt completely different because he had mastered all the school subjects. Wu Bin felt absolutely brilliant because now he was good at physics, chemistry, Chinese, English, mathematics, and other subjects. Making a gesture with his hands, the protagonist declared that understanding is the key to success, and cramming is a road to nowhere. Gu Fan, meanwhile, looked at his desk mate as if he was crazy, not understanding why he was moving his hands. Wu Bin thought that the main thing in learning is not cramming, but understanding. And this truth is hidden from many, because many people think that it is much easier to just cram than to sit down and understand. According to the guy, such cramming only complicates the learning process, because understanding one principle replaces cramming thousands of examples. Wu Bin thought that to truly understand a subject, one must clearly understand what and how it works, because everything is interconnected. The main character was delighted because he had built a chain of knowledge and was now sure that he would not forget anything. A smirk appeared on his face and he clenched his fist, happy that he finally felt like a real genius. Gu Fan, who was still watching his friend who was acting strangely, asked what he was doing. The protagonist replied that he was practicing supernatural powers and invited his deskmate to join him. The guy with black hair looked at his friend with irritation and in response simply called him crazy. Wu Bin simply closed his eyes and smirked in response to the insult because he did not agree with his comrade. He stood up from his chair and said that he was leaving, and Gu Fan told him to study, and his friend asked the guy where he was going. The protagonist briefly replied to his friend that he had already finished, so he needed to go to the school office. Gu Fan wished his friend good luck and didn't ask why Wu Bin needed to go to the school office. Noticing that his friend was a little upset, Wu Bin winked at him and asked if he wanted to go with him. Gu Fan waved it off and told our hero to go away already and not interfere with his studies. The guy smiled broadly, agreed not to bother him anymore, and asked him not to be bored here without him. His friend became even more angry at Wu Bin's feigned kindness and sent him away, gritting his teeth in irritation. The protagonist laughed, twirled the pen in his hand and told Gu Fan to wait for him, and then he would come and tell him about new methods of solving problems. Looking at Wu Bin with annoyance, the black-haired boy blurted out how our hero was annoying him. Soon, our hero's foot stepped into the school office. He ran loudly, which attracted everyone's attention. The math teacher, who was sitting at his desk, glanced sideways at Wu Bin when he arrived. The biology teacher also noticed the young man's appearance and greeted the student. The protagonist also smiled back at the elderly woman and greeted Teacher Jiang. Standing in a proud pose, Wu Bin picked up a pen and announced that he had come to the office to take a biology test. While Wu Bin was beaming with happiness, the English and biology teachers looked at him with bewilderment. Teacher Jiang asked the boy not to be offended if he wrote to her in a dismissive manner, because only a week had passed. The guy, scratching the back of his head, came up and said that he just wanted to test his strength, and promised that he would sit over his textbooks all night if he wrote poorly. Teacher Jiang offered him a deal. Wu Bin would be free if he wrote the test with 80 points, and this made the boy very happy. The class teacher, who was standing nearby, asked if Wu Bin had come just to take biology. The guy shyly lowered his head and admitted that he had come to take Chinese, English, biology, and chemistry. The class teacher replied that this was very self-confident, although lately anything could be expected from Wu Bin. The protagonist went to the office, as the teacher told him, while they went to get the tests and returned to him. The biology teacher said she was surprised that the boy decided to pass all his subjects at once after just a week. The English teacher agreed because no one is capable of such a thing, no matter whether the person is a genius or not. Teacher Tisa intervened and asked the women not to underestimate this boy because the speed at which he learned was far superior to any of them. The math teacher also intervened and agreed with Teacher Tisa because Wu Bin was a phenomenal student. Teacher Lee admitted that he also did not believe in the boy until he learned all the school mathematics in just a few weeks. The class teacher asked her colleagues not to rush so much, let Wu Bin pass all her school subjects, and then they would talk. The girl looked intently at the physics teacher when he said that he was 100% sure that Wu Bin would pass all her subjects. The man said that Wu Bin had delved deep into the specialized physics that was taught at universities, so he should not be underestimated. But the class teacher still didn't believe him. She suggested talking when the boy's results in other subjects appeared. The physics teacher agreed to simply wait for the results and said that he was just happy for the student and nothing more. And then he thought about it. Sa was confident that when the other teachers saw the fruits of Wu Bin's teaching, they too would become his fans in a good way. The next action took place in the chemistry room. But there was not only one teacher there. Teacher Yu was standing next to the Chinese teacher. There was deathly silence in the office. The English and biology teachers also surrounded our hero, who was sitting in front of them. He tried to smile, but he thought that it was like he was in prison, because they were looking at him as if Wu Bin was about to cheat. The English teacher suggested that the others leave because she alone would be enough to monitor the honesty of the tests. The main character breathed a sigh of relief when his class teacher stood up for him and suggested that the others leave. The English teacher suggested that the boy start writing the test and clarified that there was no time limit. Wu Bin replied that he understood everything and took off the cap of his pen to begin. And the teacher noticed that he started with English. The woman returned to the teacher's chair, eager to see what Wu Bin was really capable of. For a while, the teacher sat in her chair with a bored look, but then her expression suddenly changed to surprise. The class teacher noticed that the boy was writing something on paper phenomenally quickly. Moreover, the guy quickly turned over one sheet after another, as if he could complete the tasks in a matter of seconds. The stunned teacher did not understand what he was scribbling there, and assumed that Wu Bin again wanted to answer all the questions with one answer. She was shocked when she stood up, walked over to his desk and saw that he was already finishing writing the test, although the teacher had just sat down. The main character was extremely focused. He quickly chose the correct answer options and proceeded to the next test. The woman frowned slyly, deciding to check right away whether her student was answering the test questions correctly. The class teacher was stunned when she took Wu Bin's test and began checking the results. She couldn't believe her eyes when it turned out that her student gave the correct answer to absolutely all the questions. When she had finished checking all the assignments, the English teacher stood frozen in the middle of the classroom, holding Wu Bin's test in her hands. The woman didn't understand how this was possible, because the test was new, and she had only printed it out 15 minutes ago, so Wu Bin couldn't have known the answers in advance. She couldn't believe that the student had actually prepared so well in 1 week, and in other subjects too. The teacher watched him closely, so he definitely couldn't have copied. She was already beginning to doubt that our hero was human. The woman thought he was a fairy tale creature, because even she would not have passed the test so quickly. It seemed as if English was his native language. Suddenly, the main character, who had been answering questions very quickly up until then, stopped, straightened up and chuckled. The main character imagined himself as a mermaid swimming in the water surrounded by fish. And in front of him appeared a shark, symbolizing a tricky question. The class teacher perked up when she noticed that her student had stopped and was thinking. She watched him curiously, assuming that Wu Bin had stumbled upon the tense issue while thinking about the task. The woman thought that he really was a genius. But then she stopped herself and decided to keep a close eye on him so that he wouldn't cheat. The main character was still thinking about how to answer the trap question. He thought that the question was tricky, but he wouldn't fall for it. A light bulb went off in his head. Wu Bin smiled and thought that his intuition was telling him that the second option would be the right one. He decided which word should be placed in the last gap in the text based on the context and imagined punching a shark. The English teacher was sweating with excitement. and felt uneasy when she saw that Wu Bin still hadn't made a single mistake. The woman wondered if the physics teacher had been lying when he claimed that Wu Bin was a genius. But it was too early to draw conclusions. The English teacher continued to watch Wu Bin because there was one last task left, and this task was a mini-essay. Wu Bin was already ready to start writing the most difficult task. The teacher's mouth dropped open in surprise. Wu Bin was writing the essay as if he was simply copying it from somewhere. The woman did not understand how this was possible because the student even used words that were not in the school curriculum. The boy was focused on writing his essay. He frowned slightly when an important realization came to his mind. Wu Bin held a pen over a piece of paper from which emerged the spirit of an ancient deity, emitting a bright blue light. The class teacher looked at her student with fear when there were only a few moments left before the end of the test. The protagonist swung his right hand sharply before making the final touch to finish writing the test. The English teacher froze. As if not breathing or blinking, she watched the boy's every action. Our hero's hand moved very quickly. He wrote the essay at such a speed that his movements were blurred. A few moments later, Wu Bin finished, and the class teacher just stood there, dumbfounded, looking at him. At that time, our hero could not describe in words how shocked his teacher was at how quickly he wrote the test. The woman was stunned. She was still thinking that this couldn't be. But Wu Bin took the written work in his hand. Afterwards, the guy stood up, handed her the completed test, said that he was already finished, and asked if she could check it. The woman stood and stared at the test without blinking, and then came to her senses when Wu Bin asked her if she felt sick. The guy said that there was still listening, but it was not worth wasting time on it, because the announcers reading the school material read like turtles. The teacher coughed and decided to read his essay, and Wu Bin said that for now he would move on to more difficult subjects. The woman picked up his work and began to read it. She saw with her own eyes that he had not copied, and this confused her. She saw that there were no mistakes in the test, not even any blots, and the student's handwriting was like that of a foreigner. The teacher asked the boy where he learned it. He replied that he practiced, and she continued checking further. It was as if an explosion had occurred in the head of the class teacher when she began to check the boy's essay. She thought that this was the best essay in her life. Everything was at the highest level. It was as if the guy had described an apple orchard no worse than a book. The girl praised the student and said that he did everything correctly except for one minor task. The class teacher allowed him to proceed to other tests. Wu Bin replied that he understood everything and was already starting. A grin appeared on Wu Bin's face. Passing the English test was as easy as he expected. The biology teacher and chemistry teacher stared at Wu Bin in shock when they returned to the classroom an hour later. The woman asked the student if he wanted to say that he had solved 4 tests in just 1 hour. The main character replied that this was not true, because he still needed to take Chinese, which was the most difficult subject. The biology teacher got angry at the boy because she thought he was trying to say that her subject was easier than Chinese. The stern woman took the boy's work in her hands with disdain and said that she would now check what Wu Bin had written there. The teacher silently began to read what Wu Bin had written. The English teacher and the chemist also glanced at the sheet of paper. The woman's expression changed dramatically when she checked how the student had completed the assignments. She was amazed. The main character's work impressed the elderly teacher so much that she was speechless and sweated from the overwhelming emotions. The chemistry teacher noticed that the woman was silent and asked her what she could say. But she remained silent, closing her eyes. The teacher congratulated Wu Bin on passing the school curriculum with the highest score and allowed him to do whatever he wanted in her classes. Our hero thanked his biology teacher and said that he tried very hard. The guy was glad that he was praised. The chemistry teacher couldn't believe his ears. He asked the teacher if she was serious. The woman said that the boy had gotten only one question wrong because he had been inattentive, and suggested that the teacher take a look at the chemistry test. The chemistry teacher agreed to check the test. He took Wu Bin's notes and asked his colleagues for a few minutes to do it. The old man with a thick mustache and a bald head was also amazed. He raised his eyebrows when he saw that there were no mistakes at all. The man was so shocked that he started sweating. He silently looked at the teachers who were standing next to him. He continued checking, and what was most striking was that he specifically took questions from the specialized chemistry that is studied at the university. The teacher was even more shocked when he got to the difficult questions and saw that the guy had handled them too. He asked the student how he knew the answer to the last question, since there was not a word on this topic in the textbooks. The chemistry teacher looked at our hero's class teacher and winked at her. She looked at him with a smile. Frightened, Wu Bin began to swear to the teacher that he had simply guessed the correct answer because there were 2 options that fit. The chemist asked the fighter to relax because This was not in the school curriculum, so he should not torture his brain. The main character winced when the teacher strictly ordered him to listen to him carefully in class. Because chemistry is not biology, Wu Bin ran off to take his Chinese language test, and the chemistry, biology, and English teachers returned to the teacher's office. Inside, a joyful teacher Tsa was already waiting for them. He asked his colleagues what was wrong with their faces. Our hero's class teacher and biology teacher looked away, offended by the physics teacher. The chemistry teacher told his colleague that the boy didn't make a single mistake and passed his subject with the highest score. The happy physics teacher asked if they had doubted Wu Bin's abilities, and the upset English teacher told him to fuck off. Tsa sighed heavily and hung his head down after his colleagues refused to admit they were wrong. He stated that physics was more difficult than all other subjects combined, so if Wu Bin had mastered physics, the rest was just a matter of time. The English teacher looked at her colleague with irritation when he began to happily whistle a tune. It was the Chinese teacher's turn to check our hero's test. He wanted to say something about Wu Bin's essay. The protagonist gulped in excitement when the Chinese teacher mentioned his essay. The elderly teacher praised Wu Bin and asked if he could read his essay in front of the class the next lesson. Wu Bin breathed a sigh of relief when the teacher said he liked how the boy used the weather to reflect the character's mood. Our hero perked up and stared at the teacher in fear when he said the boy's name again. The elderly teacher folded his hands on his knees and asked his student if he had ever thought about becoming a writer. Wu Bin nodded happily, admitting that he had already thought about it, but then decided that it was not his thing at all. The teacher said that his friend was an editor of a magazine and he could introduce them, and he offered to write something for their magazine. The protagonist was delighted when he was offered to write something for the magazine, and thanked Teacher Joe. The teacher asked him to submit the text by the end of the next month if he really decided to take up writing. Wu Bin stood up from his chair, shyly stood in front of the teacher and said a huge thank you to the old man. The elderly man stood up, laughed, patted the student on the shoulder and said that he would wait for news from the young writer. The protagonist looked at Teacher Tsa with wide eyes when he came and addressed him. The teacher told him to go to Professor B quickly if he had finished all his subjects because the semifinals were coming soon. Wu Bin was so happy that his face turned red. He replied that he would run to the professor right away. The biology teacher burst out laughing and asked where he had rushed off to, and suggested that Wu Bin had run off to study physics. Tsa replied that he could not say that Wu Bin was addicted to physics because he had many difficulties to overcome on his way. The protagonist, who was still standing nearby, asked the teacher what he had just meant. The teacher put his hand on his shoulder, looked up thoughtfully, and tried to figure out how to explain this to him correctly. Wu Bin was a little scared when Teacher Tisa slapped him on the shoulder even harder instead of explaining anything to him. The man lifted his hair up and said that they would talk when the boy developed a bald spot from studying physics in depth. All the teachers who were in the school office at that moment stared at Tsa and Wu Bin with wide eyes. The biology teacher and everyone else laughed out loud throughout the office when they heard the physicist making fun of the student. Only the class teacher held back her laughter, but looked at our hero with a barely noticeable smile. Wu Bin also laughed, but hoped that this day would not come. And then he remembered that Teacher Tessa also did not have a bald spot. The school day continued. The English teacher stood by the window in her free time and remained thoughtfully silent. The Chinese teacher sat at his desk and looked sharply at the woman when she addressed him. She politely asked him what had surprised him so much about Wu Bin that he decided to give him the highest score on his test. Teacher Joe admitted that he had given him a couple of points up to the maximum just to please Wu Bin. But the essay was indeed written brilliantly. He told the woman that it was his praise for an excellent essay, which he had read with great pleasure. The teacher waved her hand and told the elderly teacher that she liked his approach. She said she always thought that praising students was not a good idea, but now she believes that praising only encourages students to study. Adjusting his glasses, Zhou replied that he was more oriented towards the circumstances, and not only praised but also challenged the children. The teacher asked where our hero had just run off to, since he had almost knocked the old man down. As he passed by, the physics teacher replied that Wu Bin had gone to see a professor in another building, and he was even offended that someone else was teaching the boy. The office erupted in laughter when Teacher Tisa admitted that he was offended, and the English teacher glanced at him warily. The woman asked her colleague why he didn't take on Wu Bin's preparation for the Olympics himself. The man blushed, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and replied that he was simply not as experienced as Professor B. The physics teacher put his hands on his hips and admitted that the Olympiad problems and the traps in them simply drive him crazy. Our hero's class teacher covered her mouth with her hand and tried to hold back her laughter when she heard her colleague's explanation. Sighing, Tsa thought that he hoped that their genius would not lose his desire to study physics after the problems that awaited him in the semi-finals of the Olympiad. He remembered the main character, who treats difficulty as a thrill, and in his head he saw the image of a guy who is mad with love for learning. The man shook his head, thinking that this maniac's desire would definitely not go away, and the teacher looked at him in bewilderment. The main character was so happy to finally meet Professor B that he literally fluttered up the stairs like a butterfly. When the guy got to the right floor, he was so excited about the meeting that he almost fell due to clumsiness. The protagonist stood in a confident pose and mentally turned to the Olympics, because he was breaking into active preparation. The young man walked up to the door behind which Professor B's office was located and knocked on it before entering. His mouth dropped open in surprise when it wasn't an elderly professor who stepped out onto the threshold in front of him, but a young girl. The stranger pulled a red lollipop out of her mouth, greeted the guy and asked who he was looking for. Blushing with embarrassment, our hero began to stutter, but said that he had come to see the professor and asked if he was there. The girl immediately realized that it was that same Wu Bin in front of her, and led him into the office, telling him to go through. The boy entered the dim and gloomy office in confusion. Professor B told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Standing at the board, Grandpa turned around with a smile on his face and said that Wu Bin had improved his grades in all subjects quite quickly. Wu Bin scratched his nose in embarrassment and disagreed with the old man because the chemistry made him sweat a lot. The teacher came closer and asked the boy if he understood correctly that Wu Bin was now free. The protagonist blushed from the praise in his direction when Professor B tapped him on the shoulder and told the smart guy that he was a good boy. The grandfather asked the boy to sit down and announced that he would now prepare him for the semi-finals of the Physics Olympiad. During class, Wu Bin was extremely diligent, sitting on the only chair in the middle of the room with his hands on his knees. Professor B first asked whether teacher Tisa had told the boy what the main difficulty would be in the semi-finals. Wu Bin guessed that the old man meant that most of the problems would be from the university's core physics. The boy turned out to be right, but the professor had a few more things he needed to tell the student. Wu Bin was surprised because teacher Tisa told him not to pay attention to the lab, but the professor told him the opposite. The teacher said that he would prepare the boy for the first part with problems, and if there was time left, he would explain to him the essence of the laboratory. The main character tensed up. He became very interested in what kind of hellish laboratory his grandfather had mentioned. Professor B asked if the student would mind if they studied every day after school and on weekends. Our hero replied that he would agree to this with great joy, and asked if the professor was sorry to waste his time on him. The teacher asked what else he could do in his free time, other than watch TV. Wu Bin wanted to say something else to him, but the professor patted him on the shoulder and asked him to stop, otherwise he would change his mind. He walked up to the board and declared that he would spare no expense for the sake of a great goal. And if Wu Bin was so good at physics, he would consider him his second son. Professor B wrote on the board about differential and integral calculus and asked Wu Bin if he remembered that physics is math plus English. Wu Bin began to guess what the teacher meant when he said that mathematics was the foundation, the base for physics. Our young hero's imagination ran wild again, and he imagined a giant golden dragon in his head. The protagonist imagined himself as a knight in the form of a mathematician who must improve his knowledge in order to overcome the semifinals. Full of confidence, Wu Bin tried to object and told Professor B that he was already good at mathematics. He grinned because in his head mathematics came right after physics, and he thought his knowledge was enough. The professor replied that he was glad that the boy was so self-confident. But now we were talking about higher mathematics. When the teacher presented the new book to the student, for our hero it was like a legendary two-handed weapon. Professor Bai advised the boy to read the book Fundamentals of Higher Mathematics from Tongji University. The main character was delighted when he heard that this book would become his main weapon at the Olympics. Smiling, the old man was ready to offer the boy another option if that book turned out to be too difficult for him. For our young hero, the alternative book was in the form of a one-handed auxiliary weapon, and the professor suggested that the guy start with a simpler book about calculus, which could also become his weapon. The main character was faced with a choice. He had to decide between fundamentals of calculus and fundamentals of higher mathematics. The guy was tormented by doubts. He was very worried, not knowing what to choose. The complexity of the book was not important to him now. When our hero made his decision, he spoke loudly to the professor, who was waiting at the board for the boy to choose. Wu Bin loudly declared that he wanted to study 2 books at the same time, and asked the professor for permission to do so. The old man saved the guy a lot of time by saying that at the Olympiad it was not necessary to understand much in higher mathematics, and wrote 4 necessary topics on the board. Wu Bin nodded and was very glad that he had already managed to master trigonometric functions. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time now. The main character was looking forward to riding the other horses, which symbolized the other themes, in the form of a cowboy. The professor said that after integrals they would move on to calculus, and after that Wu Bin would crack university problems like sunflower seeds. When the guy heard this, he opened his mouth wide in delight and shuddered, because coping with such tasks was his dream. Wu Bin jumped up from his seat and asked the elderly professor how many types of problems this would open the way to. The man closed his eyes, smiled, and replied that the guy could handle most types of physics problems. Our young hero blushed with excitement. He admitted that he couldn't wait and suggested getting started. The professor told the student about the Taylor expansion, solutions to the differential product equation, and much more. An entire hour passed. The teacher's story came to an end. He declared at the end that this was all that would be useful to him at the Olympiad. The main character promised the professor with all responsibility that he would definitely learn all of this. The elderly man was surprised that the student was not even afraid of the unknown terms and other smart words during the lecture. The professor reminded the boy that most of his competitors begin preparing for the Olympics in high school. The teacher smiled and said that despite this, he believed in our hero and that he had a good chance of winning. He said that one of his friends, who was also a professor, finished school at the age of 8 and graduated from university at the age of 9. According to the teacher, at the age of 12, this boy won silver and gold at the World Physics Olympiad. The protagonist was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide and froze, unable to say a word in response. Grandpa smiled and said that Wu Bin was certainly not 8 years old, but he had enormous potential and could become a dark horse at the Olympics. An excited Wu Bin asked what would happen after the semi-finals and what awaited him at the Olympic finals. The elderly Professor B turned to the board, clasped his hands behind his back and smiled before speaking. He said that those with the best scores in the semi-finals will be grouped together to represent their provinces. In the final, Wu Bin will face students from the 3 most prestigious schools in the country, who usually win the Olympiad every year. This story made our hero even more excited. He couldn't wait to meet his competitors who were going to international Olympiads. Professor B noticed that our hero was nervous and could not sit still in his chair after his story. The teacher gave the boy another piece of advice. Don't run ahead of the train because first you need to get to the final and then see. Wu Bin looked at the professor in surprise when he wanted to tell the boy about the words his teacher once told him. Our hero was even more amazed when the old man said that, according to his teacher, the Olympics were just a game. The elderly professor also remembered that his teacher once told him another story and was ready to share it. He said that since childhood his teacher loved to take everything apart, from radios and bicycles to televisions. The protagonist was amazed when the professor said that he didn't just break everything, but took apart and reassembled these objects. Looking back, the professor said that he had a lot of fun in this teacher's classes and that he had golden hands. Wu Bin asked what was going on with this teacher, but he thought that it made no difference to him at all. The professor replied that the teacher had already retired, and he told this because he noticed something similar between them. The main character was surprised and asked the old man what similarity between him and his teacher he was talking about. Teacher B explained that he meant the same fire in the eyes that both Wu Bin and his teacher had. The old man said that they both had a completely wild interest and thirst for knowledge, and he was surprised that for them it was like some kind of game. Professor B said with a smile on his face that this fire in his eyes would make Wu Bin great one day, and he was even a little envious of him. Embarrassed, Wu Bin replied that he didn't believe him, because if B loved physics less, he wouldn't be standing here now. The older man laughed when the boy said that otherwise B wouldn't have spent an hour explaining physics to the student. But then the broad smile disappeared from the professor's face. He hid his gaze and sighed heavily. The old man said sadly that if there were more people like Wu Bin, China would regain the lead in the World Physics Olympiad. Our young hero looked at the professor in bewilderment after these words, and the girl who was sitting in the office also paid attention to the teacher. Wu Bin also felt sad. In fact, he understood perfectly well why the professor was so worried about this. The guy knew very well that in esports, they were also losing to other countries, especially in the last few years. He recalled how he cried every year because his favorite team lost, and the best players in the country lost motivation. Previously, our hero always dreamed of gathering the strongest players and trying to break into the world of esports. Wu Bin tried to invite strong players to his team, but after the holidays, no one came to training. The guy assumed that his team members simply couldn't handle the workload. But without effort, you can't achieve results. At that time, our hero realized an important thing. Even for strong players, computer games are just a way to kill time. The same goes for studying. According to Wu Bin, for most people studying is just a way to get into a good university. Just like university in the next stage of life is just a way to find a good job with a decent salary. Wu Bin thought that life was one continuous game, however. The guy believes that one must not forget one very important thing. Our hero believes that even if it is a game, it should be enjoyed. Any of its processes, including studying. When the protagonist thought about this, he again turned to the professor who stood silently at the board. The guy solemnly swore that he would do everything to get to the finals and beat everyone there in order to represent their team at the International Olympics. The girl who was sitting in the professor's office looked sideways at our hero with curiosity and a grin on her face. When Professor B looked at our hero's serious face and the fire in his eyes, he saw in him the shadow of his teacher. The older man smiled when he saw that the boy seemed to be very serious. The teacher went to his bookcase and told the main character that he would need one book to win the Olympiad. The old man took it out and showed it to me. It was a textbook called Differential and Integral Calculus. The main character was genuinely delighted when Teacher Bai handed him this textbook. The guy immediately started leafing through the textbook without even saying thank you to the professor. He was happy to immerse himself in knowledge. The stranger was surprised when she saw how joyfully the guy was leafing through a textbook on higher mathematics and laughing. She was even more stunned when she watched Wu Bin read the book with such crazy interest and delight. The girl couldn't help but laugh when the smile on the guy's face disappeared at the sight of a very difficult topic. The stranger told the professor that Wu Bin really was just as he described him. A crazy guy obsessed with studying. Blushing with embarrassment, Wu Bin didn't even realize that he hadn't been sitting silently all this time, and apologized to the girl. The guy apologized to them again for getting too carried away, and she tapped him on the shoulder and said that everything was fine. Professor B asked our hero if he would mind if Teacher Dan taught him calculus. The protagonist opened his eyes wide when he realized at that moment that the girl in front of him was a teacher, not a student. The girl indignantly asked the teacher why she had to do this, and Wu Bin suspected that this was the same Deng Xiujing. The guy knew that in the teacher's office, on all the walls, there were various certificates and gold medals in mathematics for some Deng Xiujing. Wu Bin initially thought that this girl was just a student because she didn't look like a teacher. Teacher Deng said that Wu Bin is quite strong in mathematics, so it would be better if he covered these topics on his own. The main character was shocked when he heard that this teacher even dared to object to the wise elderly professor. Professor B smiled and still insisted once more, saying that he would like Dan to study with him. He said that he was an ordinary physics professor and she was the best math teacher in town, so it would be better if she explained the math topic. Teacher Dan became quiet when she heard this argument from the professor. She looked at him silently. The girl gave in and said that he had persuaded her and she could not refuse if the teacher was so persistent. Professor B, closing his eyes and smiling, replied to Teacher Dan that he relied on her. The city's best math teacher hugged her student and asked Wu Bin if he was ready to crack the code of science. Looking straight into the eyes of the guy, who was blushing with embarrassment, she asked how many points he scored on the test. Smiling proudly, Wu Bin replied that he had scored 130 points, but he had to push it to the maximum score this month. The boy stopped smiling when Dan said that he was brave for deciding to take part in the Olympiad, because she thought he was good at math. An elderly physics teacher stood up for our hero and told the girl that she shouldn't underestimate this guy. Teacher Dan justified herself by saying that she was just joking, and our hero, who was not in the mood for laughing, looked at her with resentment. She looked at Wu Bin with a friendly smile and asked if the guy had already figured out the functions. The protagonist replied that yes, and thought that it was because he had previously chosen the trigonometric function master talent. Dan began to explain that the key to understanding calculus lies in the derivative, the differential, and the relationship between them. The math teacher began to write down on paper and explain the topic to our hero, promising that he would quickly master calculus. When she asked him if he remembered the derivative of an indefinite integral, Wu Bin happily replied that of course he did. The main character tensed up when the teacher started explaining to him. He had the feeling that she was simply jumping from topic to topic. After some time, the entire large white sheet was filled with mathematical formulas that Dan had written there. Our hero was starting to feel a bit complicated. He was starting to lose the essence of the girl's explanation. Teacher Dan kept explaining something to the boy, and then he changed his mind. He began to like her pace, and all because first she looked at his reaction, and then additionally asked if he understood what she said. If the guy's expression showed that he didn't understand anything or couldn't keep up, She slowed down and repeated the key points. Wu Bin compared it to a phone box that fits perfectly inside, giving you a sense of pleasure when you open it. The main character was a little distracted and remembered how nice it was to open a box containing a new smartphone. The teacher looked at her student a little reproachfully when she noticed that he had become a little distracted from her. She pointed at the recordings and asked Wu Bin if he understood what she had just explained to him about the limits. The protagonist suddenly broke into a smile and replied that he understood everything, and admitted that he adored her style and that she explained everything very well. Professor B, who was standing behind, told Teacher Dan that she had just been praised. The girl justified herself by saying that she was thinking about something, and in response praised our hero, saying that he was very talented if he had learned everything. The elderly teacher laughed and said he was glad they got along so well so quickly, and suggested that they study together more often. A happy Wu Bin said that Teacher Dung is simply incredible because she explains everything quickly and clearly. The guy felt awkward when the girl said that he was really smart if he could keep up with her speed. The main character smiled awkwardly, shrugged his shoulders, and told the teacher that he was trying to keep up with her. Professor B smiled and told the boys to continue studying while he went to read a book. The man sat down on a chair nearby and began to read, and the teacher gave our hero a couple of lessons to practice. The problem was to find a limit using a punctured neighborhood. Dung asked if Wu Bin knew what that was. A little excited after reading the problem statement, the guy assumed that it was for complementarity. Teacher Dan pointed her lollipop at him and praised him for answering her question correctly. The girl explained that functions and limits are a pair of contradictions, and identity with them is quite rational. She gave an analogy of a blind man who would touch an elephant, and depending on where he touched it, he would think different things. Wu Bin listened very attentively to the teacher's explanations as she told him about mathematical functions. Dan, smiling good-naturedly, told her new student about the relativistic concept and other concepts. The main character, after listening to the teacher, scratched his chin with his finger and said that her words prompted him to reason. The girl looked at our hero with an interested look as he thought about her explanation. Wu Bin blushed with embarrassment and looked at her dumbfoundedly when Dung said that he was smart, and that was why she liked him. The main character laughed, trying to brush it off, and said that he was still a long way from being Teacher Dan. The girl was forced to end their classes because she had to go to class and asked Wu Bin to study at home. The guy opened his mouth wide in surprise. He didn't want to part, but he thanked Dan and said goodbye to her. Before leaving Professor B's office, Teacher Dan glanced sideways and stared at the old man. At this time, the professor was still reading, but he perked up when the girl addressed him. Deng said that she now understands why the professor has such high hopes for Wu Bin, because he really is a genius. The old man laughed and replied that he understood what the girl was getting at. But the guy would study physics. Teacher Dung laughed and asked the old man to relax, because she had no plans to lure Wu Bin over to her side. She turned to our hero once again and told him to read the books, and tomorrow at lunch they would discuss what they had learned. The young man's eyes sparkled with joy and he shouted, asking if the girl would really work with him again. Teacher Dung replied that she just wanted to see Wu Bin shine again when she studied. Stuttering with excitement, the protagonist thanked the girl once again, and she silently waved goodbye to him. The next day came. Wu Bin, as usual, entered the teacher's office to talk to one of the teachers. The guy stopped at the threshold and looked in surprise at someone he clearly didn't expect to see in front of him now. It turned out that his classmate Zhang Chu was already sitting in the school office, and the boys greeted each other. The main character came up, sat down next to him, and asked if the guy had come to see Professor B. He said yes. Wu Bin assumed that the results from the previous stage of the Olympiad had already arrived. Otherwise, he didn't understand why the guy came here. Zhang Qiu was confused when he saw his classmate reading a topic they had not covered yet. The guy in the red sweater shared a strange feeling that Wu Bin was in no way inferior to him. The classmates' conversation was interrupted when 3 more students entered the room, who also came to find out the results. The guys began to share their experiences. Zhang Qiu admitted that he would be happy even if he just received a letter of thanks. The guys looked at our hero in bewilderment, who was simply sitting silently and busy with his studies and not worrying along with the others. The school children were shocked, not understanding why this guy was absolutely calm and even solving some problems now. One of the students called Wu Bin tough and asked why our hero had not taken part in the Olympiads before. Zhang Qiu turned around and asked the guy if he would believe it if he said that just 2 months ago, Wu Bin was barely getting a C. The freckled schoolboy was shocked and refused to believe it, because otherwise Wu Bin would not have been accepted to the Olympiad. Zhang Qiu admitted that he himself was completely at a loss because he thought that Wu Bin only knew how to play games and fight behind the school. Previously, in this guy's understanding, our hero was a thug who pestered others with a bat and demanded money. Jang Cho suggested that the curriculum was so simple that it could be learned in a couple of months, and that they were just stupid. Meanwhile, Woo Bin didn't pay any attention to the guys. He was beaming with happiness, busy with his studies. The boys decided that this was some kind of nonsense and continued to sit excitedly next to Woo Bin, who was whistling a joyful melody and solving problems. 5 minutes passed, and 2 more guys who took part in the Olympiad came to the school office. Soon, 2 more girls came into the office. One of them was not in the mood because she had embarrassed herself on the bus in front of Woo Bin earlier. After some time, all the guys who took part in the Olympiad sat down at the table together and were assembled. They perked up when they heard the voice of Professor B, who had not yet entered the office, but asked if everyone had arrived yet. Teacher B came into the office and suggested that they get straight to the point, since all the students knew what was going to be discussed. The professor warned that there was a rule that no one would like. They could only send one person from the school to the semi-finals. The protagonist froze when the teacher decided not to drag it out and said that Woo Bin was the only one who had enough points to get to the semi-finals. The other guys who took part in the Olympiad immediately looked at our hero with a bit of envy. This news was not good for the other participants. The guys, dumbfounded, tried to comprehend their loss. The professor also addressed Song Hao and Jung Chu, saying that they did not get the passing score, but received letters of thanks. Jang Kyu, although he had said before that he would be glad to receive a letter of thanks, was now very upset after learning the results. Professor B asked the boys not to be sad because they had tried very hard and perhaps they had just been a little unlucky. Song Hao, who was dejected because of the loss, did not agree with the teacher and said that he had not tried hard enough and could have done better. The disappointed guy said that such a result only shows that he has done nothing at all this year. One of the participants tried to cheer him up and said that at least they gave him letters of thanks. But then he himself became upset when he remembered the face of our hero, who was interested in physics. The guy sighed heavily and admitted that compared to Woo Bin, who made it to the semi-finals, he was a loser. Jang Kyu reminded Song Hao that if they both failed to advance to the semi-finals, they would not be upset and said that it was okay. But Song Hao couldn't help but feel sad. He was not happy with the letter of thanks and regretted that he hadn't prepared better. Meanwhile, the main character, who was sitting next to the girl, was still distracted by his studies and did not pay attention to the guys. Jang Kyo was also upset and admitted that they had blown their chance, although they would not have advanced past the semi-finals if they had made it there. Our hero's classmate looked sadly at the floor and tears began to appear in his eyes. One of the boys put his hands on his shoulder and shouted at him to wipe away his tears and not to embarrass himself because there was no reason to whine like that. Saddened by the loss, Zhang Qiu wiped his tears with his hand and said that he was not whining and told the guy to leave him alone. Professor B asked the boys if they knew what the joy of defeat was, and said that it was an invaluable experience that trained the human spirit. But the teacher's words did not calm the boys down at all. They still sat with a sad look, their heads down in grief. Woo Bin finally spoke up and said that there would also be an Olympiad in the first year of university, so they should give it a try. The guys' mood immediately improved. They all stared at the main character, who had come up with a good idea. Jang Qiu immediately felt motivated and said that he would start preparing in the summer. And he couldn't believe that he had forgotten about the Olympiad at the university. The guy with glasses called Jang Chu a fool because they started preparing late and needed to do it right now. Another schoolboy shouted indignantly, because soon the final school exams would come, and now they could fail them and not get into university. Professor B calmly listened to the boys argue about whether it was worth taking a month off, and whether San Hao would fail his exams if he had finished the school curriculum last year. The teacher said that he would give them all their certificates a little later, and with that, the children could return to their classes. Jang Qiu raised his hand and asked the professor for permission to ask how many points Woo Bin had scored. All the guys stared at Zhang Chu as if he was crazy because they were outraged by his question. They grabbed the guy by the arms to drag him out of the office and not let him hear the answer to this question. The boys asked the professor not to pay attention to Zhang Chu and carried the boy out of the classroom in their arms, not wanting to know the answer to this question. The door slammed shut, leaving some students, including our hero, still in the school office. One curious student asked the professor how many points Woo Bin scored to reach the semi-finals. Professor B smiled, nodded, and agreed to tell the guys how many points our hero scored. Everyone except Woo Bin was dumbfounded when the teacher announced that the boy had scored the maximum possible score, and only 4 people from their city had achieved such a result. One of the students was dumbfounded by what he heard. He certainly thought that Woo Bin was smart, but he didn't expect this. The second participant was also amazed because there were incredibly difficult tasks and Wu Bin could not make a mistake even in the design. The schoolboy who asked this question was also shocked. He sincerely did not understand how this was possible. The girl who had previously asked our hero for Instagram, her heart began to beat faster when she looked at Wu Bin. She found the courage to call our hero a handsome man and praised him for his good work, which surprised him. The guy looked back at her and briefly thanked her for the praise, slightly lifting the corners of his lips. The blush on the schoolgirl's cheeks became even brighter as she hesitantly wanted to ask him for something, but stopped herself. The girl was too embarrassed, so she became scared and fell silent, realizing that the object of her affection was too handsome. Panicked, she changed the subject and asked if Wu Bin could explain a few tasks to her. The guy who was watching this was mentally rejoicing, because the girl was afraid to hit on Wu Bin, and he didn't even have to turn her down. The main character happily agreed to help the girl and allowed her to come to his class at any time. The girl froze because she didn't expect that Wu Bin would actually agree to help her. Another student who was watching the conversation between the girl and Wu Bin was also stunned when he saw such a reaction. She was shocked that last time when Wu Bin agreed to help her, he was serious. The girl thanked him, beaming with joy. The schoolgirl told the handsome man that she would come to see him after lunch, and Wu Bin didn't mind. The student who liked this girl clutched his heart and began to shed tears when he saw that everything was going well between her and Wu Bin. Professor B dismissed everyone if they had no more questions and asked them to remember that the Olympics was just a competition. The elderly teacher watched as all the students walked out of the school office one by one. When only our hero remained in the office, Professor B turned to him, and the guy stopped to listen to him. The old man asked if he thought the boys were upset because Wu Bin scored more points, or because they themselves didn't pass. Before answering, the guy looked at the exit of the office where the girl was still standing looking at him. The beauty from the parallel class, blushing with embarrassment, waved goodbye to the guy once again. Standing in the corridor, the main character honestly admitted to the professor that he did not know this, because everyone has their own reasons to be sad. The professor smiled when Wu Bin said he hoped it would motivate the students rather than make them drop out of school. The following actions took place in a physics laboratory, where Professor B was guiding a student. On this day, the teacher was training Wu Bin for the semi-finals of the Olympics. He praised the boy because he did everything right. The old man came closer, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said that he seemed to be superfluous here, because the guy was doing quite well on his own. The professor wondered if it was really that easy to measure the photoelectric properties of light-emitting diodes. Moreover, our hero coped perfectly well without any help from the teacher. In his eyes, he was a professional electrician. What amazed the professor most was that the boy had calculated a balanced bridge for measuring resistance without any help. Moreover, our hero independently determined the refractive index of glass, which also greatly surprised Professor B. Wu Bin also figured out the diffraction of light according to Fraunhofer, and all his steps, all the calculations and design were perfect. The old man scratched the back of his head and thought that for the first time, and for a schoolboy, this was simply brilliant, especially without the help of a teacher. He again noticed the interest and love for physics with which Wu Bin did her laboratory work. Professor B scratched the back of his head and watched his student with a smile, enjoying how much he enjoyed learning. The elderly teacher was startled when, scratching the back of his head, he discovered something frightening. A deep sadness immediately appeared on the professor's face. His eyes became sad, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. The old man looked at his palm and discovered that by scratching the back of his head, he had pulled out several strands of hair. Now the elderly physics professor's mood was not as good as before. Grandfather turned around and told the student that they would continue later, and Wu Bin looked at the professor with fear. The protagonist immediately jumped up from his seat, approached Professor B, and suggested that he had done something wrong. The teacher asked the student if he really did this lab work for the first time in his life today. The guy said it was his first time doing them and suggested that he made a lot of mistakes because of it. The grandfather came closer and put his hand on the boy's shoulder before answering our hero. Professor B called Wu Bin a crazy talent with a smile on his face and said that he had nothing more to add. The protagonist was happy because the passive ability of the system plus 10 to scientific experiments bore fruit. The teacher said that if everything goes according to plan at the Olympiad, the points for the lab will be his, which means the hope of getting through to the finals is getting stronger. Overjoyed, our hero scratched the back of his head and thanked the physics teacher for teaching him all sorts of useful things. The boy looked at the professor with fear when he said that he had things to do, so they would study later. Smiling ingratiatingly and blushing with embarrassment, Wu Bin asked if the professor had time after lunch to study. The elderly teacher reminded the boy that he still had classes after lunch and asked if Wu Bin really wanted to skip them. Wu Bin admitted that he is hooked on lab work and wants to go through the entire list to be prepared for any lab work at the Olympiad. During lunch, the school canteen was crowded as usual. All the school children went there to get something to eat. When Wu Bin appeared in the dining room with a book in his hands, all the passers-by looked at him with envy and irritation. Wu Bin knew that he had to work on all the labs to get all the points because he wanted to take first place. The guy was already dreaming about how he would take first place again, but now, at the semi-final stage, in order to reach the final, our hero was already immersed in the fantasy of throwing the winner's golden cup into the air. But then he was forced back into reality when teacher Sue came over and asked if she could sit down next to him to chat. Wu Bin stuttered and allowed her to sit down, and the teacher said that in that case he should let her pay for his lunch. The main character began to politely refuse to let the teacher pay for his lunch. But then, he looked at the woman with fear, because she, with a frightening expression on her face, told him not to argue. Soon, teacher Sue and Wu Bin began to eat lunch. The woman was eating rice, but our hero did not dare to touch the food yet. Wu Bin decided to get to the point and asked what exactly the teacher wanted to talk to him about. After thinking for a bit, the woman admitted that she had played the guy's games that he had told her about earlier. As she grabbed a few grains of cooked rice with her chopsticks, the teacher said it was incredibly cool. The main character, raising one eyebrow and twisting his face, looked at his math teacher in bewilderment. Blushing with embarrassment, the woman said that it was Wu Bin who told her to Google gaming slang, which she did. She said that she read a bunch of articles and watched a bunch of videos, and then found the most difficult game. The main character wondered what the most difficult game the teacher was talking about was and listened to her with interest. Then the teacher said that after searching the internet, she came to the conclusion that the scariest game is Dark Souls. Wu Bin was taken aback. He didn't know if the teacher was serious now, because this was indeed a very difficult game. The main character looked closely at his teacher and then asked if she really entered this game. The woman, with a bright blush on her cheeks, blurted out that she had naturally gone there, as if she had been offended by the student's question. She admitted that she first asked her younger brother for help, and he then asked if she had confused it with another game. At first, the woman did not understand at all what and how to do, but her brother helped her with great patience. The girl often panicked, not understanding where to run or who was beating her, and her brother nervously shouted, explaining what she should do. The teacher said that in the end, this difficult game finished off not only her patience, but also the patience of her brother. The younger brother was very angry at how clumsy her sister was and suggested that she play an easier video game. Sue was angry with herself. She blew steam out of her nostrils and refused to play anything simpler, which surprised her brother. The stubborn girl told her brother that she intended to learn to play this game and did not want to give up. After hearing all this, the main character replied that the teacher should have listened to her brother's opinion. The math teacher agreed with him, but at that time she wanted to test herself and her skills. After putting some rice in his mouth, Wu Bin asked the teacher if she had succeeded. The embarrassed teacher continued her story about how her brother went to bed that night, and she played the game until the morning. She said that then some boss killed her, and then a giant monster did it 50 more times, so it was a complete failure. The main character, chewing rice, was not at all surprised by her story. He even knew which monster had caused her difficulties. The teacher agreed with Wu Bin's analogy that it was like a first grader coming to a physics lecture at university. The guy's attention was pricked when the girl told him that her brother suggested that she start her gaming journey with something simpler. Smiling, the protagonist asked what kind of beginner-friendly game her brother had suggested to her. The teacher tapped herself on the head because she forgot the name of the game, and then she remembered and said it was called Devil. Wu Bin was puzzled because he had never heard of this game, but the teacher was delighted when she remembered the exact name. The protagonist was taken aback when the woman laughed and said that her brother had suggested she play Diablo 3. The guy knew very well that this computer game was also very difficult, so her brother's choice was so-so. But Sue said that this game is much simpler. She immediately figured it out and had a fun time there, upgrading her equipment. Overjoyed, Wu Bin asked if she now understood what he meant when he spoke about increasing strength with knowledge. The woman smiled sweetly and told the student that now the analogy was clearer to her than ever before. Sue looked away in embarrassment and admitted that without equipment, she had been smashed by strong opponents, so she lost interest. She said she turned off the game because Wu Bin can't even imagine how angry her brother gets when she stupidly dies or makes a mistake. According to the teacher, he becomes a completely different person, gets angry, irritated, and starts yelling and calling his sister names. Her brother looks like he's crazy, screaming, and then runs to his room and starts banging his face into the pillow. Woo Bin knew that he would have gone crazy in his place too, and he told the teacher that she was now a little closer to the younger generation. Sue said she felt like she was in the shoes of a student with poor grades, who had been praised all her life, and whose brother had destroyed her self-esteem. The more her brother yelled at her, the more scared Sue became and began to play even worse. She began to catch herself thinking that she hated this game. But now, the woman understood that in reality, she hated not this game, but her helplessness. Teacher Sue expressed her confidence that students who do not understand something suffer from the same feelings. Now the teacher has begun to focus more on the simplest moments, and more students come to her after the lesson. The main character was proud of the teacher, who did a great job, because it deserves respect. The woman straightened her shoulders when Woo Bin said that she deserved respect. She asked if he really thought so. The math teacher blushed deeply, turned her head to the side, scratched her nose and tried to say something to the guy. She found the courage to admit that she felt that this success was only due to our young hero. Woo Bin looked at her with annoyance when Sue said that she had a new problem. She played games until the morning and didn't get enough sleep. The protagonist was willing to give her advice on the game when Sue said that there was one place in Diablo 3 that she couldn't get past. The teacher thanked the student for his help and asked what was new with him. She asked if he had brought a book on higher mathematics with him. And the guy, continuing to eat, said that he was already finishing reading it. The teacher jumped up from her seat with shining eyes and offered her help. Woo Bin looked at her in confusion. Our hero waved his hands and refused help, clarifying that teacher Dan was already working with him. The math teacher was very surprised when she heard that Dan was studying with him, and she didn't even believe it right away. She awkwardly replied that it was true that Woo Bin was better off studying with Dung, because that teacher was amazing. The hero replied that he would probably go already, because he had finished his lunch and needed to run and prepare for the Olympics. Teacher Sue allowed the student to leave and suggested that they talk some other time. Finishing his soup, Woo Bin replied that if the conversation was about games, the teacher could start it with absolutely any student. A little offended, Sue replied that not all students are open to dialogue and ready to communicate with the teacher the way Woo Bin does. According to the teacher, they all try to run away from her when she starts a dialogue with them. And she remembered one such incident. The protagonist slammed his empty soup bowl down on the table before answering his teacher. The guy stood up abruptly and advised the woman to become one of them, one with the students, which stunned her. Woo Bin said that he would explain it to her some other time, but for now he had to run and get ready. Teacher Sue said goodbye to him and wished him good luck at the Olympiad, and promised to invite him somewhere at her expense next time. The main character, heading towards the exit from the cafeteria, also waved goodbye to the teacher. While finishing her lunch, Teacher Sue really thought about how she could become one with her students, and our young hero, who was returning from the canteen with a book in his hands, was thinking about how to get the maximum score in the semifinals. The following events took place 3 weeks later in the hostel where our hero lived. It was 7 in the morning. Wang Hao, Gu Fan and the rest of the guys in the room were all at a loss when they ran into Woo Bin in the morning. They didn't know what to do. No matter how much Gu Fan pushed him, Woo Bin didn't react at all and slept right on the chair. Gu Fan and the other guy turned around when someone else shouted, asking them to let him wake up Woo Bin. The guy in the orange hoodie brought a whole basin of ice water with him and said that he was going to wake up our hero now. Gu Fan and Wang Hao tried to stop him, but he was angry because he had to wake Woo Bin up. Otherwise, they would all be late for class. One of the guys shouted that he had a better idea and raised his hand up, showing everyone his phone. Wang Hao, Gu Fan, and the others looked at this man with interest, asking what kind of idea he had. A schoolboy in round glasses suggested playing a joke on our hero and playing a song right under his ear. Suspecting what song their roommate was about to play, the boys were scared, praying it wasn't that one. They didn't have time to stop the guy. The schoolboy pressed the screen of his phone to turn on the song at full volume. Electronic music began to play throughout the room. But our hero was still asleep and did not react to loud sounds. The music was very loud. The guys begged the guy to turn it off, but our hero still showed no reaction. The guy who turned on this track didn't want to turn it off. He was the only one who liked this song. He was enjoying it and dancing. The boys couldn't stand it any longer and dumped a basin of ice water, which was intended for Woo Bin, right on him. The guy in the orange sweater couldn't take it anymore and started shouting across the room, demanding that the schoolboy turn off this annoying song. The angry young man threw a large yellow basin right on his roommate's head. Wang Hao and Gu Fan were also very angry at their classmate and rushed forward, calling him crazy. A noisy fight began in the room. But even such a commotion did not force our young hero to open his eyes. The boy was surprised that Wu Bin still hadn't woken up from such a noise. He wondered if the young man was still alive. Wang Hao asked Gu Fan to delete the song from their neighbor's phone, and the guy asked the guys to stop because they needed to wake up Wu Bin. Gu Fan walked over and put 2 fingers under the protagonist's nose to check if the guy was at least breathing. The guy with black hair looked menacingly at his neighbor and told him not to play that song anymore. Wang Hao was worried about his friend. He thought that maybe something was wrong with him, because such studies could ruin his health. Gu Fan, remembering what Wu Bin used to do all night long, realized how exhausted his friend might be now. The guy in the orange sweater said that at night he gets up to go to the toilet, and Wu Bin always sits with his textbooks, at any time and every day. The guys concluded that he really is a robot, who is now even more obsessed with studying than before. The guys assumed that Wu Bin's brain was frozen from incessant studying, or that our hero was simply monstrously tired. Gu Fan also had an idea. Since Wu Bin didn't react to external stimuli, he came up with something else. The guy started shaking his friend by the shoulder and shouting for him to wake up because the opponents were attacking their buildings in the game. The protagonist didn't react to this at all, so Gu Fan started slapping him in the face and shouting that his help was needed. Unfortunately, Gu Fan's idea didn't work. The guy was still sleeping and didn't react to attempts to wake him up. Then another idea appeared in the head of the guy with black hair on how to bring his comrade to his senses. Gu Fan whispered into our hero's ear that Professor B had come to see him, so he needed to wake up. The guy's method worked immediately, and after a few moments, Wu Bin's eyes widened, although they looked lifeless. Wu Bin was trying to figure out who he was and where he was, and the guys were shouting that he had gone completely crazy with his studies. Gu Fan told him to get up because today was the semi-finals of the Olympics, and Wang Hao was amazed that his friend's idea actually worked. The main character was scared when he finally came to his senses and remembered that today he had to go to the Olympics. The neighbor only asked not to tell him that Wu Bin had forgotten about the Olympics, and Wang Hao said that studying would not lead to anything good. Gu Fan asked Wu Bin not to fall asleep again and said that it was time for them to go. Wang Hao and the others had to go to school already, but Wu Bin didn't listen to him and began to slowly fall asleep on the chair again. Fortunately, Gu Fan noticed it in time. The guy walked up to his friend and started shaking him by the shoulders, shouting at him not to sleep but to get up. And Wu Bin opened his eyes wide again. Angry at his friend, Gu Fan said that he thought it was time for the boy to take a break from studying. The protagonist tried to calm his friend down by saying that everything was fine. He was just a little tired, which only irritated Gu Fan even more. Wu Bin finally stood up and promised that he would be cheerful after washing his face, and Gu Fan wished him good luck at the Olympics. Gu Fan became worried again when he saw that his roommate started to act very strangely. He shouted, asking what cheerfulness he was talking about and why he had thrown his pencil case straight into the basin, and only then did Wu Bin notice his mistake. Soon the main character boarded a bus that would take him to the place where the semi-finals of the Olympics would take place. Now the bus was not as crowded as last time. Only our tired hero and his Professor B were sitting there. The old man noticed that something strange had been happening to his student lately, and it was worrying him. Professor B saw that Wu Bin looked very tired and exhausted, and concluded that the guy had overdone it. Wu Bin turned to the system and asked if there was any talent that would shorten his sleep time because he didn't have enough time in the day. Unfortunately, the system told the guy that it did not provide for talents and abilities of this nature. When Wang Hao walked into his classroom, he was surprised because today it was different from before. The guy in the blue checkered shirt asked Gu Fan where the smart guy had gone, referring to our hero. When Gu Fan replied that the boy had asked for time off, the classmate assumed that Wu Bin was sick and that Peijimin was eavesdropping on the conversation. The guy in the red hoodie replied that Wang Hao's brain was hurting and reminded him that today was the day of the Olympic semifinals. The classmate was surprised that today was the day of the semifinals, and Peijimin modestly looked down and thought she was offended that Wu Bin again did not tell her anything about the Olympics, and assumed that he was simply being modest. The guys regretted that he simply left and they didn't have time to support him, and Zhang Chu hoped that Wu Bin would surpass everyone there. One of the students said that he personally would go around bragging that he was going to the Olympics, and they told him that Wu Bin was simply confident in his abilities. Gu Fan overheard the boys talking about how Wu Bin always had a mountain of textbooks on his desk, and how hard he studied. The guy grinned, realizing that his friend was becoming so cool that all his classmates were jealous of him. Gu Fan froze and became visibly wary when someone called his name several times. He turned around and saw his pink-haired classmate standing in front of him. smiling at him and waving. The guy rudely asked what she wanted, to which the girl asked if Woo Bin had told him how many points he had scored in the first stage. Gu Fan didn't mind sharing this information with the girl, but he didn't guarantee that Woo Bin's words were true. Pei Jimin was stunned when her classmate reported that Woo Bin had scored the maximum score in the first round. The girl thanked Gu Fan, and the guy asked Pei Jimin why she needed to know this, and then she was at a loss. The pink-haired girl played dumb, laughed, and said she was just curious, so he shouldn't pay attention to it. But Gu Fan didn't believe her at all. He looked at the girl suspiciously and laughed. Realizing what was going on, he smirked because he knew that Pei Jimin had never been interested in Woo Bin and only started showing interest when the boy started studying. The guy noticed that the girl also turned away, which for him only confirmed his hypothesis. Gu Fan concluded that Pei Jimin was simply jealous of his friend and thought that Woo Bin was very annoying to her. But then the black-haired boy smirked because he saw more than just envy in Pei Jimin. Seeing the girl's face red with embarrassment, the guy understood that there was also a note of love in her for Woo Bin. The bus stopped near the Bright Mind State School. Our hero got off the bus, looking at the building in surprise. The boy got off the bus and stopped in front of the building. He was in awe of the majestic school in front of him. The protagonist told Professor B that he found the building of this school very cool, and the teacher added that it was also in the very center of the city. Woo Bin was eager to start the Olympiad. He looked at the professor one last time and said that he was running. The professor finally reminded him about electricity, light, and mechanics, the three foundations, and wished him good luck. Before leaving for the school building, Woo Bin looked at the old man with a serious face and nodded, and the professor decided not to worry that the boy didn't know these sections. The old man said that they had done all they could, so the rest should be left to fate, and told the boy to run. The protagonist froze when his grandfather stroked his hair with a kind smile and asked him to be braver. Woo Bin looked at his professor with a smile and thanked him for his kind words and support. Determined to win, the young hero headed to the entrance of the school where the semi-finals of the Physics Olympiad would take place. The boy went inside with the rest of the participants, where they were checked by security guards. Woo Bin did not look nervous or excited. But then, when the main character entered the hall where the others were standing, the expression on his face changed dramatically and became frightened. All the other participants, upon seeing Woo Bin, turned around and looked at him with a hint of arrogance. There were many students in the hall who looked older and more confident than our hero. All of them stared at Woo Bin with disdain. The main character was at first confused by such a large number of unfriendly glances and remained silent. Then he raised one eyebrow and waved his hand to the rest of the participants, greeting his competitors. The rest of the participants looked at our hero in a crowd, completely silently, as if he was not worthy of greetings from them. Woo Bin was taken aback when one of the students, a tall guy in a blue shirt and with a short haircut, approached him. The big guy greeted him and said that he hadn't seen Woo Bin here before, asked where he was from and said that he was from the Seven Treasures School. The protagonist shook hands with the tall guy and introduced himself to him as Woo Bin, who represents the Zarya School. The guy immediately hugged our hero with one arm and assumed that Zarya was a private school, and suggested that Woo Bin introduce him to everyone. The first thing Li Yan did was bring Woo Bin to Master Kui, who said he was a participant from another city who was the coolest there. Master Kui made a welcoming gesture with his hands, laughed, and asked Li not to be modest, because the true genius was Li Yan. Li Yan rushed towards his comrade and began to make excuses, fawning over him, and claiming that Master Kui was much smarter than him. The main character was perplexed when the guys began exchanging compliments, praising each other non-stop. Afterwards, Li Yan introduced our hero to Master Kun and said that in terms of brains, this guy is the smartest here. Master Kun laughed loudly throughout the entire hall and replied that he was far from the level of Li Yan and Master Tsui. Kui and Li Yan put their palms together and declared in unison that they all considered Master Kun here to be the smartest among them. Now our hero watched in bewilderment as his three competitors bowed before each other and flattered each other without stopping. Woo Bin honestly didn't understand what was going on here because the guys kept calling each other geniuses. The main character stood for a long time and silently watched the guys, who continued to shower each other with compliments. Li Yan glanced to the side and noticed our hero's reaction, so he decided to stop it. He walked up to Woo Bin, put his hand on his shoulder and told him that they were just joking around, so he shouldn't pay attention. Li Yan said that they had simply known each other for a long time. Every year he saw the same faces here, and Woo Bin would also behave the same way if he passed next year. The big guy asked our hero what grade he was from, guessing that he was from the 10th or 9th. Both of the tall boy's guesses turned out to be wrong, because Wu Bin looked at him and replied that he was from the 11th grade. All the stunned participants crowded around our hero when they heard this, because they did not expect to meet a graduate here. Unhappy with this attention, Wu Bin asked what was unusual here and why they were all so surprised. Masters Kun and Sui looked at the main character as if he were a savage and mumbled something, without explaining anything to him. Li Yan explained that people join their group from the 9th grade, because graduates are usually busy with final exams and do not come. The big guy told the guy that there were quite a few arrogant but smart guys here and pointed to one of them. He pointed at Kui Xiaodu and said that they called him the King of the East, who has been coming to all the Olympiads every year since he was in 6th grade. Kui Xiaodu noticed that his friend was saying something about him, and asked Li Yan why he was spreading rumors about him. Li Yan put his palms together and shouted that he was simply saying that he was a talent who had broken through to the Olympics back in 6th grade. Xiaodu winked and replied that the guys in front of him were much smarter than him, because he only understood physics, and they understood all subjects. The big man laughed loudly, and Wu Bin grinned because he seemed to be beginning to understand why they were flattering each other so much. Fatty Kun approached our hero and asked if he could find out something about Wu Bin. He asked why they hadn't heard anything before about the 11th grader who suddenly showed up from an unknown school. Smiling sincerely, Wu Bin explained that this was because it was his first time participating in the Olympics, much less in the semifinals. The guys were shocked when they heard this. They stared at our hero in amazement, not believing their ears. Master Kui shouted, asking if everyone had also heard that Wu Bin had said that the first ones were participating in the Olympics, and he found it hard to believe. Kun immediately awarded our hero the nickname Dark Horse of the Olympics. Wu Bin's unusual personality interested him. Li Yan asked the guys to stop and instead praise Wu Bin for his efforts, and they agreed that he was a handsome guy for getting through on his own. The protagonist was dumbfounded when the three guys put their palms together and said that they would call him Master Wu if he didn't mind. The guy thanked them for the praise, but he felt awkward because he was still very far from them, according to him. Li Yan laughed and noted that our hero was learning very quickly because he began to behave exactly like them. The main character was scared and started screaming, asking what he was learning from them, because he had behaved like them completely unintentionally. The big guy laughed loudly and asked Wu Bin to forget about it and suggested that they go, because the Olympics would start soon. The semi-final of the Physics Olympiad was organized more pompously, because there were even spotlights illuminating the stage. A bald-headed man with a beard appeared on the stage of the assembly hall and gave the children an introductory speech. The man was broadcasting something from the stage for a very long time. For our hero, his words were empty sound, and he did not listen to him attentively. Wu Bin only thought that only a few remained in the semifinals, which meant that the first stage was truly a serious barrier for the majority. The man at the podium had finally reached the end of his opening speech and was ready to make the all-important announcement. The bald-headed teacher, with a joyful smile on his face, declared the Physics Olympiad open. The protagonist, Li Yan, and the other participants immediately grabbed the black pens and began to solve the problems. The guy presented 2 lab works to test basic knowledge of physics in the form of 2 fantastic rivals. The first lab work is observing the spectrum. Wu Bin imagined her as a humanoid with gray skin and glowing long hair. The second lab was about measuring magnetic fields using the Hall effect, and it involved a scary robot. Wu Bin had prepared himself to lose his pulse, so the problems didn't seem difficult, especially since he had already solved similar ones. The guy imagined himself as a powerful, muscular warrior against these laboratory creatures who control the energy charge. The main character, concentrating in his hand clots of bright light, which symbolize his knowledge, asked if there was anything more difficult. Wu Bin swung his hand back to direct the blast towards the lab workers. He was confident that he could handle them. The robot with several eyes was noticeably frightened when he saw the power of the main character in front of him. As he prepared to attack, Wu Bin shouted that he was, after all, trained by the most powerful teacher, namely Professor B. The image of Teacher Bai appeared behind Wu Bin. The boy cast the spell Labmaster and launched a charge of power at the enemies. The flash was very bright, it filled the entire space and rushed towards the opponents. A bright, destructive light illuminated the robot and the giant humanoid, and they froze, with no chance of survival. The entire area around the guy was filled with thick smoke, which formed a long, deep ditch after his attack. The main character was happy because he easily managed to score 40 points by solving these 2 problems. Now he had to do lab work number 8, and by solving this block, he knew that he had a ticket to the final. The guy's imagination ran wild again. and he found himself standing in front of a giant wall of thick blue smoke, which scared him. Our hero's face was covered in sweat. He looked at this mysterious monster with fear, asking what kind of jokes this was. The terrifying smoke began to clear. A loud roar was heard, and a black hole appeared in the sky. The guy froze, his legs spread wide, and looked up, waiting for the monster that symbolized laboratory work to appear. When the fog cleared a little, a giant creature appeared from it, like a bony paw with long, sharp fingers. These white bony tentacles pounced on our hero, who flew into the air as the monster struck him. The young man was quite frightened. He read the conditions of the laboratory work, where he had to calculate the temperature of water, with fear in his eyes. Before the eyes of the main character, there was only a task, which for him was a giant monster, and he was now defeating it. Wu Bin realized that the Olympiad was a test in which the most difficult problems imaginable were selected from each section of physics. The main character realized that he started to rejoice too early. He decided to leave this task for now and look at the next ones. The guy, imagining himself as a warrior, was about to grab one of the claws of the giant monster, swinging his hand. Trembling with tension, Wu Bin grabbed that white bone paw and held it with all his might. He came across problems from the optics section. But he was not happy that this was a very difficult task from level C. The guy began to repeat to himself, telling him to get it together. It was as if a huge electric shock had pierced him when he read the conditions of the problem about the study of the presence of inductive closing and opening. The main character, who turned completely black after being electrocuted, smiled widely when he read about electromagnetic induction. He thought he could do the task in a jiffy because he could use Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction. But everything turned out to be not so simple, because a second later, an unknown monstrous force threw Wu Bin high above the ground. Having taken even more damage, the young man realized that the task would not be as easy for him to solve as he thought. When he read the additional condition of the task, it, having turned into a bone pin, attacked our hero again. The Olympiad participant was surprised that teachers who create such problems demand this from ordinary school students. The entire space around our hero was filled with the tentacles of a white monster, which did not stop beating him. The guy despaired, lay down on the desk and covered his face with his hands. He realized that the Olympiad was very difficult, and Professor B was not lying to him. The young hero became curious about how the other participants of the Olympiad were doing. He glanced to the side to check. Master Tsui, who was sitting nearby, seemed to be solving the problems with ease, with a smile on his face and no worries. Leon didn't look worried either. The tall guy sat calmly in his seat and carried out his tasks in a good mood. The main character became even more tense. He came to the conclusion that the guys were not pretending and were really solving the problems. He decided to gather his strength and focus on the task at hand again. Wu Bin once again imagined himself as a warrior from the game. The guy was faced with a whole block of problems. He swung his fist, but was afraid that he would not be able to cope without his friend. The main character was referring to a scientific calculator, which he took out to make it easier for him to cope with problems. It was time for the calculator to help Wu Bin. He concentrated, armed himself with it and a pen, and began to solve the problems. Some time passed. Our hero, still sweating from excitement, wrote down solutions to the problems while simultaneously using a calculator. Almost an hour had passed, but Wu Bin was still sweating over solving the physics Olympiad problems, without stopping for a second. Then another hour passed. Our hero still hadn't finished. He worked on the test without losing concentration. It was getting close to noon. Wu Bin didn't stop. He wrote so hard with his pen that even his fingers were sweating. Wu Bin's face frowned. Beads of sweat were running down it. It was difficult for him, but he did not stop and solve the problems. 3 whole hours passed. All this time, our hero, without giving up, tried to cope with difficult tasks from different sections of physics. He finally relaxed his hand, which was shaking from fatigue, when they announced that the Olympics were over and everyone had to put down their pens and pencils. A woman from the organization began walking down the aisles to collect completed work from the Olympiad participants. All the boys sat quietly. Only the main character was so exhausted that he lay face down right on the desk. For the first time, 3 whole hours seemed so short to our hero. For the first time, he understood what it was like to not have enough time to solve everything. Wu Bin wondered why he found these problems so difficult. As the teacher collected the children's work, Li Yan, who was sitting in front of our hero, turned around and asked how Wu Bin was doing. The boy, who didn't even have the strength to sit up straight, lay exhausted on his desk and replied that it felt like he had been run over by a truck. Master Lee laughed and replied that it was normal because the guy had been sad the first time he had attended the Olympics. Wu Bin asked Li Yan if he had solved all the problems. He replied that he had not, because he did not look like a child prodigy. But he was not discouraged. Our hero decided that Li Yan was just being modest, but he replied that it was truly brutally difficult and suggested that they leave already. The main character, accompanied by his new acquaintance, left the school to meet the other participants. Master Kun waved to his friend and asked if he was alive, and admitted that he was destroyed by these lab works. Wu Bin became quiet. He couldn't understand whether the guys were serious or not, because he thought that they had managed it after all. Kun laughed and said that he had definitely solved a couple of problems incorrectly, and Leon replied that the examiners had decided to teach them a lesson for last year. Our hero was irritated by these guys because they never stopped laughing and flattering each other. Li Yan noticed that Master Wu seemed a bit lost and asked what he was thinking about. The guy replied that he was thinking about the answer to the penultimate task. The big guy replied that the tasks were indeed very difficult, and he advised the newbie to relax, for example, by sorting out the tasks from the teachers, crying, or hitting the wall. Wu Bin asked him to tell him honestly how Li Yan had done with his lab work, and he said that he had failed it, but our hero did not believe him. Finally, Li Yan invited our hero to join their company's chat, and the guy happily agreed. When Wu Bin took out his latest iPhone, Li Yan was surprised and said that our hero lives richly, and he replied that he needed the phone for taking photos of tests and tasks. Master Kun and Li Yan left together, and at the end they turned around and waved goodbye to the newcomer, and Wu Bin also said goodbye to them. When these guys left, our hero sighed with relief, because these guys had irritated him a lot with their behavior. He perked up when, a moment later, someone tapped him on the shoulder and said that our guy was noticeably downcast. It turned out that it was Professor Bai. He looked at our hero with a smile and suggested that Wu Bin had failed. Soon the white bus, in which our hero and his professor were riding back from school, was already racing along the highway. Now Wu Bin's mood was not as cheerful as last time. The guy was silent and looked sadly out the window. Professor B, who was sitting nearby, remarked out loud that it was the first time he had seen the young man so busy. The main character tried to smile and replied that everything was fine and that he was mentally prepared for all of this. The older man replied that they had indeed done all they could, and the rest should be left to fate. However, Wu Bin couldn't hide his sadness. He opened the book and tried to distract himself by flipping through the pages. Wu Bin clicked his tongue in irritation and covered his face with his hand. He realized that he needed to use a different method to solve the problem. The grandfather, keeping a smile on his face, asked the boy if he had mixed up anything while solving the problems at the Olympiad. The guy replied that he had simply been solving the problem in a more complex and time-consuming way. And now he was not very sure of the final answer. Professor B suggested that the boy go over all these problems at school. Wu Bin thanked him for this, and they went on. When the physics teacher and his student returned to school and began to go over the problems, Professor B was perplexed. The old man admitted that from the first stage it became clear to him that the semifinals would be tough, but he had no idea that it would be that tough. The main character agreed that the semifinals were incredibly difficult, but on the contrary, it was much more interesting for him. Grandpa was surprised when Wu Bin said he was more interested because he thought the boy didn't like it there. Smiling madly, Wu Bin shouted that he certainly liked it, because difficult tasks motivated him to study even harder. He screamed that the second task was so difficult that it blew his mind. And it was so cool that the guy got high. The guy confessed to the professor that he only had the thought of winning. He was jubilant that his brain had coped, and celebrated it in his head. But there was one thing that the main character, raising his index finger up and madly contorting his face, was ready to tell the teacher. The main character said that after very long calculations, his engineering calculator gave an error, and everything was deleted. Wu Bin said that he was so angry back then that he wanted to hit the calculator, but he remembered that he still needed it. Now, as he told this, our hero was not so happy. He fell face down on the desk and began to hit it with his fists. Smiling broadly, the elderly professor suggested that the boy had simply recalculated everything. Wu Bin confirmed his guess because he had no other choice. He couldn't give up on solving the problem halfway. The gray-haired grandfather laughed good-naturedly and said that his student had to strain himself to cope. The protagonist clenched his fists and looked at them, feeling his strength. He admitted that he was very pleased when he finally solved the problem. The guy said that he felt like a superstar at the concert. He was the king of the world at that second, as if all the spotlights were focused on him. The protagonist said that the next task brought him back down to earth, as if a giant fist had crushed Wu Bin. Then, Professor B decided to ask in what order his protege solved the problems at the Olympiad. The guy said that he left the more difficult problems for the end and started with the easiest ones, including the first, second, seventh, sixth, and fifth. Professor B supported his decision and said that the third task always took the longest amount of time. Wu Bin complained that what irritated him most was that the answer box was too small for calculations, and he spent a lot of time solving everything on a draft. The teacher said that it was strange that Wu Bin came out so disappointed, as if he had not decided anything, and now everything turned out differently. The main character became sad, looked down, and admitted that he simply did not feel confident in some calculations. Professor B listened to the guy and thought about his words, shaking his head. Wu Bin blushed with shame when the teacher asked if the boy had hoped to get the highest score again, and that he thought it was very dashing. Laughing awkwardly, the main character scratched the back of his head and tried to somehow justify himself to the professor, because he was right. Professor B said that with such demands he needed to study even harder. Wu Bin replied that he would try. The main character asked the elderly physics teacher what he thought the guy's chances were of reaching the finals. The old man replied that he didn't know because it depended on Wu Bin's opponents, and he just had to wait for the results. The guy chuckled, thought about it, and remembered the faces of his opponents. The guys back then kept repeating that the tasks were very difficult. Recalling the other participants who insisted that they had failed, Wu Bin said that his opponents said that they had written very poorly. But the guy slammed his fists on the table in anger, and honestly admitted that for some reason he didn't trust his competitors. The professor sighed and replied that he thought the boys were telling the truth, and that he just needed to wait a week to find out the results. When the sun had already set behind the horizon, our hero was still at school, because classes continued until late. The action took place in Wu Bin's classroom. A girl was walking past in the corridor. The door was open. Gu Fan was at a loss to see his friend so upset after the Olympics. Wu Bin lay down on his desk and lamented. The guy asked what was wrong with his friend and suggested that Wu Bin just wanted to go to the toilet. But for Wu Bin, it was much more frightening. The guy admitted that he had forgotten the momentum theorem, and he regretted that he had rushed and not double-checked everything. Gu Fan looked at his neighbor's desk. There were notes on it. He squinted to see what was written there. Wu Bin was lying on his math notes. His friend tried to read what was written there, but understood little. The guy's hair stood on end because he had no idea what this theorem was or what momentum was. Assuming it was some scientist, Gu Fan breathed a sigh of relief when Wu Bin said that they had gone through this before. It was just that the guy hadn't learned it. Wu Bin was surprised when Gu Fan asked if this theorem was at the Olympiad. The guy replied that it wasn't there because it was too easy. The main character ruffled his hair with his hands and said that he simply remembered an unsolved problem from one of the test options. Gu Fan looked at his friend with annoyance and said that he was just a psychopath who needed to be taken to the hospital. Wu Bin was distracted and looked away when a classmate approached him and asked how the Olympics were going. It was Jiang Chu. He asked if it was difficult and what the lab work was like, and he gave Wu Bin permission not to tell if he didn't want to. The main character honestly admitted that it was difficult and suggested that his classmate take a look at these labs himself if he wanted. The guy in the red sweatshirt was as happy as a child when our hero handed him the lab work from the Olympiad and thanked him. Jiang Cho immediately began to study the lab work from the Olympiad. He mumbled, apparently not understanding anything. The schoolboy was sweating from bewilderment because the conditions of these labs were completely incomprehensible to him. The tasks turned out to be so difficult for the guy that he turned pale and curled up. Jiang Chu began to scream and swear. Gu Fan asked his classmate if he saw Santa Claus there since he had such a strange reaction. Shocked and dejected, Jiang Cho was so dumbfounded that he could not comment on these problems. The guy left them on Wu Bin's table and silently left, scratched his head and said that it was even good that he didn't make it to the semi-finals. Gu Fan was confused and asked if he was the only one here who didn't understand anything at all. Wang Hao and their fourth friend approached the desk where Wu Bin and Gu Fan were sitting and asked if they were going to have dinner. The main character immediately refused this offer and advised the guys to go without him, because he didn't want to. Gu Fan didn't mind. He grabbed the boys by the shoulders and told them to forget it because they would get more delicious cutlets in the cafeteria. The guy whispered to his friends that Wu Bin was preparing for the next stage of the Olympics, so they shouldn't distract him. The classmates did not bother our hero anymore and silently left the office so that the three of them could go to the cafeteria. The main character remained in the office in proud solitude to continue doing what he loved, studying. Out of boredom and fatigue, Wu Bin opened his mouth wide and began to yawn, stretching his arms high up. Wu Bin began to doubt that he would be able to cope at all. Even if he passed, there would be very cool guys on his team. The guy immediately put aside his destructive thoughts and told himself that he simply had to win the Olympics. Clenching his fist, he said that having strong opponents and teammates only makes it more interesting, because that is what he wanted to take part in. The protagonist closed his eyes, concentrated, extended his clenched fists forward and ordered himself to gather his strength. Wu Bin opened his eyes, looked down, and was about to give himself a motivational speech but was interrupted. It was Pei Jiamin who called him from behind. Wu Bin was so scared that he flinched and screamed at the top of his lungs. He asked the girl why she was scaring him so much. The classmate apologized and said that she thought he heard her come in. The protagonist looked irritably at the girl with pink hair and rudely asked if she had any business with him. Smiling modestly, Pei Jiamin admitted that she would like to say that she really admires the boy for participating in the Olympics. The guy laughed and started scratching the back of his head out of awkwardness, because he didn't think that this was an honorable Olympiad, and he thought that she was just jealous of him. The girl said that in the 9th grade she also wanted to participate in the Mathematics Olympiad. She believed that she would be sent there. She admitted that while she was sweating her way through Olympiad problems, her grades dropped, the teachers called her mother, and she had to forget about her dream. This was news to our hero. He asked if his classmates' grades had really dropped at some point. With sadness in her voice, Pei Jimin admitted that it was in the 9th grade, in the 2nd quarter, that she dropped from 8th place to 17th. The main character felt very irritated by what the girl had told him, but he answered her briefly that he understood everything. Pei Jimin said that she was depressed because of this. But now that she learned about Wu Bin's success at the Olympics, she was very happy for him. Wu Bin was visibly surprised when the girl began to say what a great guy he was and that she could never compare to him. The boy looked away shyly, scratched his face with his finger, and wanted to answer something to his classmate. But he didn't have time to do this because Pei Jimin suddenly placed a can of soda in front of him, which stunned him. She tried to cheer him up by saying that the soda helped relieve stress, wished him to keep trying and promised that he would succeed. The main character tried to stop her, but the girl said goodbye to him and instantly flew out of the office. The pink-haired girl ran out of the room at the speed of light, so the conversation between her classmates ended. Wu Bin was completely at a loss. He stared at one point, dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. He grabbed the can of soda that his classmate had just given him, accepting her gift. The guy looked at the drink and assumed that Jiaming had good intentions all along, and he was wrong in thinking that she was jealous of him. Then our hero closed his eyes, chuckled thoughtfully, and thought about this whole situation. He opened the soda and laughed loudly and angrily, shouting that she had praised him because she had finally admitted who the real boss of the class was. Wu Bin took a sip of soda with great pleasure, not refusing the gift from his worst rival. The protagonist took a deep breath, slammed his fist on the table, and put the soda can back on the desk. The guy loudly burped back all the gas and drink that had accumulated in his stomach. Wu Bin admitted that his pink-haired classmate was right because the soda really did relax him. The schoolboy decided to buy the girl the same can of soda tomorrow as a token of gratitude. A week passed. It was another school day. The class gathered at their desks before the lesson. It was a physics lesson. Teacher Tissa stood near his desk and silently looked at his students. The man in glasses frowned when he noticed our hero, who was also sitting at one of the desks. The main character didn't look as happy as he usually did in physics class. The sad boy looked down. The physics teacher understood that this young man was now, as usual, thinking only about the Olympiad. Our hero had to be distracted from his thoughts when teacher Tissa asked Wu Bin to come to the board. The boy stood up, walked up to the teacher with his textbook and asked if he had done something wrong since he had been called to the board. The physics teacher noticed a book that our young hero decided to take with him. The man in glasses grinned and asked the student why he thought he had been called to the board. Sweating from the tension, the protagonist scratched his face with his finger and said that he did not know the answer to this question. Teacher Tisa asked if he really thought that he would console and reassure him if he had written the Olympiad far from perfectly. The teacher glared angrily at his student and shouted that he would not do anything like that. He honestly admitted to Wu Bin that he wanted the boy to go to the Olympics to win, and not just to see the world because he believed in it. Teacher Tsa said that he knew what Wu Bin was capable of, so he told him to stop sitting in class with a sour face. Wu Bin recalled what teacher Tisa had said, that even passing the first stage was already a great success, and the boy would not have enough time to prepare for the semi-finals. The teacher blushed when the boy pointed out his mistake, turned around, and said that it was for motivation and to make Wu Bin gather his strength. The main character understood his teacher's intentions and was surprised at the multi-move plan he had prepared for his student. The boy froze when the teacher suddenly snatched the book he had brought with him from his hands. Teacher Tisa began to leaf through the pages of the textbook on the mechanics section. He asked the boy if he had read the book and understood what it was about. The main character shook his head and admitted that not quite. He had only managed to figure out the basic principles so far. The teacher laughed and assumed that his student was simply being modest again, and praised him for it. The man with glasses handed Wu Bin a few more books to study, a volume from the mechanics section and a textbook on electromagnetism. Our hero looked with delight at the books handed to him and, stuttering with excitement, thanked his teacher. The boy looked at one of the books with fear because it was very expensive, and he told the teacher about it. The teacher irritably replied that the boy didn't need to think about it. He just needed to study and be happy. Feeling shy, the main character said that he felt somehow uncomfortable accepting books from the teacher as a gift without paying anything for them. Teacher Tisa said that these books were bought with the school fund and were an investment in Wu Bin's future, so he shouldn't worry. Wu Bin, overjoyed, laughed loudly and once again thanked not only the teacher, but the entire school. The physics teacher smiled and once again told the student to study. Our hero awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Afterwards, Teacher Tisa asked his student an unexpected question. He asked whether Wu Bin had already thought about his future. The main character asked whether the International School Olympiad is considered for the future. The man replied that not really, because this was the guy's current goal, not a global future. So asked what area the guy would like to develop in, citing astronomy, science, the mysteries of space, the mysteries of the ocean, writing and other areas of the vast world as examples. The young man was confused and, after listening to the teacher, admitted that he had not yet thought about his global future. The main character froze in fear when, in response, the teacher took a step closer and slapped him on the shoulder. Teacher Tisa clarified that he was not talking about specific plans, but simply wanted Wu Bin to think about what he wanted. Wu Bin, stuttering with excitement, thanked Teacher Tisa for his instructions and promised that he would definitely think about it. The classmate looked at our hero with admiration as he stood at the board, and Sa asked if Wu Bin knew where the science exhibition hall was in the city. The teacher took out 2 tickets and said that next week there would be an exhibition dedicated to the electronic technologies of the future. The classmate was shocked when she saw that Teacher Sa said that he accidentally took 2 tickets and asked Wu Bin to accompany him. Her deskmate asked the girl to get yaoi out of her head because she misunderstood something when she started claiming that the teacher invited Wu Bin to the movies. Wu Bin blushed with embarrassment and confessed to the teacher that he had a feeling that he would be indebted to him later. The man in glasses was perplexed. He answered the student that he had already fully repaid him with his victory in the first stage of the Olympiad. The main character whispered to the teacher that he could have taken money from the school budget to buy tickets to the exhibition. Teacher Tisa got angry, shouting that he didn't have access to the school's budget and he wouldn't do that. He just goes to the exhibition every year and bought the tickets with his own money. Wu Bin apologized but said that he had not yet won the semifinals, and the teacher irritably replied that the boy would definitely pass, and asked him one last time whether he would go to the exhibition or not. The classmate sitting at the front desk clasped her red face in her hands. She was very happy for the teacher and Wu Bin. The main character replied that of course he wanted to go to the exhibition and asked what exactly would be there. The teacher said that Wu Bin would see it for himself, and suggested that the boy would find it very interesting, and that modern scientific trends would inspire him to think about the future. The teacher added that, in any case, school physics is only a basis for further discoveries, and the exhibition will give him answers to many questions. The main character declared that now he will definitely not waste his life on useless activities like computer games. The girl at the front desk was delighted, thinking that Wu Bin had agreed to go to the movies with the teacher, and her deskmate told her to calm her fantasies. The teacher lowered his head and said that, in any case, going to the exhibition never hurt anyone. The guy thanked him for the books and the exhibition, and the teacher replied that there was still a week and a half before the event, so they would discuss it later. The classmate couldn't take her eyes off Wu Bin and the teacher, and she wondered what movie they would go to. Then the girl's expression suddenly changed to one of fear when the teacher suddenly hit her desk with his hand. The menacing figure of the physics teacher loomed over the girl. The man said her name in a cold voice. The girl in the pink blouse, shuddering with fear, looked at the teacher and, stuttering, responded to his words. Sa asked why everyone was quietly doing the test, while she was chatting at the top of her voice, and suggested that she hand in the work if she had already written everything. Trembling with fear and almost crying, Fo began to apologize to the teacher because she had not yet finished writing the test. The man mentioned the student's guesses and said that he would not scold her, but asked her to leave her hobby outside the educational process and not to distract her classmates. The frightened girl apologized to the teacher again and replied that she understood everything when he told her to think only about the lesson during the lesson. Teacher Tisa told a student to go to the school office after school. The girl wanted to object, but her deskmate thought she had gone too far. When our hero returned to his desk, the first thing Gufan did was ask what the teacher had told him. Seeing the books, Gufan assumed that his friend had robbed the library again, and Wu Bin laughed and suggested that he take a look at them himself. Our hero's deskmate politely declined, smiling, and allowed him to enjoy his books on his own. Gufan laughed when Wu Bin decided to prick him back and said that he was not the one in charge of pleasure here. The Chinese lesson began. The teacher quoted the great Li Shun, saying that a genius is not a cactus that grows in the desert by itself, but a house flower that is cultivated by people. The old man read out words that if a flower is watered regularly, it will grow and bloom. But if it is not watered, it will simply die. The students listened attentively to the teacher's words about how truly intelligent people are able to understand the pattern described by Lu Sun. The teacher said that this quote complemented the essay perfectly and praised Wu Bin for using it in the essay. Professor B suddenly burst into the office, shouting that it was urgent and asking where Wu Bin was. The main character looked towards the door in fear when an elderly teacher ran into the classroom and called him. Breathing heavily after jogging, Professor B apologized to Teacher Zhou for interrupting the lesson now. The Chinese teacher approached the professor, greeted him, and asked what had happened. The old man answered the Chinese teacher that he interrupted the lesson because he urgently needed to talk to our hero. The protagonist looked scared and confused when Professor B entered the classroom and was ready to announce the news. Everyone froze in surprise when the professor announced in front of the entire class that Wu Bin had won first place in the region in the semifinals of the Olympiad. Our hero was shocked when the teacher announced that this meant that Wu Bin had made it to the finals of the Olympiad, where he would compete as part of the team from their region. All the guys started shouting that Wu Bin was the first one to reach the finals and bring glory to their school. Gufan tried to shake the guy who was frozen in shock. At that moment, the boy did not hear at all what his classmates were saying to him. His heart was beating wildly with excitement. The main character was completely confused. He silently stared at one point, trying to comprehend what had happened, when the professor approached him. Professor B tried to call out to the boy, but Wu Bin was still looking straight ahead and could only hear his heartbeat. Wu Bin was breathing heavily with excitement. His face was covered in beads of sweat. He turned his head and looked at his physics teacher. He saw the happy face of the elderly professor. Teacher B praised our hero and said that he was a good boy. The bright sunlight illuminated the young man's face. He looked at his professor, dumbfounded, and could not answer him. Gufan and Pei Jiamen looked at Wu Bin with pride, while one of his classmates was shocked by the boy's achievement. Teacher Zhou was also pleasantly surprised that the boy, who had been a poor student for 2 years, became an excellent student in a couple of months. The man thought that this was extremely commendable and decided to congratulate our hero with applause. The Chinese teacher began to clap his hands loudly to signal the others to also applaud the boy. The other kids also joined the teacher. They were sincerely happy for their classmate and clapped for him. Wu Bin's classmates smiled sincerely and were proud of our hero. They loudly applauded, congratulating him. The main character was overwhelmed with emotions. He jumped up from his seat and threw himself into the arms of his beloved Professor B, who hugged the guy back. Wu Bin hugged the old man tightly, closed his eyes, and thanked Professor B for everything. Grandfather smiled, patted the student on the shoulder, and replied that it was not his merit at all, but only Wu Bin's. Professor B looked into the student's eyes and told him to thank only himself for this achievement. Wang Hao was also moved. He wiped away a tear and called his friend just a psycho because he was very impressed by his achievement. Zhang Qiu, who did not make it to the semifinals, was also genuinely happy for his classmate. When the lesson ended, our hero ran out into the corridor and began to rush along it at the speed of light. The girl, who was also calmly walking down the school corridor at the time, stopped in fear when a guy rushed past her. She blushed in embarrassment and gasped, pulling her skirt down because it had risen up due to the wind that Wu Bin had created by running. The girl screamed indignantly, demanding that Wu Bin not run in the school. But our hero continued to rush forward down the corridor. The main character heard and asked her for forgiveness several times, but he could not stop because he urgently needed to go somewhere. The boy's sneakers squeaked loudly and smoke rose from the floor as Wu Bin stopped abruptly in front of the entrance to the school office. The boy burst into the teacher's room and loudly called for Teacher Tease, with whom he wanted to share the good news first. The biology teacher answered him. She said hello and said that the physics teacher was currently in class. The main character was noticeably upset when he realized that his physics teacher was not here and was currently busy. The biology teacher asked him why he was so excited and what had happened to the boy. Trying to control his breathing, Woo Bin asked the teacher to tell Tsa that the boy had won the semi-finals of the Olympics. All the teachers who were in the office at that moment were shocked when they heard this good news. The biology teacher was sincerely happy for the student and congratulated him, saying that it was not for nothing that Teacher Tisa boasted about him every day. Teacher Lee asked what place the boy had taken and whether he had managed to get into the national team. All the teachers crowded around our hero. Woo Bin replied that he was accepted into the team, but he didn't know what place he took. The class teacher was pleased that a student from their school had reached such a high level for the first time and asked if the boy had prepared a speech to deliver at the meeting. The protagonist blushed with embarrassment, scratched the back of his head and admitted that he didn't even know that he would have to give a speech. The guy said goodbye to everyone and said that it was time for him to go get ready. The teachers were not against letting him go, but Woo Bin was unable to run far because at the threshold another teacher called him, and he had to stop. The young man turned around and saw his math teacher standing in front of him, who gave him a thumbs up and praised him. The main character was delighted by such praise and thanked his math teacher for the kind words. After these words, Woo Bin still turned around and ran out of the school office because he wanted to start preparing as soon as possible. Our hero's class teacher also left the office into the corridor, followed by Teacher Lee and the biology teacher. The English teacher looked after our hero for a long time. She was lost in thought. Seeing Woo Bin running eagerly down the corridor, the woman said that this guy was not as simple as he seemed. Breathing heavily after a long run, the protagonist burst into Professor B's office and announced his presence. But there he was met by his teacher Dan. She said hello and said that he was truly an amazing person and praised him. Woo Bin bowed to her and replied that if it weren't for her lessons, he would never have managed. And Dung taught him a lot. She laughed and said that for such warm words it would be a sin not to give him a reward, and began to take a book out of the stack. The girl threw a book with a black cover at our hero and said that it was a personal gift from her, and she hoped Woo Bin would like it. Bin felt awkward and said that he felt uncomfortable accepting gifts from her because he should be the one thanking her. Professor B appeared from behind the whiteboard and advised the boy to take the gift while Dan was kind, because later he wouldn't get it. The guy bowed deeply again and thanked her. Dan asked him to stop bending his back because he was not Japanese. Professor B informed our hero that the overall report had arrived, and it turned out that the guy had taken 8th place in the overall standings. The teacher said that he was deducted a couple of points for the design and skipping some steps, as well as for the block with labs in the optics section. Woo Bin was a little disappointed when he realized that he could have placed higher, and he wondered where he could have gone wrong. Professor B noticed that his patient's mood worsened when he told him everything in more detail. Then the older man patted him on the shoulder to encourage him and said that it didn't matter since Woo Bin had already made the national team from their region. The old man said that even if nothing else happens, any university in the country is already waiting for the guy, and if everything continues to go well, universities will fight for him. But Professor B's words did not please our hero. He lowered his head and, stuttering, replied that he would try. The teacher noticed that the main character was particularly upset and decided to share this observation with him out loud. The protagonist collected his thoughts when the professor announced that they still had 2 months to take the guy to the next level. Woo Bin clenched his fist tightly, so much so that he began to tremble when he realized that the Olympic finals were just 2 months away. At that moment, the guy saw no one but himself. He told himself that he could not make the same mistake as in the semi-final again. The protagonist raised his head and told the professor that this time he would try even harder. He wanted to take first place. Teacher B smiled and replied that they would try together. He saw that Woo Bin's gaze was like that of a warrior in the arena, or like that of a hungry beast. Teacher Dung, holding her favorite lollipop to her mouth, watched Woo Bin and the professor's conversation with curiosity. The professor told another piece of news that the day after tomorrow there would be an award ceremony, and it would be nice if one of his parents could pick up the award. Woo Bin was taken aback, and the teacher asked why he was delaying the reward if the results were already out, especially since the boy still had to go to training camp. The main character opened his mouth wide in surprise. This was news to him. He asked how long he needed to stay in the camp. The professor replied that it was for 10 days, and immediately reassured the student, saying that he had already agreed on this with the school principal. Wu Bin turned around abruptly when another voice was heard in the office. The voice of the man who had finally found our hero. It turned out that it was Teacher Tsa, who was also in a hurry to find the guy. He was standing at the door trying to catch his breath. Wu Bin clenched his fist and told his teacher with a happy voice and a smile on his face that he had succeeded. The physics teacher replied that he already knew this. Otherwise, he would not have come to this office just like that. The main character still enthusiastically responded that he knew it. He just wanted to tell him with his own lips. Rejoicing at his students' results, the teacher shouted that the boy had made them quite nervous. The man in glasses rushed forward, hugged the main character tightly and shouted that he was proud of him, who thanked him in return. Teacher Deng watched Sa and Wu Bin with a smile, thinking that they looked like two friends, not like a teacher and a student. Teacher Tiza told the professor and Dan that today he was inviting them and our hero to a restaurant at his own expense. Professor B asked his colleague not to get excited because they still had work to do tomorrow. But Teacher Tisa stood his ground. He ruffled Wu Bin's hair with his hand and said that they definitely had to go to congratulate the guy properly. The old man no longer argued with his colleague and agreed. And Teacher Dan suggested that they go to the Hogo restaurant. Teacher Tisa asked the boy if he would agree to eat Hogo. He laughed and replied that he loved this kind of food, and they agreed. The expressions on the faces of the bespectacled man and the young man changed dramatically when the bell rang. Calling everyone to class, everyone was forced to say goodbye. They agreed to meet in the evening. Wu Bin said that he was already looking forward to it. The protagonist walked out of Professor B's office and carefully closed the door behind him to go to class. On the way to the office, the guy took a phone out of his pocket to call someone. As he walked down the stairs, Wu Bin held the phone to his ear and listened to the beeps, trying to call someone. Soon his mother picked up the phone and started screaming, asking her son what had happened. The main character calmed her down, saying that everything was fine. He just wanted to ask if she wanted to go with him to the award ceremony the day after tomorrow. The woman screamed back, asking what award ceremony she was talking about, assuming it was just a parent-teacher meeting. While cleaning the floor, Wu Bin's mother, talking to her son on speakerphone, asked if this was for the physical education relay race. The main character told his mother that he won the physics Olympiad, so he needs to go to the City Ministry of Education. The woman brought the phone to her ear and was surprised, asking when her son managed to take part in the Olympics. But then, when Wu Bin's mother realized what her son had just told her, she almost began to faint from shock. Trembling with excitement, she asked if her son had just completed 90% of his higher education plans. The protagonist replied that almost, because there was still one step left for all universities to accept him with joy. He pulled the phone away from his ear when his mother started screaming, asking why he hadn't told her sooner, and if there was much more he was hiding from her. The boy asked his mother to calm down and not to warm up there, and then said goodbye because he needed to go to class. As he was going down the stairs, the young man asked his mother to pass this on to his father and for him to wear a normal suit for the award ceremony. After school, our hero, as agreed, went with 3 teachers to the Fengli Hot Pot restaurant. The festive table was bursting with a variety of dishes. The guys ordered soup and a variety of meat appetizers. The physics teacher was in a great mood at the dinner. The man in glasses was smiling radiantly as he chatted with the kids. The main character also allowed himself to relax and smiled widely, spending a pleasant time with the teachers. Meanwhile, new dishes were added to the company's table as the waiters brought them. Professor B also had a good time with his colleagues and student, and he allowed himself to drink a glass of strong drink in honor of the good news. Teacher Dan picked up her chopsticks to begin eating her dinner while the others chatted among themselves. The festive evening continued. A glass appeared on the table, into which fresh, foamy beer was poured. The dinner was a great success. They ordered a lot of ingredients for the hobo to cook in a spicy broth. After everyone had poured their drink into their glass, Wu Bin, Teacher Deng, Professor B, and Teacher Tsa clinked their glasses together to drink and celebrate. Soon, our hero's family went to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the first thing they did was try to take a group photo. Teacher Tsa and Professor B were also present, and the man with glasses took the initiative to take a photo of the family. The man counted from 3 to 1 and asked them to smile, then took a photo, blinding everyone with the flash. The photo turned out well. Everyone was smiling happily, and our hero's dad was dressed in a decent suit. After looking at the photo, Teacher Tisa liked it very much, and Wu Bin's mother thanked him for taking the photo. The main character was delighted with his dad's suit. He asked where he got it, and he proudly replied that it was the Asiba brand. A puzzled Wu Bin said that he had never heard of the company his father had just mentioned. He decided to check it out himself, pointed at his dad's jacket and said that it was Armani, and not what his father had just told him. Dad felt awkward. He laughed and said that he was an old fool and admitted that he had made a fool of himself because it was Mom who had chosen this expensive jacket. The man admitted that he had only planned to wear it to Wu Bin's wedding, but his son's clever head had provided a good excuse. A dissatisfied Wu Bin said that he only ranked 8th in their area, so it was nothing to be wildly proud of. The indignant father did not agree. In his opinion, being 8th was a reason for pride because there were several thousand participants. Wu Bin looked at his dad with puppy eyes and asked if he really knew that so many people participated in the Olympics. The father got angry, chased after his son, and began to threaten to box his ears, but he laughed and began to run away from him. Our hero's mother told them both to calm down, otherwise the father would get his suit dirty, and teacher Tisa stood nearby with a smile. The main character came closer to his mother and said that they were just discussing Aesop's dad's jacket, and laughed loudly. Professor B suggested that Wu Bin's family go inside already because the event was about to start. The main character looked at the elderly teacher with a smile and replied that they would be leaving now. Wu Bin's mother told her son that she thought her hair was messed up and asked him to check if it was normal. The main character enthusiastically shouted that his mother looked just super, sincerely wanting to please the woman. The woman was dumbfounded by surprise and grabbed her face with her hand when she heard her son say that she looked great. People began to gather in the hall where the award ceremony of the All-China Physics Olympiad will take place. The main character approached the event organizer, who would lead him to his place, and waved his hand to teacher Tsa at the end. The guy was forced to go backstage, leaving his family and teachers sitting in the audience because he was going to be awarded. The organizer asked the schoolboy to stand behind the stage for now and promised that he would be called when the ceremony began. Our young hero remained standing quietly behind the red curtains. It was dim in this room, so he did not immediately see everything. When the guy finally got a good look at the situation around him, he was noticeably surprised and even exclaimed it out loud. It turned out that, in addition to him, a large number of equally lucky people who had crowded behind the stage were awaiting the award. When they noticed the appearance of our hero, they glanced at him with unfriendly expressions on their faces. Absolutely all the other winners turned their attention to Wu Bin, some looking at him with a bit of arrogance. The main character was upset when he assumed that the guys in front of him were the ones with whom he would participate in the finals on the same team. Observing the behavior of these finalists, the guy concluded that they all looked rather pompous. He concluded that making a more complicated face was the rule here, and decided to behave like a professional, arrogant person. The boy's eyes widened when he noticed a person in the crowd of finalists who caught his special attention. It turned out to be the big guy Li Yan, who stood out from the crowd with his height, and it seemed he also managed to make it to the finals. The protagonist grinned when he saw a familiar face, because the last time they met, Li Yan kept saying that he failed the Olympics. Li Yan was startled when Wu Bin suddenly approached him and asked if it was Master Li who had written so poorly and failed the test. A wide smile appeared on the big man's face as he turned his head and recognized the guy in front of him as Master Wu. The guy repeated several times that he knew that our hero would be able to pass, because he was the dark horse of the Olympics, and Wu Bin behaved with restraint. The protagonist responded irritably and asked Li Yan to stop acting like he usually did and said that he was glad to see him. Li Yan replied that he was also glad to see Master Wu and offered to go to the other guys, putting his arm around his shoulder. The big guy introduced Wu Bin to Master Xiao Songyang, saying that he was a local star and winner of many competitions, but he began to deny it. Li Yan asked Master Xiao not to be embarrassed, and our hero was very irritated by the guy's hypocritical behavior. Master Li wanted to introduce another person, but the other person interrupted him and asked for the opportunity to introduce himself. The boy introduced himself as Zhao Kasai from the second high school, Wu Bin introduced himself in return, and the boys shook hands. The other participants, seeing Li Yan chatting with someone, wanted to come over and say hello too. Otherwise, Master Li would start gossiping about them without them. Everyone crowded around the main character. The finalists of the Olympiad began to actively discuss something among themselves until the ceremony began. Zhao Qisai decided to share that he encountered very difficult problems in the semi-finals of the Olympiad. The main character was surprised. He wondered if he had really met a normal person at this event. Zhao Qisai corrected himself and said that the tasks were rather tedious, and it would have been better if they had added something about the movement of celestial bodies. The guy in the yellow sweater supported him and said that those who were bad at math immediately failed, and this surprised our hero. A participant complained that two of his friends had failed to pass because of some mathematical calculations. Wu Bin wanted to get a word in, but he was interrupted. Someone asked Xiong if he watched yesterday's stream, and our hero simply fell silent, realizing that no one was listening to him. The main character got angry because these guys were not eager to communicate with him, and decided that he didn't care about it. The group of finalists that had formed continued to chat among themselves, and Wu Bin decided to talk to Li Yan instead. Suddenly, everyone became quiet and turned around with surprised faces when a dark silhouette of a man appeared behind the stage. The crowd of Olympic finalists looked at this mysterious man with fear. Some were shocked by his appearance. The protagonist noticed that everyone, as one, turned their attention to the man who had just appeared here. The guy also decided to carefully turn around and look at the one whom everyone had started to discuss so actively. A guy with long, dark, curly hair, wearing glasses and dressed in black and white clothes appeared behind the stage. The people around him began to greet Master Jiang and shout that the god himself had descended from heaven to communicate with mortals. The Olympiad participants enthusiastically shouted that Master Jiang was the main hope of their team and truly a god. The boy laughed from the abundance of praise and told the guys to calm down because he felt awkward. Li Yan was also delighted with this participant. He shouted that he was even embarrassed. And Wu Bin asked who he was. Li Yan told our hero that this was a local rock star in physics circles. His name was Jiang Han from Hu High School, and he had won first place in the semifinals. The protagonist was stunned when he heard that this mysterious man took first place. Master Jiang's persona attracted the young man's close attention, and he began to pierce the winner with his gaze. Now the young man saw no one but Master Jiang. He continued to stare at his competitor. Wu Bin stared at the person who had won first place without blinking, and now he could see with his own eyes who it was. Suddenly, behind the smartest guy in their area, the main character noticed the dark silhouette of another person. The guy grimaced, wondering what kind of rapper had come to their award ceremony. When the Olympian showed his face, Wu Bin took a closer look and thought that the man's appearance seemed familiar to him. The protagonist's face changed when he finally remembered where he had seen this guy before. The guy remembered that this young man was at the semi-finals, and his name was Kui Xiaodong. And then this guy in the cap also looked at Wu Bin. Kui Xiaodong, seeing that our hero had noticed him, put his finger to his mouth and told Wu Bin not to give him away. The main character, standing in the middle of the crowd, looked at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding why he was hiding from everyone. The guy in the cap and red sweater, squatting, silently and quietly, crept past Jiang and the others so that they would not notice him. 10 minutes later, the event organizer came out to the guys and asked them to go on stage one by one. The man said that then the one who won first place would give a speech, and then everyone would come down here behind the stage. Jiang Han, who stood next to the organizer as the winner, continued to listen to compliments and flattery from the other participants. The guy who won first place in the semifinals smiled, thanked all the guys, and said that he tried his best. The winner said that it was a great honor for him to give a speech on behalf of their entire team. Master Jiang Han emitted such a bright light that it blinded the faces of all the other participants standing in front of him. The main character was indignant because they now wanted to tell him that he needed to go on stage just to stand. He was outraged that he was being taken for just some extra when the main star today was only Master Jiang. Wu Bin now understood what Jiang Qiu had told him back then. But he didn't understand why he had been called here today at all. It seemed to the guy that today, the light of the only spotlight was directed only at the guy who took the honorable first place. The rest of the crowd of finalists seemed to remain in the shadows, and our hero felt like he was one of them. The main character closed his eyes. He felt out of place because he did not expect the ceremony to go according to such a scenario. Then he seemed to catch fire with a blue flame and said to himself that he didn't want this. He didn't want to be an extra. He had to be first. Wu Bin seemed to be at the foot of a very high mountain, and on the neighboring cliff, which was a little higher, stood his main competitor. The young man looked at his opponent and thought that he would still get even in the final and would definitely beat Jiang Han. Suddenly, the entire space around our hero turned bright blue, and the system announced that he had received a new task. The guy read that it was called Take the Crown, and the point was to take any prize place in the final of the Olympics. Wu Bin was not entirely happy that the reward was only 1,000 points, because that wouldn't allow him to rise even one level. But he turned his attention back to the text when he noticed that at the end, there was a description of an additional reward. It turned out that the higher he climbed in the list of finalists, the better the additional reward he would receive. The main character grinned and prepared himself for the fight. He happily accepted this task from the system. To motivate himself even more, Wu Bin promised to shave his head if he did not place high in the final. The morning came when the guy had to get ready for training camp. The first thing he did was grab his shorts with a bear on them. The protagonist was in high spirits, whistling a tune as he packed his travel bag. Wu Bin also didn't forget about his toothbrush and also threw it into the black bag after putting all his textbooks in there. Afterwards, the guy put a few simple t-shirts in his backpack and finished packing with a few more books. Adjusting his glasses, Wu Bin made a hand gesture and was ready to head to the training camp where he would prepare for the Olympics. At the gathering point, Wu Bin met Li Yan, who said that our hero was a master of punctuality, because he arrived exactly at 9, not a second later or earlier. The protagonist found a way to answer and said that Master Li was cool because he came even earlier than Wu Bin. The boys didn't get Wu Bin's joke and just looked at him in bewilderment, trying to squeeze out at least some laughter. Seeing Li Yan looking at him strangely, Wu Bin, who was already reading a book at the same time, asked what was wrong with him. The big guy said that it was not for nothing that he was Master Wu, because even now he was reading and studying something. And Wu Bin replied that he was simply used to reading at any convenient moment. It was clear from the guys' faces that they weren't in a very good mood today. They stood silently with sour faces. Li Yan asked our hero if he logs into their chat. The guy replied that he didn't log in yesterday and asked what happened. The tall guy admitted that in their chat, everyone was talking about Wu Bin, and everyone had a lot of questions for him. Wu Bin was at a loss and asked what he had done, since it was their great master Jiang who had taken first place and everyone should be talking about him. Li Yan laughed and put his arm around Wu Bin's shoulders, explaining that he was their dark horse and that everyone was already spreading rumors about him. The young men's conversation was interrupted when the organizer shouted at the top of his lungs, calling on all the boys to gather for a general meeting. The protagonist and Master Li became silent and looked away in fear when they heard the teacher's stern shout. The big guy suggested that the guy quickly go to the bus because the teacher was asking everyone to gather, which meant they would be leaving soon. But Wu Bin still couldn't forget Li Yan's words about everyone spreading rumors about him, and he wanted to ask him about it in more detail. Li Yan simply turned around and left without explaining anything to our hero, who got angry and tried to stop him. A crowd of physics Olympiad finalists gathered near the bus, and the teacher responsible for their escort was waiting for them. The muscular man greeted everyone in a friendly manner and introduced himself as Wei Tianshuo, the main teacher at the training camp. The man suggested that the boys spend these 10 days with maximum benefit for them. Wu Bin grinned, remembering teacher Tsa's rule that, judging by the amount of hair on Tianshuo's head, he was well versed in physics. Tianshuo asked all the boys to put their suitcases in a special compartment at the bottom of the bus and then climb into the cabin. The Olympiad participants climbed onto the bus after the teacher allowed them to adjust the air conditioners there for themselves. As Wu Bin stood in line to get on the bus, he looked to the side and looked at someone in surprise. The guy noticed one of the finalists of the Olympics, who was distinguished by the fact that, in addition to a suitcase, he brought a guitar with him. The protagonist looked closely at the mysterious guy, whom he had not seen before. He had gray hair and a thoughtful look.